The Scarecrow was right. If it was Bruce, he would never kill someone easily. But Carla is different. When she heard that the Scarecrow's name was also Jonathan, she secretly held a grudge in her heart. Until at the moment found a chance and stomped him to death. TCH, don't get my boots dirty. Even though they belonged to Bruce, Carla looked down at some blood that was inevitably stained on her feet, curled her lips and complained. But she didn't think about it. Did they want to dirty her boots on purpose? After solving the Scarecrow, Carla turned around and jumped up in the direction she came from, then jumped into the air again and glides away. Although the Bat battlesuit originally has the function of gliding, it does not have the function of taking off actively. In other words, you can think of it as a parachute, which allows people to float down, but it cannot be reversed into the air. So Bruce can jump from a high place and glide far without being injured, but in fact Batman does not have real flight ability. However, Carla was different. She used her own flight ability to leap into the sky, and after identifying the direction, she rushed to the direction Bruce had pointed out earlier. Finally, Carla came to the roof of a nearby building. Here, Bruce had rescued his sweetheart and his childhood sweetheart, Miss Rachel, and there was a little boy in Rachel's arms. Is that your child? Carla asked Rachel immediately after landing lightly on the edge of the roof. Rachel quickly explained, how is it possible? He is a child I met by chance on the road. I can't let him act alone, right? Speaking of which, did Batman have two people? Rachel also knew for the first time. That's because Batman definitely has only one person, at least for now, and it's him who brought in Carla to help. You guys stay here and don't act rashly. Bruce stopped Carla, who was still about to say something, stepped forward to block her behind, and explained to Rachel with concern. Rachel also cared about them. What about you? Are you still fighting the enemy? It's too dangerous. Miss, that's what we're here for. Carla shrugged, and Bruce pulled her to help, not to find Gordon or Rachel, and she knew what was going to happen next. Let's go. Bruce swung his cloak and turned around, beckoning Carla to move on. Rachel shouted behind him, wait a minute, at least leave your names. You also know that the next battle may even be life-threatening. At least let me know who you are. If anything happens, let me remember you. This woman really can't speak. Carla turned her head and looked at Rachel with some dissatisfaction. What is an accident? Don't curse them as if they are bound to die. Okay. What a crow's mouth. But Bruce spoke. He had already jumped onto the edge of the building. At the moment, he turned around half squatting, looked seriously into Rachel's expectant eyes, and said, it doesn't matter who I am under the surface. What I do, it's what you do that matters. Rachel was taken aback, and said subconsciously, Bruce. But Bruce has already kicked out. Carla raised her right hand and put her index finger and middle finger together on the temple to make a gesture. Goodbye, miss. Are you Miss Carla? Seeing Carla jumping out after Bruce, Rachel seemed to have even guessed her identity. This made Carla dissatisfied. She quickly caught up with Bruce and asked, you did it on purpose? You guys definitely made me expose my identity on purpose. Bruce did it on purpose, because he was actually not sure that he would win this battle, let alone that he would retreat unscathed. So Rachel's words touched him. He is not the Batman later. The current background is the mystery of Heroine Shadow, which can be said to be the new origin of Batman. He is still a novice, and he will inevitably make mistakes, and there will be times when he is not confident, so when he feels that he may go to death, he wants his beloved girl to at least remember himself, at least she can remember what he is, identity and why he died. Carla felt annoyed and threatened, you must accept an interview with me as Batman, and I must warn you Bruce, this Miss Rachel has a lover, and she has a boyfriend. Bruce said without thinking, that person is dead. Damn, are you still playing widow? Carla scolded directly, what's wrong with Jennifer? At least in her opinion, Jennifer is more beautiful than Rachel, and she is also determined, and she still has a deep love for Bruce after all these years. What a scumbag. Carla cursed inwardly. At this moment, the two of them turned into two shadows of bats, almost crossing half of Nahi Island before they knew it. And when they passed through the sky, the people below were terrified when they saw their figures. Under the effect of the fear toxin, they seemed to see a terrifying picture. Many people were frightened and fainted just because they saw the figures of the two passing by, which made Nahi Island gradually settle down. After crossing more than half of Nahi Island, they finally came to a train station, which was the only single-track high-speed rail train leading to Gotham City. No one cares what this train was used for in the past. It may have replaced the subway, it may have been used to pull goods, and so on. In front of the station, Bruce landed first, followed by Carla. The two of them were wearing a bat helmet and a fairly sturdy set of armor, and a long and spacious black cloak hung on their shoulders, which would become like a bat's wing when unfolded. The two wear the same uniform battle suit, only their bodies are slightly different, and even their heights are very close. Carla is 1.9 meters, and Bruce's setting in the original comics is 1.88 meters. When they came to the station of this train, there was another group of people in front of them. They were Lars' subordinates, that is, the Shadow Warrior Alliance. At the moment they were about to get an instrument onto the train. Seeing the sudden arrival of the two Batmans, Lars turned around, but let four of them still send the things up. That instrument should be the so-called microwave transmitter. Carla and Bruce exchanged glances. The latter nodded slightly to express his understanding. They have exchanged ideas tacitly inadvertently. Although seeing two Batmans suddenly appearing in front of him, Lars didn't care, but said to Bruce, are you being too direct in my suggestion about drama? Carla on the side asked Bruce, what advice did he say? Bruce glanced at Carla speechlessly. Did she have to let him say what he had been mocked by Lars? Bruce ignores Carla, instead announcing, it's time to end. Lars obviously knew it. He knew that the Batman in front of him was Bruce, and he even burned down the Wayne Manor before. But last time he didn't kill Bruce because Bruce had saved his life, so this time he also let Bruce fend for himself. The result is that Bruce didn't die, and he came to him again to stop him. Do you think you can stop me if you find a helper? You are too naive. It should end, but what should end is Gotham, a city that is already corrupt and hopeless, Lars shouted frantically. Carla was not happy when she heard this. She really didn't plan to take this muddy water, but since she didn't want to come, there was absolutely no reason for her to be underestimated. You go and kill him, and leave the others to me. Carla glanced at Lars, not stealing the limelight that belonged to Bruce, but looked at the others. But Carla is not someone who likes to suffer. Lars seemed to look down on her just now. At the moment Carla put his hands on his hips, tilted his head, and asked, by the way, are you just these kittens and puppies? Definitely not just these few people. Lars clapped his hands unexpectedly, and a dozen more people suddenly appeared from behind him. Including the people who were already by Lars' side, there are a total of 20 or so fighters in the Shadow Warrior Alliance. These samurai are all rigorously trained. It can be considered that each one is a martial artist, proficient in martial arts, ninjutsu, jujitsu, and various forms of kung fu. Bruce glanced at Carla, very powerless, do you have to ask him? Although these people had been ambushing here in advance, even without Carla's inquiry, they would have emerged to attack them. But after Carla's question, there is indeed a sense of déjà vu that she is a crow's mouth. Lars glanced at Bruce and Carla, and sneered, they will bring your heads to me. At that time, I will let you see the destruction of Gotham City for yourself, although you can no longer see it. After speaking, he turned around and climbed onto the train compartment confidently and calmly, ready to go. He wanted to bring the microwave transmitters on the train all the way to the Wayne Group, and then use the center below the Wayne Group to vaporize the poison that filled the sewers and water pipes in one go. The Scarecrow's poison must evaporate into mist to be effective. Normally, it will have no effect even if it is drunk as water. You go and stop him, and the others will be left to me, Carla said without waiting for Bruce to speak, and took the heaviest task on his own initiative. Can you? Bruce was worried that Carla could not solve these people alone. He knew the strength of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. Carla smiled indifferently. Isn't that why you asked me for help? Could it be that I came to see the fun? Don't worry, I won't court death if I don't have enough self-confidence. Bruce turned his head and took a deep look at Carla next to him. Seeing that the train over there was about to start, he knew it was not time for hesitation, so he nodded and agreed. I understand, but you be careful too, and don't get into trouble. With that said, Bruce was about to jump up and catch up with Lars. But how could those warriors let him pass? Two of them were about to draw out their long knives behind them to stop him. These people are all dressed up as samurai, and they also have a ninja style. They all have a long sword behind their backs, similar to katana or teideo, shua. But there were two flashes that were faster, flying past Bruce's side, one on the left and one on the right, and out of the corner of Bruce's eyes, he saw that they seemed to be his flying darts. Puff. The two samurai fell on their backs. Bruce took a quick look as he continued to charge forward. The heads of the two samurai were pierced, and it was two flying darts shaped like bats that caused the fatal injuries. That's right, it was his bat flying darts. At some point, Carla touched them and put them on his body before taking action. At the moment, he took them out and put them in his palms, grabbing several of them and looking at others with unkind faces. Her technique was so fast and ruthless that even the powerful warriors didn't see when she made the move. Those flying darts even pierced into the brains of the two warriors and almost came out. Carla stood there, raising her chin at the members of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. Hey, how about playing with me? If you don't kill me first, don't try to stop him. Bruce took the opportunity to jump onto the train that had already started, and those people really didn't dare to stop him. The reason is that they have a feeling of being locked in, like a frog being stared at by a snake, and dare not move. There is an instinct and crisis from instinct, as if they will immediately attract an attack of destruction if they move. The warriors looked at each other. The current situation has reached a stalemate. They know that the number of flying darts in Carla's hands is limited, but who dares to move first? After all, the person who moves first is the easiest to kill. It seems that your so-called Kage-Mura alliance is nothing more than that. Carla was very vicious, and sneered disdainfully after seeing this scene. But that's all. I'm ashamed to say what is for justice? For the world? For the sake of justice? Do justice for the heavens. Some people want to refute. They didn't say that they were doing justice for the heavens. Come on, Carla yelled frantically. Aren't you going to kill me? I'm right here. Come and kill me. If you don't kill me, I'll go over and kill you. The shadow fighters couldn't stand her continuous and merciless ridicule. Whoever mustered up the courage first shouted, kill. Others responded one after another, and everyone seemed to draw out their long swords at the same time, and they were about to rush forward. But there is one person who is faster than them. Carla. She was taunting and yelling like a troubled girl just now, but when she was about to fight, her expression immediately turned cold, and she even put away the flying darts in her hand. Then Carla jumped up and rushed over. The long black cloak flew up behind her, making her look so handsome and shocking. Carla leaped into the midst of the Kage-Mura, and she shot, or rather kicked. Tan leg, he said softly, and saw Carla's right leg under his feet turned into a phantom, which instantly hit one of them under the side of the waist. In martial arts, there is a saying that the south fist and the north leg are said. It is generally believed that the boxing refers to the Taija boxing, and the north leg refers to the pool leg. It is also said that the southern martial arts are stronger than boxing, while the northern martial arts are stronger than legs. In short, no matter how you say it, Tansu has its power and reputation that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the pool leg routine is simple and neat, symmetrical from left to right, and pays attention to a coherent momentum. In addition, Carla also had the experience of practicing taekwondo. When at the moment was cast, it not only hit a person's side waist instantly, but also immediately turned sideways and hit the person with another kick after that. Crack. The sound of ribs snapping. Puff. The muffled sound of shattering internal organs came out from the force of the feet. Those hit by Carla were kicked out before they could react, and died in midair. Carla, she spent 3 years traveling all over the world, of which it only took 1 year to visit famous teachers from various places recommended by Bruce. Like Bruce, she can be said to have mastered all the fighting skills and kung fu of all genres in the world. And Bruce didn't know that Carla was hiding a bigger secret. She was a Kryptonian, or a Kryptonian who had lived on the Earth for 28 years. She was soaked in the golden light of the sun for such a long time, and her strength was unmatched by anyone. Guess how powerful it is. This also made her fly with her legs and kill one person in an instant. The Cage Muro was originally not weak, but he met Carla. Carla kicked a mandarin duck in an instant, and after kicking the man with one kick, before the kick landed, the second kick flew away again. This set of attacks is smooth and flowing, chic and neat, and simply domineering. The others were dumbfounded, and they didn't even have time to react. Carla turned around to look at the other people around, and deliberately lowered her voice with a voice changer, roaring, "Tonight, have a good time hunting." At the moment, she seemed to be a hunter, and those shadow fighters who brought fear and destruction to countless people have now become her prey. The shadow warriors looked at each other, they could even see the fear flickering in the eyes of their companions, and guessed that they must have the same eyes. But they are the best fighters after all, even in the face of how terrible danger, they are still indifferent, did not choose to turn around and flee. Even though Carla was already walking towards him, she was still further away a second ago, but in the next, she turned into a phantom and appeared in front of one of them. Carla glanced at the person beside her out of the corner of her eye, but didn't even bother to look directly. She had already used the pool leg just now, and at the moment she used another martial art, Wing Chun. Wing Chun has the main characteristics of changeable moves, flexible use, flexible punching, short bridge and narrow horse, and good at sending out inch strength. Especially the inch strength. No one can see Carla's fist clearly, and the distance is obviously very close. It is not enough to open the posture at all. But she exerted stronger strength, and when she hit the target's chest with her palm, it instantly shattered his heart through the chest. Then Carla quickly rushed to the next person. At the moment, there was no one Carla needed to guard against and care about, and Bruce had already jumped on the train and went away with the train speeding up. Except for these shadow fighters, there are all people who have lost their sobriety due to fear of poison. She can finally do her best. This is terrible. Once Carla moves at full speed, even these powerful shadow fighters can't see clearly, and she used all the skills she had learned. I saw her rushing left and right in the crowd, and no one could stop her. She was not an enemy at all. Seeing her rushing towards a person quickly, before the others had time to react, she had already dealt with that person and rushed in front of the other person. Later, she simply used the most common punches and kicks, feeling that it was a waste of time to use too complicated kung fu against these opponents who were at most just ordinary people. He simply rushed towards the opponent at a terrifying speed, and only punched one by one with his own powerful strength. In an instant, all of Lars' men fell down. When Carla came to the last person, the person finally couldn't bear the pressure and shouted, "Who are you? Your strength is definitely not what a human should have, and your speed, who are you?" He's right, Carla's strength is indeed at Superman level, but that doesn't make sense to him. "Tonight, all of you must die," Carla said with a terrifying aura, coupled with the low, hoarse voice from the voice changer, causing the will of the shadow fighter in front of him to fluctuate. But he finally stood firm. Lars Al Ghul is immortal and immortal. Carla immediately sneered, "There is no immortality in the world, even the legendary Shendo will fall. What do mere human beings know? How do you know the vastness of the universe? Have you heard of the apocalypse star? Have you heard of the origin wall? Have you heard of the infinite multi-universe? Have you heard of high-dimensional creatures? Have you heard of the origin of the universe, and the oldest gods, and even the monitor, anti-monitor, and master monitor? People who don't know anything dare to claiming to be immortal? Even the universe will perish, let alone a mere personal life." The man showed a surprised expression. It was indeed the first time he had heard of this. But he had no chance to listen anymore. Carla pinched her hand hard, and with a click, the man's neck was crushed by her. Even a planet as powerful as Krypton will perish. No one will live forever unless you transcend everything. Carla narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a shocking belief inadvertently. She wasn't worried about being heard, because there were no living people around her, including the Batman battlesuit on her body, which she also checked, and there was no bug. Don't underestimate Carla's level of technology. She studied crazily for 4 years in college. If she wants, she can get all the most complete degrees in the world at any time. Definitely she is not willing to do that. One is that the knowledge she has learned is not for showing off, she is to enrich her knowledge so that she can
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Face any unexpected situation that may occur at any time. For example, in this crisis in Gotham City, if there were no tactics arranged by Bruce, she would have found the best way to get rid of Lars and his gang. Even the microwave launcher, she just listened to a brief introduction, and she already noticed that there was something unreasonable in it, and made complaints about it many times. It stands to reason that human beings should be the first to be vaporized, especially Lars and the others. Those who dare to get close to the transmitter will have their blood evaporate immediately. Definitely, her complaints are of no use. It is precisely because Carla has a high level of knowledge that she is not afraid of Bruce making small moves in the battlesuit, otherwise she would not be so free. Casually discarding the last enemy's body, Carla thought for a moment, then bent down to remove a man's long knife from the back. From Carla's previous flying darts technique, it can be seen that she has also practiced weapons. In addition to boxing skills, she has also dabbled in swords, guns, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. As for swords, she can skillfully use everything from ancient martial arts in the east to great swords in the west. Holding a long knife in her hand, Carla turned around and looked in the direction where the train had gone. Supervision allowed her to see the train in the distance and even the situation inside the train clearly without being disturbed by the surrounding fog. Bruce has already fought with Lars and several of his men, but Bruce is alone and is being suppressed by Lars. He doesn't have the physicality of Carla's Superman after all. Carla flicked the long knife in her hand, and said slowly, "The cycle of life and death is endless, and we live, they die." After saying the last word, Carla jumped forward, and then the whole person flew into the sky, and quickly went straight to the train. The high-speed train has successfully left the blockade of Nahi Island through the viaduct, and when the microwave transmitter entered Gotham City, all the water in the underground pipes entering the range was being evaporated. The sudden huge high pressure caused the sewer covers on the road to be lifted off one by one, and Gotham City began to be shrouded in the poisonous fog of those terrible fear toxins. At the moment Bruce has chased after him, and he broke into the train to stop Lars' conspiracy and ambition. You just can't learn the lesson. Lars didn't expect him to follow, but he wasn't surprised. After all, Bruce was his disciple. At the same time, Lars was not afraid of Bruce's incarnation of Batman, and he waved his head to signal, and immediately 4 subordinates on the left and right automatically stopped in front of Bruce. "Originally, I didn't plan to kill you, but if you keep looking for death, then I'll let you go," Lars said, clearly imposing the death penalty on Bruce. The 4 subordinates also heard what he meant, and murderous aura suddenly appeared on their bodies, and they rushed towards Bruce from left to right. Bruce was also unambiguous, displaying the skills he had learned and fighting with Lars' men. The road Carla walked was recommended by him, and what Carla learned, he definitely also learned. It's just that Bruce doesn't have Carla's super strength, so he had to join the Shadow Warrior Alliance for the final training, but now, when he confronts other Shadow Warriors, he immediately judges against each other. Bruce is more powerful than those Shadow fighters. The former fellow apprentice brothers are not Bruce's opponents at all. With 1 against 4, he solved them one by one in this narrow space. "Will you just hide behind your subordinates?" Bruce finally shouted to Lars. The 4 had already been knocked down by him, but Bruce didn't kill them. Lars snorted coldly, and suddenly took out a knife. It was the knife he hid in the cane. It was usually invisible in the cane, but when the switch was turned on with a special technique, a sharp straight blade would pop out. "Then let you really see my horror." Lars swung the long knife in his hand and slashed at Bruce. Bruce didn't have a weapon in his hand, but he had 2 arm guards inlaid on the battlesuit on his wrist. Facing Lars' attack, he just raised his right hand and blocked his attack with the arm guard on his wrist. There are even some sharp sawtooth-like blades on Bruce's arm guards, which are not used to hurt the enemy, but he specially prepared to deal with Lars and the others. I saw Bruce didn't wait for Lars to retract the knife, clamped his blade with the arm guards of his arms, and then used those sharp serrations to form a scissors-like pinch, and exerted more force. Crack! Lars' long knife made a crisp sound, and it immediately shattered into several pieces. Many people may not know that a knife seems to be good for chopping, as if it is very strong. But in fact, it can be easily cut off from the side of the knife. If it is difficult to cut off the knife against the blade, at most it will break off a piece of the blade. But now Bruce is exerting force from the side, easily destroying Lars' favorite knife. That's Lars' knife, definitely the best knife in the Shadow Warrior League, probably not one of them yet. Now it is destroyed. This is the combat style of Bruce and Batman. He is used to preparing everything before the battle, and using a comprehensive countermeasure to catch the enemy by surprise. If Bruce is well prepared, even Superman and even Carla may be defeated by him, or even killed. After all, the bastard had a warehouse of kryptonite in his craziest moments, and who could have guarded against that? Back to the present. Lars glanced at the broken knife in his hand, but didn't care about it on his face. Don't forget that Bruce was his disciple. It can be said that Lars taught all the exercise and training Bruce received in the Shadow Warrior Alliance. How could he be afraid of his disciples? Do you think this will stop me? You underestimate me, Bruce. You can't stop this train. Gotham City is over. I'll let you watch it fall before your eyes, Lars said. Without any hesitation, he threw his bare hands at Bruce. Bruce is definitely not afraid, but when he actually played against Lars, he realized that he had made a big mistake. Lars is much older than Bruce, but Lars is stronger in speed and strength. Bang bang. The muffled sound of punches to the flesh came from Bruce's body, and Lars pounded on his body with punches and punches. His sophisticated moves and vigorous posture prevented Bruce from even touching the corner of his clothes. What's the matter? Is that all you have? Bruce, don't forget who taught you your skills, and don't forget that you have never defeated me once, Lars said while lecturing Bruce, while mocking and reprimanding loudly. Although Bruce is already trying his best to resist, he really has nothing to do with Lars, at least in a face-to-face one-on-one battle. The distance between him and Lars is still very large. If nothing else, Bruce has basically no chance of winning Lars, unless Gordon completes the plan assigned to him and blows up the viaduct to attract Lars' attention. But the bridge that Bruce asked Gordon to blow up before was the viaduct in front of the Wayne Group. Now the train has just left Nahi Island and entered Gotham City, which is still far from the Wayne Group in the center of Gotham City. Maybe he's about to get beaten up again. At this critical moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the train. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful black figure came in from the car window upside down. Hey, handsome guy, do you want me to help you? Carla was wearing a Batman battlesuit in the same style as Bruce, standing there with her hands on her hips, and joked leisurely. Bruce was suppressed miserably, but when he saw Carla, he immediately turned from worry to joy. Have you dealt with those people? Small idea. Carla tilted her head, revealing a long knife behind her back. Lars frowned. He knew what losing his sword meant to a samurai. Even though he didn't care about his favorite sword, he trained his subordinates very strictly, and he knew that those subordinates were likely to have been died. Speaking of Bruce, Carla seemed to have noticed something at this time. She turned her head and glanced at the microwave transmitter placed in the middle of the train. Don't tell me that your Wayne Group is still planning to recycle this dangerous machine. Won't you destroy it? Bruce said weakly. Do you think I have a chance to destroy it like this? Carla seemed to have just noticed that Bruce was being ridden under Lars, with one hand stuck around his neck and the other clenched into a fist. Before Carla arrived, Bruce was being repaired very badly. Carla raised her hand to cover her eyes. Go on, I didn't see anything. Bruce and Lars roared at the same time. What are you misunderstanding? Happy reading every day during Spring Festival in the Year of the Rabbit? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity period, January 21st to February 5th. For Carla, an elderly man pressing down on a middle-aged man is a bit hot-eyed anyway. Definitely she must be thinking too much. Lars let go of Bruce with a snort, because he felt that Bruce had been taught enough by him, and if he was smarter, it would be better not to get up. Turning around, Lars also reached out to straighten his suit. When he came to Gotham City, he changed into a neat suit and leather shoes, and he looked a bit like a dog, but he was also a bit of a gentleman. It's just that if you think about what he wants to do, you won't think so. You think you can stop me? Lars sneered. Even in the face of the double Batman, he was still indifferent. It's just two ordinary people wearing masks. You can neither stop me nor stop this train. Carla put down his hand that was covering his eyes, but the gap between the fingers could hardly block anything, and shrugged. He can't, but it doesn't mean I can't. It's time to show real skills. As she said that, Carla pulled out the long knife behind her and swung it left and right, and she beheaded the 4 Lars men who were defeated by Bruce. Lars' eyes twitched. Unlike Bruce, Carla's shot is a fierce killing move, and Bruce just beat them before. The reason why Lars still has such confidence is precisely because he knows that those 4 subordinates can stand up at any time to help him defeat the 2 of them. But now, he was alone with Carla and Bruce. Bruce, on the ground, glances at Carla. Carla also glanced at Bruce. Why? I can't bear it anymore? But you have to know, if you don't kill your master, millions, or even tens of millions of people in Gotham City will die. Do you want to put the lives of 40 million people at risk by yourself? Bruce sighed. I haven't said anything yet. Even Bruce knows what's important. That's right. By the way, do you mind if I clean up the door for you? Carla turned her attention to Lars again. But what she said was the opposite. The so-called clean-up should refer to the top-down, or the betrayer who seriously endangered the behavior of the family. But no matter how you look at it, Bruce should be the one who was cleaned up. So Bruce rolled his eyes and fell down, not wanting to get up. Lars glanced at Bruce and snorted again. What? Do you think she can beat me? Carla is a girl after all, and this Batman battlesuit was specially remodeled for her. The graceful figure is a woman at first glance. What's more, the voice changer only makes Carla's voice a bit darker, but it doesn't change the female voice into a male voice, and you can still hear that she is a girl. Lars felt insulted. How dare a mere woman underestimate him? Lars was about to say something. But at that moment, Carla made a move in an instant, and a silver-white blade quickly slashed in front of him from a distance. After all, Lars is Lars. As the leader and even the founder of the Shadow Warrior Alliance, almost everyone is his disciple, and he is also the strongest. Surprised, Lars took a step back subconsciously, and leaned against the wall of the train with a cold back. But at least he dodged Carla's deadly sudden onslaught. What surprised Lars was Carla's decisiveness and ruthlessness. She didn't fight head-on, but chose a sneak attack indifferently. Lars was about to accuse something in shock and anger. However, when Carla missed a single shot, she had already rushed over a long distance. Seeing that she fiercely and decisively raised her right leg, she came straight towards him with a knee bump. Lars didn't have time to finish his sentence, so he quickly turned and hid aside against the train wall. Boom! There was a loud bang behind him, and Lars, with a quick glance out of the corner of his eye, saw Carla's knee bump sending the train straight into shape-shifting. The material of the train was so strong that even Lars was stunned by Carla's terrifying strength. Bruce shielded his eyes with his hands, recalling the time when he was kicked by Carla when he was a student. Lars was careless, he underestimated Carla because of Carla's gender, but in fact, she is stronger and faster than Bruce, and the most important thing is that her moves are more crisp, decisive, ruthless, direct, and even more deadly. Carla stopped talking after the shot, but had a cold face. From the lower half of her face under the mask, it could be vaguely seen that there was a killing intent in her expression. Don't hide for me, are you a rat? Or are you related to a rat? Carla shouted angrily, raised his hand and grabbed into the steel wall of the train, and then waved his hand to chase Lal even faster. The two chased each other and hid from the middle of the train all the way to the console inside. At this point, Lars still had nowhere to hide. He looked in shock at Carla, who stood in front of the car door with a sneer and a little bit of complacency on his lips. Lars never expected that this oracle man was stronger than his disciple Bruce. Who are you? Lars couldn't help asking. He wanted to know who he was defeated by. Carla was not as he wished, and complained, why does everyone want to ask other people's identities? If I could tell you who I am, I still wear a fucking mask. Fool! The old lady wears a mask because she doesn't want people to know who she is, so how could she tell you? As for you, Carla narrowed her eyes slightly, life is a part of reincarnation. And this part of you is over. With the low and somewhat hoarse voice, plus the lines full of secondary meaning, let alone, it is quite bluffing. Lars would never sit still, he opened his hands in a special posture, ready to meet Carla's final attack. After Carla glanced sideways, Bruce finally got up, but instead of paying attention to Carla's battle, he was paying attention to the microwave transmitter that was still functioning continuously. This bastard, even if you trust my sister's strength, treat me as a qualified audience. Carla complained in her heart, Bruce is simply an unqualified group performer, take your lunchbox and leave. Lars on the opposite side noticed Carla's distraction, he was already extremely neat, and jumped onto the control console, about to jump out of the high-speed train. This might be his only chance of escape. But at the moment when he was about to jump out, Carla somehow came to his side and grabbed his ankle. Hey, did I let you go? Lars turned back in horror, how did she do it? Carla gave him a sneer, lifted Lars up with terrifying strength, and hit the console in front of him hard. Boom. Lars, a living person, turned into a puddle of flesh in the end, stuck to the console and unable to get up and down. Happy reading every day during Spring Festival in the Year of the Rabbit? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity period, January 21st to February 5th. Lars here is just an ordinary person's physical fitness. He doesn't have the so-called regenerative healing factor in the comics. If it wasn't for Carla's fear that Bruce might discover her biggest secret, Lars couldn't even last the first round. Will be decapitated by her at supersonic speed. But in the end, when Lars mistakenly thought that Carla was distracted, he actually exposed the biggest flaw. Carla grabbed his foot and slapped it on the console like a whip or a school bag. Now I can't even recognize Lars's appearance, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to pick it out when dealing with the follow-up. Carla clapped her hands, and turned back to the middle of the train, which was beside the dangerous machine, indifferently. Glancing at Bruce, who was busy looking for a way to turn off the machine, Carla complained, so I just said this thing doesn't make sense at all. Where the train passed by, the water in the underground pipes more than 10 meters or tens of meters away from the viaduct was evaporated. As a result, she and Bruce were beside the machine, and the blood and water in their bodies were not affected at all. Influences. Also, Lars and the others should have died a long time ago when they were so close. Bruce rolled his eyes, if you have time to complain, why don't you want to help me? Those guys obviously didn't intend to turn it off, so they destroyed the switch controller. Carla shrugged, picked up the knife she was carrying and walked over. Bruce was taken aback, and quickly stopped her. What are you doing? Don't act rashly, I don't want to be killed because of you. No matter how you say this thing is a high-tech machine, if you mess with it, it will only detonate it. Bruce is really just a normal guy in a mask, and Lars is right that he would still die if he got caught in the blast. Carla glanced at Bruce, who do you think I am? After you slipped away from the university without saying goodbye, what did you think my sister was doing? I read all the books in the Metropolitan University Library. Do you really think Superman is a fool? I always feel that this guy is very rude. Carla looked at the microwave transmitter in front of her again, opened her perspective eyes silently, easily saw through the machine in front of her, and found its main hub. All machines must have a hub, that is, a starting device, just like a computer case. If the power supply inside is burned out, or the running hardware is damaged, the computer will definitely not be able to start. At the moment Carla found its main hub, without any hesitation at the moment, holding the long knife in his hand at a speed that Bruce didn't even realize, shot like a thunderbolt. Puff. As if stabbing tofu, the long knife in Carla's hand instantly pierced through the outer steel plate of the microwave launcher, accurately destroying the most important hub. Buzz. The microwave transmitter made a sound, and then slowly stopped. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down on a nearby chair. Carla withdrew the knife and saw that something was stained on it, including the blood of the beheaded 4 people, and something in the machine. Subconsciously, he picked up the cloak behind him and wiped it. I won't wash it for you, and you only have this battle suit, Bruce threatened from the side. Carla froze, glared at Bruce, and dropped the knife in her hand. That's right, she still had some knives that she couldn't put it down just now, but now she has decisively discarded them, so let's leave the head office. The corners of Bruce's eyes twitched. Is it so casual? Fortunately, he stopped. It's not that Bruce is stingy. Do you think this cloak is for being handsome? Why is Bruce's battle suit worth more than a few $1,000,000? Even this cloak is part of the gliding function, not an insignificant thing. How could that knife be worth tens of thousands of dollars? But the price of this cloak may really exceed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Carla also turned around and walked to the side chair and sat down. It's finally over. Carla opened her hands, leaned against the back of the chair, and stretched her waist fiercely. She has been very busy tonight, and even she is a little tired, but still quite enjoyable. Suddenly, Bruce on the side turned his head to look at Carla, and glanced sideways at the console compartment in front of him, and could vaguely see some bloodstains. He had already guessed something, and couldn't help asking, can't you choose another method? Carla knew what he was talking about. Are you asking me why I had to kill him? Bruce didn't agree, but that's what he meant. Carla sighed. At the moment, she didn't mess around anymore, or avoid Bruce's questioning. She was obviously no longer a child, although she was still a little excited when she put on a mask and became the so-called Oracle Man. But at this moment, Carla took off Batman's helmet and looked at Bruce with his true face. She knew that there were no video recorders on the train, so she was not afraid of being known. Bruce, he just wanted to murder tens of millions of lives. I know we have stopped him, but what if we don't stop him? Tens of millions of people will die, and Gotham City will be destroyed. Even if this time don't kill him, he will come back next time. You told me that they have done something. How many people died in Gotham City during the Great Depression? They should pay for it. Carla faced Bruce's doubts with sincere eyes. Bruce also reached out and took off his mask. The two of them knew each other, at least Bruce thought so. But we are not judges, not even the police. We do not have the power to lynch, and even we are originally illegal. Bruce has his own ideas. Then you should have been in the house from the start. You shouldn't have put on the clothes. You shouldn't have stopped this. If you feel criminals are the ones to support and superheroes are illegal, I think you should hide and watch Lars destroy Gotham City once, then turn around and mess up the whole world. It doesn't matter if you kill billions of people. We are breaking the law anyway, aren't we? Carla scoffed at Bruce's idea. How come superheroes have become illegal, and the behavior of criminals has become normal? Bruce frowned deeply. Carla, your thoughts are dangerous. I never said that the behavior of criminals should be supported, let alone normal. I mean, we can fight criminals, but if we use violence to counter violence, then what is the difference between us and them? And you will only get deeper and deeper. When you realize that killing a criminal is much easier than arresting him and punishing him, in the end you and Lars have another what's the difference? Is Lars really evil? Maybe what he did was right, but his starting point, at least he thought he was just. Lars is right, Gotham City is rotten and a bit hopeless, so Lars wants to get rid of it in one fell swoop. But Lars got one thing wrong, that is, he was too desperate and crazy, and he even wanted to kill and erase innocent people. And now Bruce is worried that Carla will become the same person as Lars sooner or later. Carla was startled, and couldn't help but think of a name in her mind, Unrighteous Superman. Is she going to become the unjust Superman? P.S. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. Happy reading every day during Spring Festival in the Year of the Rabbit? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity period, January 21st to February 5th. The so-called Injustice Superman refers to the work of Injustice, Gods Among Us, including games and adapted comics. All the culprits originated from Joker's evil conspiracy. He used illusions to make Superman accidentally kill his pregnant wife Louise, and also destroyed half of the metropolis with a certain bomb explosion, and killed thousands of people. This time Joker no longer wanted to drag Batman into the abyss. He turned Superman into his goal, tried everything, even took his own life to be killed by Superman. Joker succeeded. He made Superman paranoid and crazy. Since then, Superman has stopped restraining himself and began to act as judge, jury, and executioner at the same time. There was a time when the entire Justice League, except for Batman and a few others, was almost on Superman's side. Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, The Flash, Cyborg, Shazam, even Superman's enemy Lake S.I. Luthor, and even the fifth-dimensional troublemakers, and even Batman's good helper Robin joined here. Even Aquaman joined from the initial resistance to the later compromise. Superman set out to bring peace by solving criminals before they hurt others. It's just that slowly his team also began to change their taste. After tasting the simplicity and convenience of this method, they began to get out of hand. Even the world has been threatened and intimidated, and everyone is starting to feel insecure. After all, the so-called criminals are dealt with before the crime begins. Who can guarantee that they will not be treated as criminals? Maybe the idea of injustice Superman is good, but he is too extreme. Before the criminal actually commits the crime, he cannot be punished as a criminal. Are we wrong? Carla suddenly asked. She didn't doubt herself, but questioned Bruce. So we are wrong. We shouldn't stop Lars in advance. We should wait until he killed tens of millions of people. Put him in a prison where he can escape at any time, and then arrest him after he continues to hurt tens of millions of other people, and even after he kills everyone in the world. We should be like this too, right Bruce? Bruce looked at Carla deeply. He seemed to understand something. If Bruce knew the unjust Superman, he would definitely see that Carla was dangerous, and she might rise up and become the unjust Superman at any time. You're so extreme. Bruce snapped his helmet back on, inevitably disappointed with Carla. You're too weak, Bruce. Carla put on Batman's helmet again, her tone full of disdain. Have you ever seen the cruelty of nature? In order for hyenas to eat buffaloes, you know that the first place hyenas attack is where? I think being a man gives you a chill down your spine, or your hips. At the end, Carla let out a burst of unreserved laughter. Because when a hyena besieges a buffalo, especially a male buffalo, the easiest and most convenient place to attack is the crotch. Do you know what the first thing a male lion does when he conquers a lioness' pride? Kill all the offspring of the previous lion king, that is, the cubs. Do you think they are animals, so they have no reference value at all? Maybe. I just want to say that I have seen more cruel and terrifying natural worlds, and human beings are also part of nature. Even though we don't have to do those things to survive, I just want to tell you that killing will never end, and human beings have not forgotten the most primitive sins. You have to remember, what we want to protect is those good people who won't hurt others, not to be the umbrella of those damned people with blood on their hands. If you can't even afford this, superhero, you really don't deserve it. You're an icon of justice, Bruce, and after all you've been through, you're still willing to believe that justice exists. But I'm the one who would rather kill a man to save tens of millions. Don't worry, I won't turn into Jor-El, because I don't hurt innocent people, and even if Gotham City is beyond redemption, I won't let go of the fact that there are good people and innocent people in it. However, even if you give me another chance, even if you stop me, I will kill Lars again. I don't care if he is alive or not, and I don't care what you think of me. I only know that if we without stopping him, tens of millions of people in Gotham City will all die. Aren't you afraid of what will happen if we don't stop him? Just now it was Bruce's ideas that prevailed, and now, Carla is fighting back. It's a paradox that no one knows what the right choice is. It's like when you know a person is going to kill some people 5 years from now, even on purpose. But 5 years ago he was still an innocent person. Can you do it? Rather, what qualifications do you have to take action against someone 5 years ago because of what happened 5 years later? He didn't make a mistake 5 years ago. And what Bruce is most worried about now is that Carla will taste the sweetness because of this time, and that she will continue to do this in the future, killing the prisoner before committing a crime, which will only make her the prisoner he hit. Bruce's worry is not unfounded. He still doesn't know how powerful Carla is. If she really turns into an unrighteous Superman with the power of her female Superman, even the whole world will be threatened. For a while, although they defeated Lars, they successfully prevented the crisis. But the atmosphere between the two was a little stiff. Carla glared at Bruce. Bruce looks at Carla with concern too. The relationship between the two people had some cracks, and they knew that their ideas were in opposition. But Carla also recognized Bruce's philosophy, thinking that he was the benchmark of justice, but he couldn't do it himself, not for any other reason, but felt that this should be what superhero really had to bear. Bruce, do you really think it's right to throw them into prison? Carla still had some resentment after all, and she didn't even hesitate to say that. The criminal who killed your parents was only imprisoned for 14 years before being released. Released? It turns out that the lives of your parents are only worth 14 years. Gotham City doesn't seem to have the death penalty. I don't think it's unfair because I know you, and I don't view this matter from the perspective of personal grievances. I just simply feel that many times the so-called respect for human rights and life is actually the most disrespectful expression of human rights and life. If you kill 2 people, you only need to sit in prison for 14 years, but the person who was killed will never come back or wake up for the rest of his life. In my opinion, the sin of depriving others of their lives is the most unforgivable crime. Everyone has only one life, and no one has the right to deprive them of it, including me depriving the prisoner of his life. But the damned person can't die. Someone is covering up including this damn law. How many people have been ruined by the boss of the gangster you arrested? How many people died under his deprivation? But in a few years he will be able to come out and enjoy himself, and then you will watch many people being killed by him dead. Since no one can stand up and solve it, let me do it. I don't care about the blood on my hands. There was no hesitation in Carla's eyes anymore, and she completely strengthened her belief. Bruce looked at Carla like this, and could only sigh silently in his heart. It seemed completely unreasonable. If it was the old Bruce, maybe he would agree with Carla's idea, including that he himself once wanted to kill the prisoner who killed his parents when he was released. But he is no longer who he was then. Carla, Bruce called Carla's name. Carla shook her head. Stop talking about Bruce, I've made up my mind. No Carla, Bruce said. He would no longer argue with her about the belief, but about something else. Speaking of which, we seem to have forgotten to call Gordon to let him know that he didn't have to blow up the viaduct again. By the way, you stop the console? Carla spread her hands. You can tell by the speed of the train. Definitely not. Happy reading every day during Spring Festival in the Year of the Rabbit? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity period, January 21st to February 5th. With Carla's all-out efforts, or not all-out help, Bruce finally succeeded in preventing Lars' ambitious plan to destroy Gotham City. But in the case of Carla killing Lars, Bruce realized that her methods might have gone too far. Because of this, the two quarreled fiercely like two children and two great philosophers. In the end, no one can convince anyone. But when they were arguing, because they were too involved in the relationship, they ignored a very serious matter, that is, they did not stop the train, which caused the train to still rush to the Wayne Group at a high speed. They even forgot that when they first arrived at Nahi Island, they assigned Gordon a key task, which was to let Gordon drive the Batmobile to blow up a section of the viaduct if they couldn't stop Lars. At least it can stop Lars for a while, and maybe with luck, he can blow up Lars or destroy this dangerous machine. But they forgot to contact Gordon. You actually forgot such an important thing. Carla looked at Bruce in disbelief. Are you sure you are the Batman who is known as the brain of the Justice League? Isn't it really some little kid from that locked door wisdom? Bruce was not to be outdone. Isn't it because you forgot to turn off the train? Didn't you go to the console just now? Carla got even more annoyed, and shouted, Bruce, do you think I have a train driver's license in those degrees? I only took a car driver's license at most. Okay, now is not the time to fight. I'll call Gordon right now. Also, stop calling me by my name. You started it first. Come on bastard, hurt each other. Who is afraid of whom? Bruce can't do anything about her, whether it's in terms of two people's beliefs, or just a general quarrel. Helpless Bruce was about to take out his phone. But at this moment, there was an explosion not far ahead. Bruce and Carla looked at each other. It was too late. Boom. The pier support of a section of viaduct was blown up, and a large section of viaduct and railroad tracks collapsed entirely. Jingle bell. The phone in Bruce's hand rang instead. It was Afu who called, and he asked excitedly, Master, please don't tell me that you are on that train. Fu, you guessed it. And me, Afu. Carla reminded Afu, don't just care about your young master, Miss Ben is here too. It's okay, Fu, we'll be fine. Bruce quickly reassured the worried Fu, and nodded at Carla, we have to leave. With the gliding function on the Batman battlesuit, they are not too dangerous, provided that they must leave the car before the train falls. So before the train was about to enter the collapsed bridge section, the two smashed the nearby glass one after the other, and jumped out vigorously. When the two came to the midair outside the train, the two opened the cloaks behind them to form a shape similar to bat wings, as if turning into a real bat, soaring towards the direction of the bat cave. Their battle is over, and the next thing they need to do is to deal with the poisonous gas emitted, and then let the Gotham City Police Department complete the aftermath work, and this incident will be completely over. So Batman can already disappear. Let's just say that this Batman battlesuit is very valuable and has comprehensive functions. The two glided across half of Gotham City with just one hand, and returned to Wayne Manor safely and smoothly. Looking at the ruined Wayne Manor, Carla still couldn't help but said, if I knew your house would be burned down, I might as well have let me take some cultural relics away. It's a pity. Bruce glanced sideways at Carla. You think I'm willing to burn it? I really thought he was drinking too much to light it. Back at the Batcave behind Wayne Manor, Afu was relieved to see the two men returning safely. Poor Afu, having such an uneasy young master is simply heartbreaking. It's finally over. Carla took off the helmet again, reached behind her and pulled her beautiful long golden hair out of her clothes, and shook her head to relax again. Her hair hasn't been maintained since she was a child, but the soft and smooth hair makes Jennifer, who has been taking care of it, feel jealous. Moreover, Carla's hair color is naturally golden. Even in the Batcave in Hunan, as she shakes her long hair away, it emits a beautiful halo like the first sun blooming. Even Afu was moved, and invited Carla, Miss Carla, this incident has received your great help, so the young master plans to invite you to stay for a few days. Bruce was also removing the heavy equipment on his body, and looked at Afu in disbelief when he heard this. When did he say that? Isn't he just standing here? Did he not speak? Carla looked at Afu amusedly and saw what he meant. She and Bruce are in the same class, and now they have this common experience. Maybe Afu knows that she also has the same experience of traveling the world as Bruce. So is this matching them up? Forget it, let's talk about it after you rebuild the manor. I can't live here, can I? Carla shook her head and declined Afu's kindness. Although this Batcave is also very attractive, if it is used for living, there is no need for it. And she ran out overnight, and her family would be worried if she didn't come home. The main thing is, Afu, you chose the wrong target. Carla removed the Batman battlesuit on her body, changed back to her original casual clothes, and suggested to Afu, first of all, if you start with your young master, you should pay attention to that Miss Rachel, that is his sweetheart. If you start with someone who likes your young master, a friend of mine has a deep affection for him. He has never had a boyfriend until now, and he is very innocent. Just don't match me up. Is this housekeeper still going to be a matchmaker? Forget it, she and Bruce are impossible, the other party is not her type. It wasn't that long ago that they had been fighting over their differences in beliefs, which she approved of and despised for Bruce's. Bruce was also worried that Carla would end up being another Lars. Bruce, I'm going back. Karla quickly found her target in the Batcave after disarming the equipment. A motorcycle being modified, with 2 huge amounts of wheels at the front and rear, is the upcoming Batmobile. Because this is the origin stage of Batman, his equipment is not as comprehensive as later, and now only the Batman chariot is activated, and the locomotive is still in the research and development stage. But even if it's not perfect, Karla's eyes shine. It's better to say that the current locomotive is more in line with her aesthetics. It's a pity that Bruce immediately refused after seeing what she meant. This car is still in the research and development stage. I don't want to hear that you had a car accident on the way home. Karla wanted to say that she didn't mind, but Bruce didn't dare to bear the consequences, mainly because he didn't want the beauty to disappear. Stingy, let's see how I arrange for you then. Dare to offend the reporter? You're done, Bruce. Happy reading every day during Spring Festival in the Year of the Rabbit? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity period, January 21st to February 5th. In the end, a foe drove her back in Bruce's private jet. Karla has been speculating that maybe this plane is the fighter after Batman? Or maybe not. Because this plane is just an ordinary small private plane. After Wayne Manor was burned down, when Bruce decided to ask Karla for help, Afu urgently mobilized it. In order to be able to launch and land at the estate, this is actually a helicopter. The advantage of a helicopter is that it can go straight up and down without an airstrip. Before Karla went back, Afu also tried to persuade her to take a bath first. After fighting all night, she couldn't help but feel a little sweaty. Karla is very helpless. It seems that Afu is determined to want her to be the mistress of the Wayne family. No, please don't, she's not interested. What's more, she didn't bring a swimsuit, and with the current situation in Wayne Manor, she can only take a bath in the pool behind the Batcave, right? Fu, what are your intentions? This old and disrespectful guy really did everything he could to make his young master have a home sooner and to have a grandson in his arms. Although Afu is the housekeeper, he has taken care of Bruce since he was a child, and he almost regards Bruce as his own child. He also has no home of his own, no wife or children, so he has always regarded Bruce as his own. But Bruce is really not Karla's type. In the end, when Karla was sent back to her farm by Afu, she found that her family members hadn't slept all the time, but were worried about her condition and waiting for her to come back. After Karla bid farewell to Afu, accompanied by her parents and younger brother Clark, she returned to the living room at home, and saw her family members watching the news on TV. Such a big situation suddenly happened in Gotham City, and the news has been reporting it for a long time. But the reporters in Gotham City didn't dare to get close to the fog, so they could only hide from a distance and report on the scene. This has always been the case in many superhero movies, and the efficiency of news broadcast and relay is very fast. Even Karla appeared on the screen. Therefore, there was a query on the TV news: Gotham City surprised Oracle Man? What is her relationship with Batman? The family watches Karla together. Although Karla didn't want to admit it, she revealed from the beginning that she was going to help Batman, and she could only shrug her shoulders. It's me. She still confessed to her family. Anyway, the biggest secret is the identity of the Kryptonian, which is nothing at all. But the family still looked at Karla with that suspicious look. Karla was finally surprised. Didn't she admit it? Why is there still this look? Why are you looking at me like that? Karla thought they were worried about revealing her own strength, and continued to comfort her. Don't worry, I haven't revealed too unbelievable strength. Karla, who is that Batman? As a result, Martha was even more curious about Batman's identity. He is your boyfriend. Puff. Karla almost vomited blood. Who said that? Seeing that Martha and Jonathan were looking at her expectantly, even Clark seemed to think so. So they were expecting this? No, Karla immediately vetoed it with all her strength, and she also understood why Bruce showed a helpless expression when facing Afu's urging marriage. Once the elders urge marriage, it is really scary. Karla angrily ran to the yard outside the house, took out her mobile phone and dialed Perry's number. Don't look at Karla had hung up on Perry a dozen times not long ago, but Perry answered her call right away. What? I'm tired of staying at home, do you want to come back to work tomorrow? Perry teased, yawned, and asked, have you seen the news? There seems to be big news in Gotham City. As a media person, it turned out that Perry hadn't slept yet, but followed the incident that happened in Gotham City overnight. Karla gritted her teeth and said, definitely no, I haven't rested enough, you can't take back the promise. Having said that, I have news about Bruce Wayne in my hand. You can report it like this tomorrow, just say that the billionaire is drunk. I burned my own manor, and the ancient castle was destroyed. You can let others write other content, but you must put my name on it, otherwise he will not admit it. Karla is pissing off Bruce, the jokes and complaints before, and now it is obviously going to become real. Later, when Bruce saw the relevant news, he couldn't help crying and laughing, but he didn't mind. It was much better than Karla telling the news about the Shadow Warrior Alliance. Gotham City returned to peace from the second day, and with the full support of the Wayne Group, the city's water sources were purified again. Moreover, those poisons are originally harmless to the human body, and only after they are turned into poisonous gas will they have an effect. So after the poisonous gas was slowly decomposed by oxygen and various gases, Gotham City gradually returned to calm. This incident obviously caused a lot of losses, but compared with the result of the destruction of Gotham City, the losses have been reduced to a minimum. In addition, the Wayne Group also helped to compensate, and even undertook the heavy responsibility of rebuilding afterwards. The mayor of Gotham finally heaved a sigh of relief. Later, in order to keep Perry from bothering herself, Karla also asked Bruce to fulfill his promise and conduct an exclusive interview with him in Batman, or in fact only took a few photos and mailed it. Bruce, a black-bellied bastard, had clearly agreed to be interviewed by her, but in the end he sent her away with only a few pictures of his looks. And the whole set of Batman equipment that was promised is gone. If I had known, she would have worn that Batman battlesuit home. Damn it, totally fooled. Karla was very angry and had no choice but to send Batman's photo to Perry. Unexpectedly, Perry was very excited and satisfied, saying that Karla has made great contributions, and she will be given more bonuses this month. Karla blinked. Meow meow, that's okay too? It seems that there is a way to stabilize the money. Karla showed a thoughtful expression. Maybe she really wanted to bring back that Batman battlesuit, and when she had no inspiration to write a column, wouldn't she be able to send Perry away by taking a photo of herself? If Perry knew what she was thinking, he might vomit blood. But whether it's a little Spider-Man or Clark, it seems that they have done this kind of thing. Poor Daily Planet and Daily Bugle. After that, Gotham City also had many follow-up events with large file size and small size. For example, Karla interviewed Bruce before, and mentioned that the current executive chairman of Wayne Group wants to list Wayne Group and sell shares to cash out. As a result, Bruce used a lot of money to buy his company back under the alias of many organizations, and being rich is self-willed. Another night, Gordon, now sheriff, signals Batman with a searchlight, causing Bruce to emerge as Batman. Bruce thought that Gotham City was completely peaceful now, and he could rest. As a result, Sheriff Gordon took out a playing card and announced the existence of Joker. Happy reading every day during Spring Festival in the Year of the Rabbit? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity period, January 21st to February 5th. Everything seems to have passed. Gotham City avoided a huge crisis. With the efforts of Batman before, the underground underworld is falling apart, and Gotham City seems to have restored peace. As for Karla, let alone, she didn't even bother to watch the news of Gotham City recently, and only concentrated on resting at home. Now she also starts to put on her sportswear every morning and evening and go out for a run, and walks her dog along the way. You're not old enough yet, Clark said, hitting Karla's minefield one day. Karla is 10 years older than Clark. Unlike many Supergirl origin stories, Karla did not stay in the Phantom Zone for decades because of the impact of a meteorite, but came to Earth with Clark. Clark is 18 now, Karla is 28, and she's turning 30 soon. You mean, I'm already a middle-aged woman? Karla put her hands on her hips and looked at Clark with cold eyes. Clark quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. If it was before, Karla might have spared him. But today is different. Crack clack. Karla clenched her fists, making a series of bone and joint collision sounds, which was terrifying. Sister. Clark started to back away. A slight sneer appeared at the corner of Karla's mouth. It seems that I am too kind to you, Clark. I should let you know that knowing your sister's status is not to be offended. Karla definitely wasn't pissed off by Clark. She warned Clark, I've noticed you've been slacking off lately, and I haven't had time to teach you what I've learned. I think it's just today. Clark asked with a wry smile, can I refuse? The answer is definitely not possible. Karla took this opportunity to find an excuse to start special training for Clark while staying at home. She was teaching Clark the fighting styles she had learned, and as for the means, it was all about fixing Clark so he could experience it for himself and remember that feeling. In order not to cause too much momentum, Karla also agreed that the two of them could not use super strength, not to mention that this was done so that Clark could master some combat skills. Wouldn't it be completely meaningless if he used super strength to dodge? Karla even taught Clark about psychokinesis, or the control of mental power, from the original magic book. Clark, we are not invincible. Although we are indeed strong enough now, there are also weaknesses that restrain us, such as the red sun rays. Karla began to popularize the knowledge and weaknesses of Kryptonians for Clark. He must clearly know what he is afraid of, and even what things and means can kill him. Karla was very worried whether Clark would be careless because of his own strength. If the golden sun's rays can strengthen our strength, then the red sun's rays can weaken our strength. You must remember this. If one day when you have a chance to go into outer space, be sure to stay away from those red suns. In addition, Karla also warned Clark, there is also a kind of ore from our home planet Krypton, which can be called kryptonite, and that kind of ore will also threaten us. All super abilities, even kryptonite, become deadly threats and even toxins. Kryptonite is too harmful to Kryptonians. Except that Superman in the Silver Age can ignore it after reaching a certain level. It has always been the deadliest weapon and threat of the Superman family. Even the so-called undead monsters like Doomsday. So I'm going to teach you the control of mental power now. When your psychokinesis is strong enough, you can open a protective shield on your body before the kryptonite approaches. Although the effect of kryptonite is powerful, as long as the minerals emitted by kryptonite or even the position or magnetic field are not affected by itself, I guess there should be no problem. This is the conclusion Karla came to after participating in the Battle of Gotham City this time. At that time, she used psychokinesis as a shield to resist the poisonous mist. Although she could hold her breath, don't forget that there are pores on the human body, and she would be poisoned if she was in the mist for a long time. And under the protection of psychokinesis, Carla has been unaffected. Now she is also going to teach psychokinesis to Clark, hoping to become an important force to protect Clark someday. To be honest, Carla is too kind to this younger brother, because of the age gap between the two, even if they are not raised as their own sons. After all, they have their adoptive mother Martha. But at least Carla and Clark are the only Kryptonians. No matter where Carla's original soul came from, she can only live with Clark now, so Carla had to be fully prepared, and didn't want to regret it when Clark was really in danger. Clark also knew that Carla was doing it for his own good, so he followed his sister to train hard, trying to learn all these things before going to college. And don't forget that Superman has super learning abilities, those super abilities of Carla awakening, and Clark is gradually awakening later. They're both Kryptonians, and they're cousins of the same family. It doesn't make sense that what Carla has, Clark doesn't have. In this way, Carla's 1-month vacation was very fulfilling, and it was so fast that she didn't realize it, and it passed in a blink of an eye. No matter how unwilling Carla is, she will go back to work in Metropolis next. And Clark, he actually went to the Metropolis to go to school a few days ago, and Carla drove him in his own car at that time. Jonathan also wants to send Clark off, but now that his children have grown up, he doesn't have to bother him to do everything by himself. Clark didn't want to see his adoptive mother Martha tearful when they were separated, so he begged his father to stay at home with his mother, and promised that he would come home every week or every month. As a result, Martha immediately glared at Carla with a complaining look. Your sister promised so at the beginning, but then she disappeared for 3 years in one breath. Carla stuck out her tongue and hurriedly beckoned Clark to flee. Later, after Carla sent Clark off, she returned home for a few days, but after the 1-month vacation was over, she would leave home and go to work again as a female white-collar worker. It was on this morning that Carla was driving her car, which had not yet paid off the loan, with a lot of vegetables at home in the trunk. If she hadn't stopped her, the rear seats would have been filled by Martha and Jonathan. The bustling life of the city. The road she was going to take next was the road where the tornado incident happened, but it didn't happen again today. It's not so unlucky every time. How can such natural disasters happen every day? Carla turned on the radio and listened to the song. It was fun to be alone. At this moment, a series of phone rings rang, and the inexplicable Carla had a bad premonition. She picked up the flip phone. There are still no smartphones in this era. Even if it has a prototype, she doesn't want to buy a machine with an old system. Moreover, can you imagine how slow it is to open a web page with a 2G network? Sorry, it's not yet the 3G era. When Carla answered the phone, Jennifer's voice came from the opposite side. Her tone was very excited, shouting, Carla, I have good news for you. I will be transferred to Gotham soon. Congratulations me? Carla slammed on the brakes and almost ejected himself. Congratulations you banana bala. Are you going to fucking Gotham City? Happy reading every day during Spring Festival in the Year of the Rabbit? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity period, January 21st to February 5th. Jennifer perfectly interprets what is called surprise. No, it is shock. The shock was that she actually asked to be transferred to Gotham City. In fact, not long ago, actually a month later, Gotham City had an honest chief prosecutor at that time, and he was Rachel's boyfriend at the time. But according to Bruce, the chief prosecutor is dead. At that time, Carla complained that Bruce wanted to play the widow's plot, which is definitely just a complaint, and Rachel is not the wife of the chief prosecutor, so she is not a widow. And now, a month later, because of Jennifer's voluntary application and the fact that Gotham City really needs a new chief prosecutor, she has been approved. Because Jennifer is also the chief prosecutor in Metropolis now, she can take office directly after she goes. After Carla got the news, she rushed to Jennifer's house that night without caring about her work. Are you crazy? Carla rushed to Jennifer's house after opening the door, and shouted. She has keys to Jennifer's house, including Donnie's. Definitely the keys to her house were also given to them respectively. But Carla didn't see Jennifer. It wasn't that Jennifer was not at home. Carla immediately realized that she was in the kitchen with her super hearing. Carla held back her anger temporarily, and rushed into the kitchen. In addition to Jennifer, Danny is also there, and the two are busy preparing dinner. It seems that they want to celebrate. Carla yelled again, Jane, are you crazy? Jennifer glanced at Carla, then raised her finger to her feet. Carla came in with her shoes on. Carla was very angry, but still bent down and took off the sneakers and carried them in her hands. Really, at such an old age, you are still so hot. Also, you should try wearing high heels and skirts, right? Jennifer didn't give Carla a chance, and she was sarcasm when she opened her mouth. You see, she was wearing a beautiful blue dress, and she turned it around so that the skirt floated like a flower. But Jennifer didn't notice that Donnie's already black face was even darker. I'm really sorry that I don't wear skirts, Danny reprimanded angrily. Because of work reasons, it's not convenient for her to look as pretty as Jennifer. Jennifer knew that she had accidentally affected innocent people, so she quickly hugged Danny and said deliberately, don't be angry, you know I'm targeting that person. Carla sneered, she was the one. Don't change the subject for me, Jane, do you know what you're doing? Do you have anything else on your mind besides that scumbag? Do you have to go to Gotham City? You didn't see what happened before Gotham City what? Carla was not distracted by Jennifer, and brought up the topic that made her angry again. Jennifer sighed helplessly. I know you must have mistakenly thought that I went to Gotham City because of Bruce. You really misunderstood me. Carla, the metropolis is so peaceful. What do you think my daily work is? Sitting in the office drinking coffee and reading the newspaper, that's all. Sometimes I even envy the articles you write in the column, and want to go out and take a look. Just because Gotham City needs me, that's why I'm going. Carla looked at Jennifer, and Jennifer looked directly into her eyes. After a while, she showed a wry smile. Please, I am also a woman who is almost 30 years old. Do you really think I am just an info girl? I know Gotham City it's a lot worse than the Mets, but that's where I can make a difference and that's where I can play. And you didn't hear me on the phone, did you? What? Carla was curious, because what Jennifer said was right. When she heard that Jennifer was going to be transferred to Gotham City, she slammed on the brakes because of shock, and almost ejected herself, completely missing her words, all words. Jennifer shrugged. Actually, my going to Gotham City is equivalent to airborne plus promotion. I was promoted to Carla. I went to Gotham City not as a prosecutor, but as a chief judge. How to explain the difference between prosecutors and judges? To sum it up in one sentence, when a prosecutor wants to report or denounce a prisoner, he needs to submit all the materials to the judge and get approval. Although prosecutors and judges are not a system, it is judges rather than prosecutors who really decide whether a prisoner is guilty or not. So at the beginning of the second part, Harvey Dante, as the new chief prosecutor, needed to submit materials to the chief judge, but it was the judge who made the final judgment. Let's put it this way, even if she is not the head of the department, Jennifer's political status is already very high. She is not yet 30 years old. If Carla didn't know her well, Carla would have wondered if she used some kind of woman's tricks to climb so fast. Ask for flowers. But it's not true. The reason is that when they were students, Jennifer and Danny had good academic performance because of Carla, which can be seen from the fact that they can successfully enter the university together. They are genuinely talented. Do you have to go? Carla asked again. Jennifer shrugged. The application has been approved, and I will move in a few days. And it would be nice if I could meet someone or something. I knew you were still going for Bruce, Carla said angrily, and she was still a nymphomaniac after all. How could she be so obsessed with it? Jennifer showed an aggrieved expression. You don't like it, but it doesn't mean others don't like it, and you can't deny that he is really attractive. I don't want to just find a man for the rest of my life. Carla, you can't use your standards. See what I'm thinking? You're not married. We're not. And you know who my parents introduced me to? It's all the idiots around the house, the ones you used to beat up for nothing. Who do you think I will choose? Carla sighed. There was no way to say anything else, and Bruce was indeed rich and handsome. Even if he had no money, his temperament and every move and gesture could make people fascinated, definitely not including her. The main reason is that Jennifer has been obsessed with Bruce for 10 years, so Carla doesn't know how to persuade him. She was obsessed from the age of 18 to the age of 28. Carla didn't even know what happened to her. At most, she spent 1 year with Bruce in school, only 1 year. 1 year was exchanged for 10 years of persistence and obsession. It seemed that she had to see the coffin not to cry. Carla sneered in her heart, and you will know when you go to Gotham City. Bruce has a sweetheart in his heart. It is Bruce's childhood sweetheart Rachel. At that time, Jennifer will feel distressed and give up. Thinking of this, Carla simply stopped trying to persuade Jennifer, and only waited for her to come back crying to find out that she and Danny were wrong. But Carla never imagined. She never imagined that Gotham City welcomed a new chief prosecutor at the same time, that Harvey Dent. And then, Rachel, she just fell into this guy's arms. Carla almost didn't swear when she found out. You really don't want your childhood sweetheart? You really can't beat the Skyfall series? So, instead, Jennifer saw the hope gate. To celebrate Jennifer's promotion, Carla and Danny had a small celebratory dinner at her house. The hometowns of the 3 daughters are all in that small town, and they don't have many friends here. If I have to say, Donnie has a boyfriend now, but she is very wise not to bring it. This is a party for the 3 of them, not to mention what does it mean that she brings her boyfriend here alone? The main reason is that it's inconvenient. The 3 of them have made a fuss in the end and it's already out of shape. On the next day, Carla had to act as a driver to take Danny home first, and then had to drag Jennifer, who was suffering from a hangover and headache, to get the letter of appointment back. In the end, she finally got her wish, and she was going to take office in Gotham City in 3 days. Gotham City is very close to Metropolis, and the 3 days are not rushed, which is enough for Jennifer to get ready. What's more, Gotham City just went through a catastrophe not long ago, and 890 needs her to rush to justice as soon as possible. It is said that after the former boss Carmine Falcone was imprisoned, his subordinates gradually became chaotic, and he might be able to seize the opportunity to catch many people. Carmine Falcone wants to control the entire Gotham City, definitely not relying on his own strength alone. In fact, he has a family to help manage the business, and even rule the entire underground of Gotham City. Now after he was caught in the Arkham Asylum, at least 15 gangs emerged under him, and it can be said that they fell apart in 1 day. Carla was still worried about Jennifer and drove her there on the 3rd day. On the way, Perry called, and this time he couldn't bear to growl and questioned Carla. Why haven't you come to work yet? This is already the 4th day that Carla has returned to the Metropolis. Originally, she went to work on the 2nd day of her return, but in fact, she has been helping Jennifer with everything these days. Perry finally seized the opportunity, and even Jennifer, who was sitting in the co-pilot, could clearly hear his roar, and couldn't help but glance at Carla, worried about her situation. Carla didn't care at all, driving with one hand, holding the phone to her ear with the other, and didn't care whether the movement on the other side was big or small, she had long been used to it. In response to Perry's rant, Carla explained, Jennifer has transferred to Gotham City, and I am helping her moving. Perry almost died of anger. You really don't take your work seriously, do you? If it is an ordinary employee, he would like to be fired on the spot. But the opposite is Carla, not just his little junior sister. The main reason is that Carla's column has always been very popular, and it can be regarded as the face of the Planet Daily. What's more, Carla has also signed a contract. She can't leave the Daily Planet casually, and the Daily Planet can't fire her casually, otherwise she will have to pay a liquidated damages. Don't worry, Carla said, not wanting to embarrass Perry, let alone being yelled at by him. I will find time to interview Bruce, or find a chance to help you get back a set of Batman photos, so that there will be no is there a problem? By the way, I'm about to become a reporter, but I remember that I wrote a column. Perry glanced at the one on the table. Carla sent it to him by courier this morning. The article to be published in the next issue, with a grin on the corner of his mouth, snorted softly and said, this is your usual laziness. Punish. Carla yelled and put the phone away. Brother Perry still takes good care of you. Jennifer on the side took the opportunity to joke. Could it be because he likes you? I remember when he was in school, he always took good care of you. Carla glared at Jennifer, knew she was unmarried and still made fun of her. As for Perry's words, Brother Perry, you still don't know, there is only one old man, and he is self-aware. Jennifer sticks out her tongue. Brother Perry is so pitiful. He actually said he has self-knowledge. Does that mean he knows it's hard for him to lick toad and eat swan meat? It's not that Perry is not good, but there are too many people who are better than Perry. Among other things, if Carla winks at Bruce, he will forget who Rachel is. In fact, Carla has too many suitors. Once she was too popular because of the column, and the company also wanted to train her as a face, and let her participate in a talk show. It was also because of that talk show later, for a period of time, many well-known wealthy people went to the planet to declare that they wanted to invite her to dinner. The retirement of the previous editor-in-chief may not have been due to the exhaustion of dealing with those rich people. Because Carla never shows up, you solve the troubles you provoke yourself. Carla has been a figure of the day since middle school. Maybe she's the only one who always thinks she's relatively low-key. The two drove while chatting, and soon came to Jor-El City. During these few days, Carla also accompanied Jennifer to find a place to live in advance, an apartment with a high safety factor, and the corresponding costs are not low zero. But with Jennifer's current salary, this payment is still very easy. In fact, with Jennifer's current position, she can be regarded as a little rich woman, with at least tens of millions of deposits on the card. Doesn't feel like a lot? But you know this is pre-millennium, and that's a lot of money. What's more, it's not about comparing with those billionaires. Compared with the income of the bottom of Gotham City, this is also astronomical. If Jennifer dared to accept bribes unscrupulously, she would only get more. Definitely she is not that kind of person. When she was a prosecutor, she was known for being unselfish. Even when Carla called Bruce and asked him to host a treat to welcome Jennifer, even Bruce praised Jennifer on the phone. Even Bruce had heard about the deeds of the new justice. But what didn't make Jennifer happy at all was that although Bruce had heard of her reputation, he only forgot that Jennifer was once his classmate. That's embarrassing. But at night Bruce still drove to meet the two beauties. Carla didn't pay too much attention to her own image. She was dressed in casual clothes, shirts, pants, and flat sneakers. She didn't look like a person who was about to turn 30, but was a bit youthful and playful. Only those glasses hindered her overall style a bit. Carla also tied her long hair into a single 0.7 ponytail, which is already one of her regular hairstyles in her daily life. Otherwise, she would put her hair in a straw hat to avoid getting dirty when she went to work in the farmland. On the contrary, Jennifer has been well dressed, wearing a blue dress, beautiful high-heeled shoes, simple light makeup, and specially combed hair, no expensive jewelry, just wearing a pearl necklace and a delicate lady's watch. When compared with Carla, even Carla is a little bit inferior. After all, people depend on their clothes, let alone girls, and a well-dressed person can be compared with a sloppy one. Even Bruce's eyes lit up when he saw Jennifer after he came. Even if he didn't feel shocked, he still thought Jennifer was very beautiful. Jennifer secretly rejoiced. It seemed that her work was not in vain. Before coming to Gotham City, Carla called Bruce. Jennifer is her friend, and she knows that Jennifer has not forgotten Bruce for so many years, and she is simply an infatuation. That being the case, she can only try to match up as much as possible, and she doesn't care whether she can help Jennifer in the end. So after they packed up, Bruce drove a supercar to meet them. Don't doubt how much money Bruce has, any more than you need to doubt that Iron Man can buy a building in an instant in order to tear it down. According to Carla's evaluation, Bruce really looks like a dog after some grooming. Moreover, this bastard would also play the role of a bohemian swinger during the day, rich, handsome, and exuding a deadly aura. No wonder it can attract so many famous women. Only on behalf of Gotham City, I personally welcome the arrival of the Chief Justice. Bruce greeted Jennifer with grace and humor. But Jennifer was a little unhappy. I hope you can call me by my name and welcome me as an old classmate. Bruce glances at Carla aside. Old classmate? You haven't forgotten 20, have you? Jennifer's shoulders drooped a little. She dressed up with great interest just now, but she didn't expect that people might have forgotten her character. Isn't this too shocking? Carla glared at Bruce. Back then, I only had 2 friends. One was Jennifer, and the other was Danny. Even though you and I were the only classmates, you shouldn't forget your classmates, right? Bruce slapped his forehead with his hands. I'm really sorry. You also know that the Wayne Group has a lot of work every day, so forgive me. I will use a well-prepared dinner to make up for my mistakes. Carla actually wants to expose his lies. She has a lot of jobs. She is a reporter, and Bruce has already handed over the position of CEO of the company to Lucius Fox. In fact, Bruce is honestly playing the swinger now, so he doesn't have any so-called work to be busy with. But in order to keep Jennifer from being sad, Carla just continued to stare at him without revealing it. Then Carla and Jennifer got into Bruce's car together, and it was the rear driving. Carla's car wasn't too bad, but compared with Bruce's super sports car, he immediately felt extremely sad. The bastard, who had promised to give her the Batmobile, but Carla later realized that she couldn't drive that thing to work. What's more, after Oracle Man debuted, she had to be careful not to reveal that she was Oracle Man. It seems that there is no chance to get the agreed reward. This made Carla intentionally begin to speak ill of Bruce. Bruce, I heard that you burned down the manor that your family had passed down for generations after getting drunk. How about it? Are you rebuilding? Bruce glanced at Carla from the rear car mirror, very helpless. Who reported it? Isn't it your signature? Jennifer also knew that Carla's name was on the report, and knew that she was deliberately making fun of Bruce, so she couldn't help covering her mouth and letting out a soft snigger. Carla glanced at Jennifer. Sisters, who doesn't know who? When did you become such a lady? Jennifer rolled her eyes. The male god is here, to save face. Because of Carla's gags, the whole journey can be regarded as laughter. And Carla learned that in just 1 month, the Wayne Manor seems to have been rebuilt, and Bruce also invited them to be guests at night. Carla was dumbfounded, and could only swear, evil capitalist. That's right, Bruce is so rich, such a huge manor was burned to ruins, but it was about to be rebuilt in less than a month. It seems that being rich is self-willed. Bruce refrains from mentioning those veins of gold that Carla found somewhere. In the world, nothing can be compared with gold to preserve value, even if diamonds are artificially hyped. In fact, the original diamonds are not expensive, just the value of ordinary gems. Only gold, since ancient times, has been used and stored as a currency guarantee since its value was discovered. Including now, if there is no gold as a store of value, can't those banknotes be printed at will? The US dollar is also called the US dollar because the original US dollar can be directly linked to gold. Gold is very important, more precious than oil and natural gas. Let's put it this way, even if the veins Carla discovered were sold to others for mining, she could sell at least 10 of them for more than 1 billion. In fact, she is the rich woman. The Wayne Group is rich, but it also has a lot of expenses, including many other shareholders in the company, not all of which belong to Bruce alone. It's just that Carla doesn't want to be so troublesome. She doesn't want to cause trouble because of these gold mines, and she doesn't really care about money. It's like you want to buy God with money, a person who can tear the earth apart at any time. Does she care about money? Bruce drove Carla and Jennifer all the way to the front of a magnificent hotel. God knows how many stars this hotel is. Anyway, there is a large courtyard outside, with flower beds, fountains, and so on. Naturally, there are well-dressed welcome doormen at the entrance. Compared with the surroundings, Carla seems not so popular. Even the doorman stopped Carla tactfully. Dear miss, your clothes don't conform to the rules, so please. Carla is wearing an ordinary shirt, a pair of jeans and a pair of sneakers, which is really different from those well-dressed ladies and celebrities who wear small dresses and high heels. Carla raised her hand to scratch the back of her head, and shook her beautiful long golden hair, which made the doorman stare blankly, as if a galaxy appeared in front of her eyes, which was brilliant and extraordinary. Give it to you. Carla turned to Bruce and asked, since you brought us here, you definitely have to solve it. Jennifer complained to Carla in a low voice, I told you to wear my 850 dress, and there must be a dress requirement when you come to this kind of place. Carla snorted, may I ask who is the customer? I've only heard that customers pick restaurants, but I've never heard of restaurants picking customers. Hypocritical, poor, and fastidious. Bruce's eyes lit up, as if Carla had spoken to his heart, and he, a swinger, liked to be so informal. I once heard that he brought 2 supermodels with him, but those 2 girls were not easygoing lamps, so they ran to swim in the pool in the lobby of their house halfway through their meal. Later Bruce also joined in, not a fuel-efficient product. At this time, because of the situation at the door, the manager rushed over and heard Carla's words. He couldn't help frowning and reminded, Miss, this is a high-end hotel, and the guests who come here are all celebrities and politicians. You are responsible, and you are also responsible to other guests. This sentence can be said to be neither humble nor overbearing. Even Carla nodded. If it was just blindly making things difficult for the guests, then she definitely had more words to refute. But the manager was very smart to ask her what other guests asked her, and she had nothing to say. You are a guest, and others are also guests. But when Bruce opened his mouth, it was completely different. He said to the manager, sorry, I'm Bruce Wayne, the owner of this hotel as well as yours. The manager looked straight at Bruce, then bent over and said, please. Carla has only one sentence, MMP. Why don't you just watch people order dishes? Under the leadership of the hotel owner Bruce, Carla still came in. You should really learn from Miss Jennifer. If you are willing to dress up a bit, there will be countless people willing to invite you to dinner just by standing in front of the door. Bruce also teased Carla deliberately. Jennifer glanced at Carla secretly. Carla is angry. Girl, people call you Miss Jennifer. Can't you recognize such an unfamiliar title? Are you still happy? And for Bruce's statement, Carla is not cold at all. Do you really think I care about coming here to eat? Or do you think I don't have any money? Carla snorted. I'd rather share my prey with the pack than sit with you beasts in clothes. At least the most direct hostility can be felt without intrigue. Bruce shrugged, scolded. A group of 3 walked into the lobby of the hotel. As the boss, Bruce didn't need to reserve a seat in advance. Unlike other people, the earliest one might need to reserve a seat a week in advance, otherwise they would not be entertained. Like Harvey Dent. During this time, they passed a table where Harvey Dent was sitting next to him, and Rachel was opposite him. Harvey Dent was complaining to Rachel about how outrageous the hotel was. He waited for 3 weeks. It is said that this was the last attention he got from revealing his identity as a government official. We also had to find someone, for example, someone to manage the sanitation. It can be seen. But just think about who their boss is. Rachel. Bruce also noticed the situation at this table, and made a surprised sound when he saw Rachel. Carla slapped her forehead. That's a little promising. Jennifer sneaks a shoulder bump to Carla, meaning who is that? That's your rival in love, Carla muttered unambiguously. She is Bruce's childhood sweetheart, so you know, your rival in love is not me, she is. But don't be discouraged, I see her I'm dating this gentleman in front of me. Bruce glanced back at Carla, who heard it, and then at Jennifer, who bowed her head shyly. Stupid Carla, don't let him hear you. Carla's words were only heard by Jennifer and Bruce, not even Rachel and Harvey Dent who were in front of them. Rachel looked a little embarrassed when she saw Bruce, but she forced a smile and said hello, Bruce, this is Harvey. Harvey, this is Bruce. Bruce politely reached out to Harvey, and the two said hello to each other. But that's all, they are not familiar with each other after all. Rachel glanced at the 2 women behind Bruce again, and asked with a smile, why don't you introduce your friend? Bruce turned sideways and introduced successively, this is Miss Carla, who is now working for the Planet Daily. She is a sharp-tongued reporter and has a well-known column. This is Miss Jennifer, who used to be the Metropolitan Ding-Ding, a well-known prosecutor who was recently transferred to Gotham City as Chief Justice. Harvey's eyes lit up. He took the initiative to shake hands with Jennifer, and said, I've heard of your unselfishness before, and I've been yearning for it for a long time. Jennifer responded politely with a reserved smile, I've also heard about Mr. Harvey. Before coming to Gotham, I heard that you will be the new chief prosecutor. It seems that we can cooperate well. Gotham City is sorted out. That's right, Jennifer and Carla already knew that the newly appointed chief prosecutor was Harvey Dante, and Jennifer was promoted to chief justice. Bruce glanced at Jennifer and Harvey, thought for a while, and suddenly said emotionally, I think we might as well join a table. He suddenly had the idea of wanting to test it out. No one else knew, but Carla and Rachel knew that he was the Batman. Today I just met the newly appointed chief justice and chief prosecutor. He wanted to hear their views on the current Gotham City and their future ideas. But Rachel obviously misunderstood, and muttered, it's not convenient, is it? The hotel probably won't agree. However, although she is Bruce's childhood sweetheart, she still underestimates Bruce. Carla shrugged, this is his. Even the entire hotel belongs to Bruce, so he can come here as he pleases. In the end, under the arrangement of the manager, the waiter arranged 3 chairs beside the small table for 2. This kind of square table used to be barely enough for 4 people, but now it sat a full 5 people. Carla complained, can you really let it go? Bruce obviously didn't want to drink, so he gave Carla a wink, meaning that he could go to his manor to entertain her again at night, and don't talk now. Carla was about to order, but at this moment she had to close the menu, and said with a sigh, a bottle of wine, I don't know the brand, anyway, you can just take the most expensive one. The waiter looked at Carla stupidly, wondering what kind of wine to drink if he didn't know the brand. People who come here are very particular. Even drinking a glass of wine requires several steps. Needless to say, sobering up, even shaking the glass a few times, and smelling it, how much to drink in one sip, how much to pour in a glass, is very troublesome. Anyway, Carla doesn't care anymore, she drinks the same whether you give her red wine, white wine, or beer. Bruce obviously had something to say, looked at Harvey with a smile, and asked suddenly, the new chief prosecutor hasn't been welcomed yet. Speaking of which, you should have heard of the masked vigilante, Batman. I wonder what you think of such a dangerous person who is not under the control of the law. I say myself? Carla on the opposite side turned away, with an unbearable smile on the corner of her mouth. But Harvey's answer surprised Carla. Gotham City should be proud of those who act bravely, Mr. Bruce. Although he is indeed a dangerous person, it cannot be denied that what he did was just. Carla saw Bruce's eyes light up, and even she herself became interested in Harvey. Are you saying Batman is a hero? And Oracle Man? She didn't, Zhao, forget her, responsibility. But in my opinion, you trusted and elected officials are the real heroes, not a person above the law. Carla also became interested in Harvey, wondering what he would do reply. Even Bruce said, who allowed him to be so arrogant. They secretly looked at each other and smiled, because they were the Batman and Oracle man that at the moment talked about. Rachel looked at Carla thoughtfully. It turned out that this time it was not Harvey who answered their questions, but Jennifer who spoke. She picked up the red wine that the waiter had brought and poured a third into the glass. Looking at the bright red wine in the glass, Jennifer said in a cold tone, "Everyone, those who stand by and watch the bullies wreak havoc on this city, and watch this city finally degenerate and decay. Batman and Oracle man, they are the expected dawn in this darkness." It is stated in advance that Jennifer does not know Carla's super ability, let alone that she is the previous Oracle man. Carla still respects her adoptive father very much. Since Jonathan won't let her reveal her identity, she won't let others find out that she is a Kryptonian. So, Jennifer's thoughts are not because of Carla, but her own most authentic thoughts. Even Carla was a little surprised. Jennifer looked at Carla amusedly. She didn't really think that she was just a nympho. Did she really think that she came to Gotham City because of Bruce? As a metropolitan, I once thought that Gotham City was hopeless. It was full of darkness, corruption, and depravity. It was like an abyss that would never see the light of day. I always thought that it would destroy itself. Jennifer shrugged, although she was surrounded by Gotham people, but she didn't care about expressing her truest thoughts. Like the Queens versus Brooklyn meme. Gotham City and Metropolis are so close, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are brother cities. But the people in the two cities are not so friendly. It is better to say that the people in the Metropolis are more different. It is not that they look down on the people of Gotham City, but that the environment of Gotham City is criticized. The former Carmine Falcone even blatantly entertained the dignitaries of various departments, and almost bought the head of the government. This is 350 Gotham City in the eyes of outsiders, and the city is hopeless. Jennifer took a sip of the red wine that was as red as blood, and continued, "It is because of the appearance of Batman and Oracle that I saw the light. Do you think they are bastards who are beyond the law? No, it is because of people's inaction, because the law sometimes has no way to deal with real assholes, and the city needs them. They are real superheroes in my opinion. If Gotham City was in darkness before, then Batman and Oracle were the city's dawn, and they made me see that there is still justice in this city. I'm not accusing ordinary people of inaction, but it is. Because everyone is just watching, the existence of superhero is more needed." Finally, Jennifer took out her necklace from the neckline, and Carla realized that her necklace was not an ordinary decoration, and there were two little bat logos hanging on it. One is pure black and the other is silver white. Black stands for Bruce's Batman, and white stands for Carla's Oracle. Because of them, I have the confidence to come to this city. I believe that with their help, coupled with the efforts of Mr. Harvey, Kal-El, and me, and the common awareness of the people in the city, justice will eventually defeat all evil. While speaking, Jennifer brought the two little bat logos to her face and kissed them lightly. Carla didn't start again, wondering how Jennifer would feel when she knew that one of the idols she admired was her. Even Bruce stared deeply at Jennifer, as if he had known her for the first time, or felt her existence intuitively and profoundly for the first time. In fact, even Carla didn't expect Jennifer to say these words. After all, they had a fault for a period of time, and Jor-El didn't know much about Jennifer's growth. Jennifer is almost 30 years old, and she is a mature prosecutor, so she is no longer a little girl who is well informed. Harvey on the opposite side also nodded approvingly. "I think so too, either to live forever, or to live long enough to watch myself being forced into a villain. I don't dare to be a villain." Jennifer smiled playfully, raised the cup in her hand, and greeted, "To the heroes, to Batman and Oracle man, cheers." Harvey raised his glass decisively and touched Jennifer. Then the two clinked glasses with other people respectively, but when Harvey was about to clink glasses with Bruce, Carla reached out and held Bruce's hand. "Hey, man, you still have to drive us back, are you sure?" Bruce had to put down his glass and show Harvey an apologetic expression. In fact, Carla knows that Bruce does not drink, including when he invites her to dinner. He quit alcohol after becoming Batman, so that he can meet the challenge at any time. If it is really unavoidable, he will also replace it with ginger juice. As for Carla herself, don't worry about it. It is very difficult for her to be poisoned in the world. Alcohol is generally called ethanol, which is a common name for ethanol aqueous solution. The purity is definitely higher than that of ordinary wine, and it must not be drunk directly. Therefore, drinking too much or getting drunk can also be called alcohol poisoning or alcohol poisoning, but it is only a mild and severe relationship. For Carla, she is immune to almost all toxic substances in the world except kryptonite, and alcohol is definitely no exception. But she won't pretend to be dead, just find the most poisonous snake to bite herself. In fact, I have encountered them before. When I traveled all over the world, I inevitably encountered rattlesnakes or cobras. However, due to her defensive power, she didn't get bitten through the skin, but was roasted and eaten by her. As for the smell of snake meat, chicken, to pay respect to the two superheroes, Carla and the four of them had a toast without Bruce. I have to say that it is really wise for Carla to choose expensive ones and not the right ones. Even Carla, who doesn't know how to taste wine, nodded. That's right. She also called the waiter and asked if she could pack a box and take it home. Bruce's face turned dark. "Sister, this bottle costs about $100,000, or US dollars. Are you really welcome?" There are better wines in my manor. If you still want to drink, you can come back with Miss Jennifer and stay with me for one night, Bruce invited along the way. Jennifer's eyes lit up. Carla narrowed her eyes slightly. The bastard did it on purpose. She glanced at Rachel beside her, and smiled. Do you still want to hurt each other? Come on, bastard, whoever is afraid of whom. Miss Rachel, Carla turned her head, looked at Rachel beside her, and asked, you and Mr. Harvey must not be together by chance, right? Are you dating? Rachel paused, bit her lip, not knowing how to answer. Harvey didn't have any worries anymore. He took Rachel's little hand directly on the table, and replied actively, yes, we are dating. Rachel is the most beautiful girl I have ever met, and she is also the kindest girl in my heart. Deeply infatuated with her. I love you. The last sentence was Harvey turning to Rachel. Carla smiled and clapped her hands for them, and winked at Bruce, who was not in a good mood. Bruce couldn't help but raised his hand to pick up the glass and drank it down. Carla didn't stop him this time, but stood up and poked Jennifer on the shoulder. Bruce looked at Rachel, and couldn't vent the sadness in his heart, so he could only forcefully smile and say, congratulations, Rachel, and then, we won't bother you. Without eating, Bruce ran away in disgrace. Carla hurriedly called Bruce to stop. Don't forget to pay the bill. The bottle of red wine she asked for might cost Harvey several months' wages. Facing Rachel, who switched to Harvey's arms, Bruce had a hard time accepting it. So he didn't even bother to eat, so he ran away as if to escape. Carla and Jennifer, who were involved, could only leave temporarily. Bruce, who was driving the super gun, was obviously absent-minded, and Carla had to drive him out of the driving seat halfway and sit in the driving seat by herself. Dare to drive after drinking? You are not afraid of death, and we don't want to bury you with you, Carla cursed while starting the expensive super sports car. As a result, Jennifer complained, didn't you drink it yourself? Carla glanced at Jennifer and Bruce, who was deliberately driven to the back row by her, from the rearview mirror, snorted softly, and started to look outside before they got married. Bruce did suffer some blows. It turned out that after solving Lars and saving Gotham City, Rachel went to find Bruce because he knew his identity. At that time Rachel also kissed Bruce because of what Bruce superhero did. Just when Bruce thought he could be with her, Rachel turned him down, saying that maybe they would reconnect when he was no longer Batman. But Bruce never expected that before he was no longer Batman, Rachel would have a new boyfriend. Rachel is not the kind of person who only dates her boss. After all, if she is, she should be with Bruce. It's because she likes upright people and people with a heart of justice. Including Rachel's ex-boyfriend and the current Harvey, they are all people full of justice and integrity. However, only Bruce was left out of the list by her. But Bruce is Bruce after all. He quickly recovered from this shock, and called the housekeeper Afu on the way. In fact, the only servant in Bruce's family is Afu, and he doesn't even have a servant on weekdays. After all, he has many secrets that he doesn't want to be known. Poor Alfred is both a father and a mother, and has to be responsible for making Bruce's quilt every morning. Now Bruce still called Afu to prepare dinner. After all, they didn't eat anything. Still, Carla couldn't stand it anymore, and said to Afu on the phone without looking back, just prepare the ingredients, and I will take care of it. Bruce, Afu is already so old, you better not torment him. It's best to quickly ask for a child to take care of the old man. Afu's voice suddenly rose. Miss Carla, are you already planning to accept the young master? That's really great. The car obviously shook, and Carla shouted angrily, it's not me, but I will bring a more suitable candidate. This is already an indication. Jennifer couldn't care less about being shy anymore, and looked at Bruce affectionately. Bruce smiled wryly. He just found out that his beloved childhood sweetheart had a new love. In a blink of an eye, he met a new relationship here. I just thought it was too dramatic. And the one in front of him and the other on the phone have been urging him to marry. They are not his parents. Bruce smartly didn't answer anything, but changed the subject and explained to Afu, then just prepare the ingredients as Carla said. I remember there should be a lot of things in the refrigerator at home. Afu agreed, there are some ingredients. You said you wanted to eat Wagyu beef a while ago, so you specially airlifted over a dozen of them. Carla cursed silently, evil capitalist. Airlift more than a dozen Wagyu cows directly? Don't go too far, Master Bruce. In this way, Carla and the others started to rush to the Wayne estate of the Bruce family. Carla has been there once before, and now she still knows the road. She slammed on the gas pedal, and the super sports car roared and rushed quickly on the road. It was getting late now, and there were not many pedestrians and vehicles on the road. It was a rare opportunity to let the sports car run in the city, and she would not give up. Instead, the two people in the back row held each other's hands involuntarily, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Big sister, slow down. Bruce glanced at the pointer inadvertently, and found that she ran at a terrifying speed of nearly 300 at the highest. This was in the city, and she definitely did not run over the speed limit. It can also be seen from this that the performance of this car is definitely worth a lot. In this era, it can easily run 300, and it is definitely a super sports car among super sports cars. This is also in line with Bruce's identity. When she came to Wayne Manor again, Carla found that Bruce hadn't lied. The ruined manor had been rebuilt. What's rare is that she was surprised to find that not a single brick or tile had changed here, as if the old manor had just been restored. The castle has been updated inside and out, replacing the old ones with new tiles. 0 for flowers. 0. This is the third time Carla has come to Wayne Manor. The first time she saw the oldest castle, the second time was the ruins, and this time she saw the new Wayne's house. Before entering the door, Carla stood there and said to Bruce, "Congratulations." Brewston paused before replying, "Thank you. Welcome." Squeak. The door opened, Ah-Fu appeared in front of several people, and asked, "Are you going to stand outside and chat all the time?" Ah-Fu's complaints are still just right. Even Bruce had nothing to do with him, and turned to greet Carla and Jennifer. "Welcome to Wayne Manor, two beautiful ladies. Don't be a vampire's castle." Jennifer also began to get familiar with getting along with Bruce, restored her old style, and joked. Carla and the others are always laughing and fighting with each other on weekdays. It is really difficult for Jennifer to let her play a qualified celebrity lady all the time. In fact, Jennifer is a little more interesting. Walking into the gate of Wayne Manor, Carla looked around and found that even the interior decoration was trying to reproduce the previous picture as much as possible, as if the castle had been reborn. The only regrettable thing is that all the valuable cultural relics, works of art, etc. used as decorations have all become new ones. After all, those that were destroyed in the past cannot really be restored. "It's better to let me take it and sell it," Carla complained a little, and the others pretended not to hear it. "Okay." Carla clapped her hands again, and greeted Bruce. "I'm going to prepare dinner. Tell Jennifer to walk around." Carla also winked at Jennifer. This is her chance. Jennifer understood. Bruce was amused. Don't pretend he doesn't exist, he was watching. Ah-Fu stretched out his hand and led Carla to the kitchen behind the castle, and asked Carla along the way, "Is this lady the one you mentioned on the phone?" Carla nodded. "How is it? It's still suitable to be the mistress of the Wayne family, right?" Ah-Fu looked at Carla complainingly. "Miss Carla is more suitable. Don't think about it like that." Borrowing those super ingredients stored by Bruce's family, Carla prepared a sumptuous dinner by herself. And she is not afraid of waste at all, so she even used Wagyu beef to make beef brisket and persimmon soup. Even Bruce shook his head. Ah-Fu also said that if she was the mistress of the Wayne family might go bankrupt. After a belated dinner, Carla and Jennifer were left behind, and the Wayne family's castle had enough room for guests. At night, Carla was awakened by some unknown voices. She had to block out those voices, got up in the silk nightgown prepared by Alfred and went to the hall outside. Ah-Fu was well prepared, with a variety of water and beverages on the outside table, and even a bottle of red wine. Carla glanced at it, and finally chose to take the glass of water to the floor-to-ceiling windows. When passing by, 450 brought a sofa and put it down. She sat there and watched the beautiful night scenery outside, feeling happy for her friend. At the same time, Carla is also worried about Jennifer. Gotham City is far from ushering in its own dawn, and even before the dawn, it is the darkest time. Jennifer didn't understand that late at night was not scary, only this time was the scariest. Just then, there was a slight sound of footsteps behind him. Carla took a sip from the cup, and complained without looking back, "I think it's time for you to check your body." Bruce was a little embarrassed, and muttered, "I didn't expect her to be. It's hard to say what happened later. My Jennifer is very innocent and a rare good girl. The only person who makes her fall in love is you, and you are definitely her first love." Carla turned around and said without warning, "Don't disappoint she." Bruce lowered his head and picked up a glass, hesitated for a while, picked up the bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. This is the second time he has been held against his will. "I don't know," Bruce said awkwardly after drinking the drink in his glass. Carla sneered, "You definitely don't know. Back then you were completely immersed in hatred and sadness, and you turned a blind eye to everything around you. Later, various things happened, especially that Miss Rachel was the one in your heart, love." Facing Carla's eyes, Bruce felt more and more uncomfortable, so he had to change the subject and said, "Actually, Gordon recently brought a piece of news, a mysterious." "It's better not to tell me." Carla interrupted Bruce impatiently, reached out and pressed the arm of the chair to stand up, drank the clear water in the glass while walking and put it on the table in front of Bruce. Looking closely at Bruce, Carla reminded, "Don't forget that you and I have gone in two opposite directions, and I will not help you anymore. Bruce, you can only rely on yourself. Otherwise, you will never want to see me kill those damned guys again in front of your face." Bruce fell silent. They had had a dispute before over the settlement of Lars. Although the two people's beliefs are to fight criminals, their choices and views on the ending are completely different. Carla pays more attention to using violence to control violence. For those who will endanger the lives of others, she advocates cutting the grass and eradicating the roots to prevent future troubles. But Bruce thinks that their original existence and actions are not legal, let alone have the power and qualification to judge others. They are not judges. Rather, Jennifer, who was lying on Bruce's bed at the moment, is the judge of Gotham City today, and she is the judge. Jennifer, she finally got her wish. It's just that Carla doesn't know whether she can get what she wants in the end. The bastard Bruce was obviously stimulated by Rachel, and then, although Carla also contributed to the flames, she was still worried that Jennifer would be hurt. It cannot be said that Carla's ideas are too extreme, nor that Bruce's approach is too cowardly. They each have their own reasons and principles of conduct. Even Carla said that Bruce is the benchmark of justice, and she admires Bruce's character and principles. But she couldn't do it, and even despised him while admiring him, so the two can no longer cooperate, and she will no longer put on Batman's battlesuit and discredit Batman. So Carla didn't give Bruce a chance to finish speaking, turned around and was about to leave gracefully. By the way, Carla suddenly remembered something, turned around and said to Bruce, before I go back to Metropolis tomorrow, you still have to ask me to take a few photos, otherwise I won't be able to explain. In order to get my best girlfriend I sent one of them to you, but I missed work, and I can't explain it when I go back. 0. Bruce is powerless to refute. Is this the shortest way to eat people? Carla went back to the room again, and she had nothing to say all night, but she planned to sleep until dawn, but she was woken up early in the morning. Carla looked at Jennifer, who was sitting sideways beside her and was already fully dressed, and rolled her eyes. Even if you have become the mistress of the Wayne family, you don't have such hospitality, do you? Jennifer blushed, and knew that what happened last night should have been discovered. But, the women of the Wayne family? What the hell, talking nonsense. Hurry up, we should go back. I'm supposed to take office tomorrow, and I still have a lot of information to hand in, and make preparations in advance. I also need to know who I'm going to trial for the first time. Who is it? It seems to be from the Falcone family. I heard that the previous patriarch, Carmine Falcone, was once the biggest underworld boss in Gotham City. Shouldn't the Falcone family be destroyed after he entered? After waking Carla up, Jennifer immediately talked a lot. And it's all about her work. Carla sat up and looked at Jennifer in surprise. Jennifer rolled her eyes amusedly. What? You really think I'm here to be in charge? I'm not here to be the mistress of the Wayne family. I'm here to be a judge in Gotham City. Don't look at me like that, as you and Dan have been worrying about, the 0.0 relationship should come to an end. Well, it feels good to fall in love with a male god. Carla can't laugh or cry. Don't you just treat Master Bruce as a master for nothing? You put it down. Carla exclaimed. Isn't that white, blind? Jennifer shrugged. I don't want to be called an old nun by Dan, that guy. By the way, you should also find a chance to taste this taste. Actually, it's not bad. Carla shook her head. Suddenly she didn't know Jennifer. Jennifer smiled nonchalantly. This way I can concentrate on my work more. And I knew it after I met Miss Rachel last night. His heart had already been given to someone else, so I gave it up. Carla sighed and put her arms around Jennifer. It wasn't Carla who slept through the middle of the day, it was Bruce. Master Bruce, I think you really should check your body. Afu just walked into Bruce's room with coffee and milk. Bruce sat up and complained helplessly. Don't eavesdrop on my conversation with Carla. Afu shrugged. You guys almost had an argument last night. Even if I didn't want to hear it, I would hear it. But the meme about the body check is the original conversation. Bruce didn't poke Afu, but asked, what about them? Although Bruce didn't name them, Afu still knew who he was asking, nothing more than Carla and Jennifer, and they were the only guests other than them yesterday. Already gone, Afu said their whereabouts, and also drove away your Lamborghini. Bruce didn't care about this, but cared about another thing. Did Miss Jennifer leave anything? She just asked me to pass this to you. Afu put the tray on the table beside him, and took out a small black thing from it. It was a bat decoration, and it was that black bat. Does she already know who you are? 20. Afu picked up the black bat and asked. No, Bruce shook his head, knowing that Jennifer didn't know his and Carla's other identities, but had other symbols. The black bat represents Batman, and the white bat represents Oracle Man. Ordinary people may mistakenly think that Oracle Man and Batman, who appeared just once before, are lovers, right? This is just a token. There is another letter. Suddenly, Afu took out another letter and handed it to Bruce. Bruce has nothing to do with him. Is such an important thing brought out last? Open the envelope. It was Jennifer who wrote to him. Bruce, Mr. Wayne, you are gentle and not as bohemian as the outside world says. After many years, I see that you are no longer as decadent and sad as you were in your school days. I am really happy for you. You don't have to play anyone, just be yourself. It seems that Jennifer has recognized that Bruce is not the slutty brother as rumored by the outside world, but a mature and gentle excellent man. And that's Bruce's acting skills to disguise another identity. Later, Jennifer also wrote, Carla once asked me to bravely pursue my own happiness and love, and I have done it. Now I give this sentence to you. Since you like that Miss Rachel, you must bravely pursue it. Well, I've got what I want, and I hope you can too. Also, what happened last night, not bad, but that's about it. What does this mean? Bruce raised his head and asked Afu, because the belief was not blocked, so he guessed that Afu had definitely read it. Afu thought for a while, that is to say, that Miss Jennifer voted you for nothing, master, and then kicked you. To put it bluntly, she dumped you. Bruce's complexion is very dark, so needless to say it so bluntly. I mean, doesn't she like me? She has been secretly in love with me for many years. How could this happen? Bruce began to doubt life. Jennifer has loved him for so many years, and has never even favored other men. As a result, when the two of them finally had a chance to come together, they turned around and left in a smart and neat manner, leaving only a black bat logo behind. Why is this happening? Bruce is still a little ignorant of emotion. Afu sighed. Master, Miss Jennifer already knew that you belonged, that's why she left without saying goodbye. I think you should know what happened better than me. Rachel? He finally knew what was going on. On the other side, at Jennifer's house, Carla was still a little annoyed and poked Jennifer's forehead with her finger, angrily reprimanded. Forget about anything else, it was like that last night, and you still let it go? Are you crazy? Jennifer glanced at her amusedly and angrily. It is because I have tasted it that I can let it go, otherwise I will never forget it. You don't understand. Carla gritted her teeth. Who is she helping to avenge the injustice? Okay, you have time to go around me and beat my head. Why don't you help me sort out the information? Jennifer worked hard on her own for so many years, and she really let go of Bruce, turned around and concentrated on his work. She changed from yesterday's dress to home clothes, with her hair casually tied, and she was sitting cross-legged among a pile of documents. It was full of information about her work, and most of them were about the prisoners she was going to trial for the first time since she came to Gotham City. Jennifer also found the business card Harvey gave last night, and communicated with Harvey. Harvey is now the chief prosecutor of Gotham City, including the first court session, when he served as the prosecutor to indict the criminals. In other words, they will have their first collaboration next. In addition, they talked very happily during dinner yesterday, and they even spoke bluntly during the phone call, discussing the best way to sentence the criminal to life imprisonment. Because there is no death penalty, life imprisonment is already the most serious punishment. Carla looked at Jennifer helplessly. Are you too righteous? If the private conversation between her and Harvey gets out, including Jennifer and Harvey, it will be too much to go around. At that time, let alone demotion, it will be good if they can take the blame and resign smoothly. If they are serious, also serve time. But this is Gotham City, so it should be fine, probably. In the end, Carla had to help Jennifer do a lot of homework. For example, the evidence about the Falcone family, and even the Falcone family's royal lawyer has some stains, and it will be a good one at the critical moment. Handle. But in the final analysis, the witness is the most important thing. You might as well find a way to prepare for the witness. Once the witness backtracks in court, it will be very troublesome. Carla is also a high-achieving student, and she knows something about this. Jennifer carefully took notes to record some of Carla's suggestions, and when she finished sorting it out, she talked with Harvey again on the phone to discuss the matters that need attention. Afterwards 120 Carla heard after returning to the metropolis that the trial was quite exciting, and the person who was the accusation witness really retracted his confession on the spot in court. However, both Jennifer and Harvey had already made preparations, and their plan was thwarted. In the end, the current head of the Falcone family still made a trial. It's a pity that there is really no way to sentence him to life, only 10 years. Okay, it's time for me to go back. Carla couldn't stay in Gotham City to accompany Jennifer all the time. She herself had a job in the metropolis, including Clark, who had already started college life, and she hadn't paid a visit yet. Jennifer didn't care, and just threw a bunch of keys in the past. One is the key to her house now, and the three sisters are used to giving the keys to the other two. In addition, there is another one that is Jennifer's own car key. Carla is a little puzzled. In fact, Jennifer has her own car in the metropolis, but she asked Carla to help her move because it was being overhauled recently. I heard Jennifer say, "Leave your car to me, you send Bruce Wayne's car back, and drive my car after returning to the metropolis, and change it back when you come over next time." Carla looked at her seriously. Really let go. If I keep Bruce's car, there will be a chance to meet again, right? Jennifer shrugged. As you can see, I'm very busy now. The implication is that there is no time to fall in love, or a secret love. Jennifer seems to have turned on the sage mode suddenly. Carla has been surprised. Isn't the sage mode only for men? Anyway, she suddenly seemed to be enlightened, or maybe it was indeed as Jennifer complained, that Carla had always underestimated her. Who is not a mature intellectual big sister? Carla finally bid farewell to Jennifer, and she really should go back here. If you don't go back, I'm afraid Perry will go crazy. After all, she only submitted one issue of articles, and Carla's readers are planning to ask her to add updates, but you said you want to stop updates? This joke is not funny. And before going back, Carla had to send back the Lamborghini supercar that he drove in the morning to Bruce. When Bruce came to pick them up yesterday, he had been in his car all the time. When he left in the morning, he had to drive one of Bruce's cars. It was very troublesome to go back and forth. Carla really wanted to turn into a female Superman and fly back. Unfortunately, now is not the time. When Carla returned to Wayne Manor, Bruce finally woke up. You just woke up. What Carla saw was Bruce in his pajamas wandering around in the living room at home, which was almost the same as the time she interviewed Bruce before. Bruce shrugged. This was his home. Well, how is Jennifer? Bruce asked, pretending to be calm. Carla glanced at Bruce, only amused in her heart. Jennifer had been secretly in love with him for 10 years before, but now he finally pays attention to Jennifer, but Jennifer is no longer in the same place. Forget about her. Carla, who had told Bruce not to let Jennifer down last night, said abruptly, she's let it go. Bruce was dumbfounded. She just wiped it out and left, so she doesn't care about my feelings. Bruce met this kind of person for the first time, and hasn't she always liked me? How did it happen? Is it reversed? Generally, isn't it that a man is irresponsible to a girl? Why is everything different after coming to him? He was abandoned? Carla sneered. What's going on you don't know yet. Just because Jennifer could see Bruce's attitude towards Rachel, especially the look in his eyes, she knew that this man's heart was already occupied by other women. Forget it, Bruce, you should focus on your Miss Rachel. By the way, quickly put on your battle suit and take a photo. By the way, maybe I have to take a group of photos, otherwise it will be difficult to explain when I go back. Carla didn't forget the excuse she used to fool Perry. She either had to bring back a copy of Bruce's interview, or she had to bring back a set of photos of Batman. In today's world, maybe Batman is the first and only superhero. Carla has been to the deep sea and traveled all over the world. She once met Aquaman Arthur by chance. That kid's age is actually not young, probably not too much different from Carla and Bruce's age, and maybe in the same grade as Clark. Then, at that time, he was training with a man named Vico. Carla also learned a little about Atlantis fork tactics, and defeated Arthur in less than a day. Carla once also noticed that there is a female Superman who is deeply hidden, not a Kryptonian, but a woman with strength beyond ordinary people. She is Diana, who came to the human world from Paradise Island. That is Wonder Woman. However, none of them reveal their existence, but are either hiding among humans, or are not yet ready to debut as heroes. In fact, Carla and Clark are not the same. Carla is hidden among humans like Diana, and Clark is not ready yet. This also led to the trend of the Batman family dominating, and various reports focused on him. It's not the time for every city to have its own superhero. This also makes Batman's photos precious, especially the photo of Batman and Oracle Man, enough to gag Perry's mouth. Under Carla's urging and request, Bruce had no choice but to be pushed by her to the newly built study room, where there was a piano. As Bruce pressed some specific notes in sequence, a secret door was opened, and behind it was the mysterious Batcave. Bruce's full gear is there, including the second battle suit he built and perfected for Carla. The previous battle suit of Oracle Man was temporarily changed, but it was actually a battle suit that Bruce made for himself, and it was not suitable for Carla. I don't know when he secretly prepared a battle suit specially made for Carla. Carla even noticed that Afu had come here one step earlier and was painting Carla's battle suit. The color that would be harmful, that is silver gray. It's not white, after all, it's Batman, the Asgardian of Gotham City in the night, and the Dark Knight of Gotham City, so white can't be the main color. Silver gray, although not as stealthy as black, it will not be too conspicuous when moving in the dark. Carla seemed to understand something. It was because of Jennifer's necklace pendant. The color of the two bats was black and the other silvery white. Here it's just changed to silver gray. The two were happy friends, and Carla began to wonder if they were really destined for each other. I even thought of the title, and it's called Oracle Man Opens a New Era. Carla showed a satisfied expression, and the silver gray battle suit and cloak were still very impressive. Are you going to help me? Bruce asked. Carla looked at him sideways, the kind that can kill people casually. Forget it. Bruce shook his head decisively, the only thing he couldn't accept. Carla snorted softly, then don't ask, didn't I say that last night? A few steps forward, Zula took over the new battle suit from Afu. The dye he used is not only harmless to the human body, but also completed very quickly. Carla started to wear it on her body, and noticed that Bruce was still in a daze, so she couldn't help urging, quickly move me, I have to go back before night after I finish my work. Really think how much time she has? Having just returned from a month-long break and missing work for several days after returning, Perry couldn't be more crazy. Even Carla herself felt embarrassed. So Carla and Bruce put on the battle suit together, and asked Alfred to take pictures of the two of them. Carla also made up a little script, such as asking Bruce to cooperate with the two as if they were training, or the two sat on the Batmobile to rest. During the period, Carla also noticed that although Bruce has always been the most black-bellied one in the Justice League, his promises are still very good. So Bruce is building her own Batmobile for Carla, and it also incorporates the Batmobile that was under development before. Once the Batmobile is damaged, just can change four-wheel vehicle into two-wheel vehicle. After receiving a set of photo books completed in cooperation with Bruce, Carla bid farewell to Gotham City and embarked on the road to return to the metropolis. As for Jennifer, I hope she can take good care of herself and handle this relationship well. There should be no problem. That night, Carla came home in the evening, and before she had time to rest, Perry called and warned her that she should come to work tomorrow. Carla quickly agreed, and mentioned that she had got Batman's photo and would even prepare tomorrow's manuscript overnight, so Perry let her go. Then Carla called Clark and asked how he was doing at school, whether it was going well, and agreed to have dinner together in the evening. In the end, he was rejected by Clark. He actually rejected his sister's dinner invitation. It turned out that after Clark went to college, he finally made friends with a boy named Lex Luthor who lived in the same dormitory with him. After all, the people of the metropolis don't know Clark's weirdness since he was a child, and now that he can control his power, Jonathan will no longer prevent him from interacting with others. So Clark finally stopped being alone, and he made his first friend. The reason why Clark rejected Carla's invitation was also because he had an appointment with that friend. Carla, who heard the news, was also happy for the carrot 907 grams. Just a look of surprise after she hung up the phone. Wait, who? Lex Luthor? No kidding? Isn't that one of Superman's main enemies? Carla was speechless, never thought that the first friend Clark made would be his future enemy. But at least for now, Lex Luthor is not Clark's enemy, let alone a bad guy. On the contrary, according to Clark, Lex Luthor is still a very good person with great ideals. At least Carla is not yet the unjust Superman. She hasn't reached the point where she would kill someone just because of a name, and the other party is Clark's first friend. Therefore, she did not act in a hurry, but suppressed the matter, and was even interested to see what kind of sparks would be produced between Clark and Lex Luthor. By the way, what about Louise? On the second day after returning, Carla first went to fetch Jennifer's car, and then she will drive Jennifer's car for a while, because her car is now being used as a means of transportation for Jenny in Gotham City. In fact, Jennifer's car is better than Carla's, and she is making money. Driving to the long-lost planet daily, Carla couldn't help but feel dazed. She always felt that she hadn't come to work for a long time. To be honest, she felt very happy. Some familiar colleagues also showed surprised expressions when they saw Carla, as if they were surprised to see that she was not fired, but dared to come back. In fact, if ordinary people did this, they would have been fired long ago. But Carla's status in the Planetary Daily is not low, and she has prepared the archives of each issue in advance before starting her vacation, which means that she is resting. But the column she is in charge of has never stopped updating. Only these 2 days she really delayed the time, but when Carla found Perry and sent up the prepared photos and even the written copy, Perry was almost unhappy. The reason is also very simple. Carla also knows what's going on. Not only did she take a photo of the long-disappeared Oracle Man, but Oracle Man also replaced a new battlesuit, which alone is worth a lot. Nice job, Perry said, not blaming Carla, but praising her productivity. Carla asked, aren't you going to fire me? Perry didn't admit it. I never said I would fire you. By the way, during your vacation, I recruited an assistant. You come to get to know him. Perry cleverly changed the subject, and greeted a blonde beauty to meet Carla. Carla, she is Kate Grant. Grant, she is Carla, and now she is in charge of a column. You can ask me if you don't understand anything, Perry said, throwing Kate to Carla, and he wants to temporarily check whether the copy written by Carla has any deficiencies, or whether there are any places that are out of line. Carla rolls her eyes at Perry's back and asks her to bring someone new. Are you kidding? Are you serious? Cad. However, Carla turned around and looked at the newcomer in front of her. She stood there with her head down and her hands were still clasped together, looking very nervous. That's right, Carla is more or less a celebrity of the Daily Planet. As a novice, how could she not be nervous? Carla did not reject Perry, but looked Kate up and down. She has a good face and a good temperament. To be honest, if she is willing to go to sugar daddy, even marrying into a wealthy family should not be a problem. She came here to be a newcomer. She seems to be a girl with her own ideas. Carla nodded and greeted, since Perry wants you to follow me, you can be my assistant first. Perry raised his head and reminded, I remember what I said just now. She is still my assistant now. I asked you to take charge of a column after training her because her writing is not bad. He's not an assistant for Carla. Think too much. Carla grumbled pettily, then left with Kate first. Perry pretended not to hear. As long as Carla is not too out of line, in fact, Perry can be said to be spoiled by her. If it is someone else, let alone a month of paid vacation, you can take a vacation and try it, and you will not be sprayed. Definitely he is not bad, as long as you can successfully complete the task, then even if you go to the lounge to smoke and drink water or drink coffee and snacks, he doesn't care. The premise is that you can complete the task, which is very important. Perry likes talents and cherishes talents. He seems to be ruthless and selfless, but in fact there is no rain if there is too much thunder. As long as it is not too much, he will not fire anyone easily. This is why he can quickly become the new editor-in-chief and is loved and supported by everyone. Afterwards, Carla returned to her original life, going to and from get off work every day as before, with at most a small follower, and the new Kate was following her to learn how to make a column. Carla doesn't hide her secrets, and she doesn't play big names or pretend to be seniors to show off her qualifications. She will patiently talk about what she can teach Kate and give advice. Even Carla paid for the many times when I was looking for a place to have a drink at lunch or after get off work. The relationship between the two quickly became good. There was only one embarrassing quarrel, because Kate was curious that Carla was so powerful at such a young age, and praised her a lot of compliments. As a result, the former classmate who passed by poked Carla's pain and told Kate, who just graduated, that this girl who looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old was actually 28 years old. Carla is angry. I want you to talk too much? But what I have to say is that Carla has always looked very young, as if age and time have been frozen in a certain moment on her body. Only Carla knows that this is because of the relationship between Superman's physical fitness and cells. Then until one day, a news caught Carla's attention. It was reported that a group of gangsters wearing masks similar to Joker robbed a bank. Joker. Carla's life is back on track. She continues to go to and from get off work every day, and when she is free on weekends, she sleeps in at home or drives Jennifer's car back to her hometown. She never went to Gotham again. Anyway, Jennifer's car is better than hers. It doesn't matter. Jennifer didn't call Carla all the time, because her side was also very busy. After the biggest gang boss fell in Gotham City, at least 15 gangs were split in one fell swoop. Now Harvey is trying his best to fight against those gangsters, and Gordon is also helping. Other than that, Jennifer has only called Carla once, and it is said that Bruce now seems to be stalking her. It seems that Bruce is not satisfied with being dumped after being voted for nothing, or finally noticed Jennifer's. Okay, it's a pity for Bruce. Once a girl is cruel, she will be more thorough than a boy. Say no more love, no more love. Jennifer didn't talk to Bruce, but was busy with her work. And with the efforts of Jennifer and Harvey, the Falcone family was completely destroyed, and the new patriarch was also arrested. In addition, more than 90% of the most important money of the Falcone family was confiscated, and only some of the people who fled overseas in time took part of it. This battle can be said to be a complete victory. Carla told Jennifer to be careful not to be retaliated against. Jennifer is also very experienced, and in order to protect her, Gordon and Harvey will send many people to escort her every day. But Carla reminded Jennifer, Harvey and Gordon are credible, but their subordinates may not be. In short, you should be careful. Don't worry, Carla, it's not that I haven't received threats before. I bought the car you're driving not long ago, and the last one was blown up. But it can't scare me, Jennifer said once she became strong. Carla felt strange. She was no longer the weak girl who needed Carla's protection back then. Then Carla stopped paying attention to the situation in Gotham City. After all, she had made up her mind not to act as Oracle Man again. There is only one reason: she and Bruce have different ideas. The reason why she can still be friends now is because she no longer acts. Otherwise, they should have fought by now. Having said that, on the other side, Carla is now more concerned about Clark's recent situation. Why did this brat suddenly become friends with that Lex Luthor? Because Carla was so curious, she quietly came to Metropolitan University this weekend. She came from here, so she didn't encounter any obstacles when she returned to her alma mater. The alma mater is still the same as before, but it is a bit strange to Carla, because she only cared about stuffing knowledge in her head, and had no time to go around the school at all. But at least she won't get lost. Together with supervision, she quickly found Clark's whereabouts. Carla raised her eyebrows, a little surprised by Clark's current position, and walked forward with her arms crossed, and finally came to the edge of a field in the playground. Looking forward, Clark was running on the basketball court, chasing the only basketball with others. This is rare, because their adoptive father was strictly forbidden to participate in any sports activities in order to prevent the siblings from revealing their biggest secrets. I also know that if they participate in the sports meeting with their strength, no one else will have anything to do. But now Clark is playing basketball with his friends, and he has a big smile on his face, which Carla has never seen before. Sure enough, he still needs friends and an unfettered life. Seeing this, Carla didn't disturb Clark, but turned around and was about to leave. Seeing Clark's smile made her feel relieved, and it didn't matter who Lex was. But at this moment, there was a gust of wind behind him, and many people exclaimed, "Be careful." Carla stopped in her tracks, turned around abruptly, her long blonde hair drew a bright circle of light. Carla raised her right hand to block in front of her. The next moment, with a bang, a basketball appeared in her hand. It turned out that someone accidentally threw the basketball over. Only then did Clark realize Carla's existence. "Sister, why are you here?" On the court, other people looked over, and a group of brats were amazed by Carla's peerless beauty. Carla held the basketball in one hand, pushed the glasses with the other, laughing, and asked, "Why? Can't I come and see my brother? By the way, it's too difficult for you to invite, right? How many times have I asked you for dinner? Dare to let me dove?" Clark scratched the back of his head, giggling. Someone next to him bumped Clark with his shoulder and whispered, "Hey, Clark, it's so embarrassing. You never told us that you have such a beautiful sister. Zero looking for flowers." Clark also muttered, "She's 10 years older than me, so don't even think about it." Huh. Carla tilted her head, and her long hair behind her tilted like a galaxy. Carla looked at Clark unkindly. "It's not a gentleman's act to reveal a lady's age casually, Mr. Kent. Be careful, I'll go home and file a complaint." "Okay." Speaking of which, Carla turned her head to look at the basketball in her hand, and said intentionally, "The movement of a dozen people chasing a ball is really incomprehensible. Can't we buy a few more, one for each person?" "Miss Kent, basketball is not that kind of sport," someone said, dumbfounded. Following Clark's surname, it was always correct to call Carla this way. Carla shrugged, raised her head and looked at the basketball hoop in the distance. Suddenly she jumped up lightly, threw the basketball forward with her hands in her hands, and threw the basketball gracefully, and after drawing an arc, it went hollow into the net. "Don't think I really don't understand, I'm just making fun of it," Carla said, winking at Clark. Clark was a little helpless, bid farewell to his companions, walked out of the stadium quickly, and complained in a low voice when he came to Carla, "Sister, your performance is too exaggerated, it will affect me." Carla didn't care, and took a towel from someone from the side, and went up to wipe the sweat off Clark's head. Originally, Clark wouldn't sweat, he made himself sweat on purpose, so as not to look too different from others. "Let me do it myself, I can," Clark protested sheepishly to Carla. Carla sneered, "Little kid, I used to change your diapers and breastfeed you, now you hate me." Clark has nothing to do with her. When siblings, or when the age gap between brothers and sisters is too large, the dominant relationship in status is unshakable. There's no way, as long as Carla casually mentions a few black histories from his childhood, Clark can only submit obediently. "Okay, Clark, go and call your good friend Luther. Let's find a restaurant nearby to have some food. If I let my parents know that I haven't seen you since you came to the metropolis, I will suffer because I am hungry." Second. Outside the Metropolitan University, in a nearby Western restaurant, Carla and the others didn't go in, but sat down by the window outside. It is not that there is no cafeteria in the school, and Metropolitan University is a famous university. The food in the restaurant is still good, and the price is definitely not cheap. A university in a certain country is different from us. Their canteens are not cheap at all, but very expensive. Some unscrupulous universities even require you to eat in the cafeteria in the first year, and the most ruthless ones may require you to eat in the cafeteria for 4 years. The cheapest hamburger on the outside is only $3, and the inside costs $5 or $8. What's more, Carla wants to treat guests, so she can't go to the cafeteria to treat guests. At the moment Carla they are 3 people, she finally saw that Lakes, Luthor. Carla didn't know why, but Lakes and Clark were in the same grade, and even happened to be assigned to a dormitory in 347. Moreover, Lakes was not bald when he was young, but his hair was still very dense, and it was deliberately left to the point where it passed the ears. Carla has been staring at Lakes, wondering why he turned bald afterwards. Lakes was a little embarrassed, being stared at by such a beautiful woman, and Carla had already entered the society. Even if her eyes were not sharp, it would make people feel unnatural. Most importantly, Lakes is too young right now. After some understanding, Carla found that Lakes was not evil when he was young. It can also be said that he was not a bad person until he did bad things. Even Lakes has a sense of justice. The Luthor family is also a business family. If there is a Wayne family in Gotham City, then Metropolis is the Luthor family. In fact, there are many rich families in the DC world, such as the Quinn family in Green Arrow, not to mention the business empire created by the Pharaoh in Asgardian. In other words, the Wayne family is not the only one, and the Wayne family is just a facade consortium in Gotham City. Metropolis has its own consortium, which is the Luthor family. And Lakes is the heir of the Luthor family. During the meal, Lakes talked a lot about his views on society and his understanding of class. He believes that the poor are poor because they have no chance to rise, because wealth is held in the hands of a few. In particular, many children are not given a good environment and even learning opportunities from birth, and there is even less possibility of improvement. So he wanted to start charity first after inheriting the family business. In fact, Lakes has indeed appeared as a philanthropist many times, and has held many charity galas and established institutions himself. Carla was very relieved, and said, "It's a good idea to take from the people and use it for the people." Lakes savored that sentence carefully and thought it was very good. If this is the case, Carla believes that he will not lead Clark badly, and if Lakes can't help Blacken, he can become Clark's best friend and the biggest reliance. So Carla left with peace of mind. The biggest purpose of her visit this time was to test Lakes, and the second was to visit her younger brother. After all, she knows that Lakes is likely to be one of Superman's biggest and toughest opponents. I didn't expect them to become friends. Could it be because of Carla's relationship? She insisted that Clark must finish college. Maybe it really has a lot to do with her. Reassuring, Carla bid farewell to Clark and Lakes and was about to drive home. Today is the weekend, and it is a rare day off. She can still hurry home in the afternoon, have dinner with her adoptive parents, sleep at home, and drive back tomorrow morning. She is not too much trouble. Having said that, their siblings really deserve to be siblings. Carla had promised that she would go home during the school holidays, but she later reneged on her promise. Now Clark also didn't plan to go back during the vacation, but stayed at school to get along with his friends. I don't know how Martha and Jonathan will feel. The leisurely and peaceful days and life passed unknowingly for a month. Until one day, Carla was woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night. Disturbed by the harsh ringtone, Carla answered the phone, and it was Bruce. Before Carla threatens Bruce, if he wakes himself up because of some silly little thing, he will definitely go over and kick his ass. "Carla, Jennifer is hurt." Bruce's voice came first, which shocked Carla and immediately woke up. "What did you say?" Carla raised her voice and shouted angrily, "What's going on?" It was her car that was planted with a bomb. But don't worry, Jennifer didn't get too seriously injured because she noticed something was wrong in advance, but was slightly scratched. Bruce quickly explained to Carla. Just before midnight, Jennifer was coming home from get off work after working on a case. Gordon and Harvey provided Jennifer with 2 teams as usual. But when Jennifer opened the car door, she intuitively sensed something was wrong, immediately closed the car door and fell backwards. As a result, the car exploded, and huge amounts of impact and heat waves pushed Jennifer far away, causing many scratches on her body. Fortunately, Jennifer was not seriously injured. And Bruce has rushed to the hospital now, observing and protecting Jennifer. At least she won't be hurt twice. "Who is it?" Carla asked coldly. Bruce replied, "Joker. A bastard criminal who calls himself Joker. If you know anything about Gotham City's recent news, you should have heard of him." It's a pity that Carla really doesn't understand. But this does not prevent Carla from knowing who Joker is. Even if she doesn't know Joker's real identity, she still knows the existence of Joker. Squinting her eyes slightly, Carla hung up the phone directly. Although Bruce didn't ask Carla for help directly, how could Carla be indifferent after hearing the news of Jennifer's injury? So Carla didn't care about anything else, and drove to Gotham overnight. 5.6. On the way, Carla also called Perry. "Perry, I want to ask for leave." Perry was already asleep, but she was not only woken up by a phone call, but also asked for leave? How could he agree? But before he could refuse, Carla continued, "Jennifer is injured, it's a terrorist attack, I have to go there." Perry paused, held back what he was about to blurt out just now, and changed his rhetoric. "But what can you do when you go?" Carla sneered like silver bells on the phone. "Perry, why do you think I can get the photo of Batman so easily? Why do you think I can get the information of Oracle Man's new battlesuit in the first place? Don't silly. You. No. When I don't know anything, go and do what you like. But don't forget to bring back a new set of photos, otherwise we won't talk about it. Carla is not impulsive, although she has made it clear to Perry that she is the Oracle Man, but there is a reason for this. The first is that she must go to Gotham City next, otherwise Jennifer is likely to be in danger at any time. Secondly, Bruce and her identity are already known, and that is Rachel. If Bruce can tell Rachel, why can't she tell anyone else? And Perry is a smart person, he knows what he should know and what he shouldn't know, so when Carla is going to ask him to say you are Oracle Man, he still chooses to refuse. He didn't know. So Carla felt more at ease. Throwing the mobile phone on the co-pilot seat, Carla slammed on the accelerator, and did not hesitate to use psychokinesis to reduce the weight of the car, so that this ordinary car, which is not a sports car, soared to 400 miles per hour in an instant. This is already a terrifying speed that is difficult for super sports cars to reach. Even the theoretical maximum speed of the F1 racing track is only 375. Ordinary people can't control the car now, it's not just floating, it's almost flying. That's why Carla didn't go beyond common sense, otherwise she could make the car actually fly. Just like this all the way, Carla came to Gotham City again. Obviously, what she should be protecting is Metropolis, but now she is basically fighting for justice in Gotham City, and the two times are not because of herself. Injuries and attacks. According to the address given by Bruce, Carla came to the hospital where Jennifer is now. Quickly rushed to the corresponding floor, and in the corridor outside, Carla met Bruce. Where's Jennifer? Carla rushed over and asked, how is she? Bruce stepped aside so that Carla could see through the transparent glass window, and found that Jennifer had woken up and was sitting on the bedside, holding a thick file in her hand and looking at it. I want her to rest, but she... Bruce shrugged, and then said to Carla, you go and accompany her first, and I'll buy you some drinks. With that said, he left first. Carla breathed a sigh of relief. Pushing open the door, Carla walked into the ward. Jennifer looked up at Carla, then lowered her head again, focusing on the document in front of her. Carla walked over in a hurry, took away the document in her hand, and said angrily, you don't want to die? Didn't I tell you to be careful? Also, you are a patient now, what are you looking at? Carla was very angry, because Bruce described the scene. Her car has been completely reduced to ruins, which shows how powerful the bomb is. If it weren't for Jennifer's fall backwards after closing the car door in time, her life would probably be in danger, because there are also huge amounts of threats from the debris from the window explosion. It can be said that Jennifer is very dangerous. Jennifer looked at Carla amusedly, and noticed that Carla was a bit disheveled. Even her usually beautiful blonde hair was messed up, and she forgot to wear her glasses, revealing a more perfect and peerless beauty, and the clothes on her body were put on randomly. The upper body is a white shirt worn at work, the lower body is a pair of jeans, and the feet simply come out wearing a pair of slippers. It can be seen how hurried she came out, and she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Opening her hands, Jennifer pouted and said coquettishly, I'm not dead. Carla went up to hug Jennifer angrily and weakly, gritted her teeth and cursed, you're going to die. What's going on here? Jennifer didn't hide from Carla, and expressed her own speculation. It is estimated that we have obtained enough evidence with the help of that Batman, and then wiped out those gang leaders, so we have attracted revenge. Jennifer said it easily, but Carla's eyelids twitched. Want to wipe out all the brains of the gangsters in Gotham City in one go? Hey, your appetite is too big, right? Definitely that Harvey's idea. Carla rubbed her forehead with a headache. Jennifer is not a prosecutor now. To be honest, she is not qualified to arrest others, just like prosecutors are not qualified to judge prisoners. They are different divisions of labor and duties. It is the prosecutor and the police who have the evidence to arrest people, but Jennifer is mainly involved in the trial. After all, she is the Chief Justice. In other words, it was definitely Harvey who urged Jennifer to do that. They wanted to sentence the bosses of all the gangsters in Gotham City in one go, which would definitely provoke crazy revenge. But seeing Jennifer's indifference, Carla was angry. Are you serious? How can you explain to your parents when such a big thing happened? Jennifer sat up and took Carla's hand, so don't tell them, they will be terrified. Do you know? Carla rolled her eyes and said that she was almost scared to death. She was just two best friends. If something happened to them, she would never let it go. Okay, let me see where the injury is, said Carla, and started to lift Jennifer's quilt and her hospital gown to check her injury. Jennifer pressed her clothes tightly, looked at Carla with an incredulous expression, and shook her head to signal Carla to look behind her. Carla turned her head and noticed that Bruce had gone and returned, standing outside the door with a few bottles of drinks in his arms, looking straight through the window. You come in instead. Carla is speechless. When did he have this hobby? Speaking of which, what's going on here? Carla's gossip soul suddenly ignited, and she looked at Jennifer strangely, always feeling that Bruce's attitude seemed to be that way. Will you care too much about Jennifer? When did they get along so well? Jennifer shrugged, put the quilt back on her body nonchalantly, and muttered, it's nothing, it's just that I'm pregnant. Puff. Carla's foot sprained and almost didn't sit on the ground. Big sister, you got 607 moves in one shot? Are you developed? Carla reached out to touch Jennifer's belly. Jennifer reached out and slapped her away, and said angrily, I'm going to kill her. Carla almost vomited blood. Why? Isn't that the male god you have had a crush on for 10 years? She could hardly understand Jennifer. Jennifer looked at Carla with resentment, and sighed, it's not that you don't know that he has someone in his heart, so I have let it go. I only have one thought now, to restore peace to this city and bring justice here, let Gotham City usher in the dawn earlier. Then I may return to Metropolis. I used to think that I came here for the justice in my heart. In fact, you are right, Carla. My purpose is not pure. I came for him. But now I have seen clearly that we are destined to be unsuitable for each other. Maybe I will start a new relationship. Why don't you give me Clark? Carla complained unceremoniously, even if it's a best friend, I can't let my beloved brother take over, he's still an old woman. Jennifer said, don't forget we are the same age, you old woman. Then heard each other. Or I could have a relationship with that Batman, and I find I'm obsessed with that mysterious hero now, Jennifer added. Carla looked at Jennifer, who seemed to be looking forward to Batman, and sighed in her heart, silly girl, that's still Bruce, are you trapped in the Bruce circle and can't get out? Bruce was very gentlemanly and didn't bother Carla and Jennifer until Carla walked to the door and opened the door, asking him, when are you going to peek? Why don't you come in? He walked in with a little unnaturalness. I bought some drinks, don't worry, they are all function drinks. Bruce put several drinks he bought on the cabinet next to the hospital bed. Jennifer nodded and thanked her. Many people think that pregnant women should not drink function drinks, but in fact it is best not to drink coffee, because caffeine may be bad for babies. After all, caffeine can stimulate the nerves and brain. But most of the function drinks contain beneficial ingredients for the body. As long as they are not anti-fatigue, they can still be drunk. It's not that you can't eat or drink anything. In addition to Jennifer's work reasons, she usually drinks some function drinks to make herself more focused on her work. Carla looked at the two. It seemed that Bruce already knew that Jennifer was pregnant. But Bruce was obviously at a loss and overwhelmed. He didn't know how to deal with Jennifer and this relationship. But Jennifer was very natural, smiled and said to Bruce, you have helped me a lot, and now Carla is here, you can go back, Mr. Wayne. What a strange and normal name. Bruce turned to look at Carla. Carla shrugged, okay, she'll leave it to me. Bruce obviously didn't want to leave, but Jennifer had already said so, and he could only say, call me if you have anything to do. Then go away. Jennifer shook her head and said hello to Carla, you can sit down by yourself, I still have some materials to read. I will trouble you to stay here with me tonight, but I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Those bastards think so. Can you scare me? I'm sorry, but no one should try to run away. Carla watched her take back the file and read it again. While feeling helpless in her heart, she also admired and comforted the strength of this best friend. If an ordinary person encounters this situation, let alone a girl, even a big man will be frightened. I was attacked by a bomb just now, how dare I continue to return to work like a normal person? This is the current Jennifer, already full of charm, but unfortunately Bruce is blind and only sees his childhood sweetheart. Don't work too hard. Carla didn't stop Jennifer anymore, knowing that she couldn't stop it even if she wanted to, but just told her not to work too hard. Don't forget that you are not alone now. Jennifer froze, and looked at Carla resentfully. Do you have to say it? Carla shrugged. It's better to give birth. At worst, I will help you raise it. Aren't you really a lesbian? I don't want to marry you, Jennifer joked. Carla was angry. At least the godmother can't escape. Godmother and godfather generally refer to the guardians of Christian newcomers when they are baptized. In the early days, most of them were pious and famous believers in the church. Moreover, godparents and godmothers can also become surrogate parents, which means that if the parents of the child are no longer there, they can act as guardians to replace the identity and responsibilities of the parents. So nowadays, people who are not church believers generally have godfathers and godmothers, and they are all served by the closest people. With the relationship between Carla and the three of them, there is no need to think and know that they will become godmothers to each other's children, and Carla claims to be a bachelor, so Danny and Jennifer can only give half of the children to her. In fact, it's like the godparents or foster parents we recognize here. But Jennifer shook her head, apparently not intending to accept Carla's suggestion. But Jennifer didn't want to talk about it anymore, and continued to focus on the document in front of her, looking at the information silently. Don't doubt the reason why Jennifer seems to have endless documents and files. In fact, Jennifer and Harvey plan to list 800, 900, or even more than 1,000 crimes to try those gang leaders. You heard me right, there are hundreds of crimes listed alone. So definitely do your homework. What's more, there are tens of hundreds of prisoners to be tried, which is so simple and easy. Don't you really think that the judge just needs to sit there with a wooden hammer and give it a go? Carla didn't bother Jennifer either, and took a bottle of drink and pulled a chair to sit aside. Later, when she got tired, she got into a small hospital bed. It was no problem for two girls with good figures to squeeze into one bed. Carla hugged Jennifer's waist like this, and she fell asleep peacefully. Jennifer is very helpless. One is that she is in the way, and the other is, what are you doing here? Are you just here to sleep? Also, Carla hugged her belly tightly. Didn't she think she was going to take the baby out in the middle of the night? But she just shook her head dumbfounded, and didn't say anything, knowing that it was hard for Carla to come all night, so she had to work harder. Speaking of which, Jennifer suddenly felt like going back to her girlhood. When they were young, the three of them often lay on the ground side by side, chatting about young girls. When I was in college, I always crowded on the same bed and chatted. Obviously each had its own bed. It's a pity that Carla gradually alienated the two of them, and finally they left for 3 years. Jennifer pinched Carla's face with her hand, gritted her teeth and muttered in a low voice, hard-hearted guy. She and Danny have worried and feared for Carla a lot, and imagined countless miserable endings that she may encounter, such as whether she will be torn to pieces and eaten by beast, whether she will be robbed to be the wife of the village, and so on. Sometimes I will be awakened by nightmares, worrying that I will never see this good sister again. Shaking her head, Jennifer took back the distracting thoughts in her heart, and finally took a look at the thick document, then put it aside, patted Carla's arm, moved it down after Carla opened her hand, and put their heads together. Just like that, he fell asleep. But suddenly, Carla opened her eyes, looked at Jennifer who was familiar, so good, sleeping, and then turned her head to look out the window where the dawn was approaching, and quietly turned and got out of bed and stood on the ground. Her expression was extremely cold and terrifying, and she walked slowly to the door. If you look closely, you will find that Carla's feet are actually about 1 centimeter above the ground. She is not really walking, but floating. She didn't want to disturb Jennifer, and even opened the door with a layer of psychokinesis to prevent it from making a sound. Carla left the hospital just like that, and flew straight into the clouds. Condescending, Carla looked at the Gotham City that fell into silence, slowly closed her eyes, and listened attentively. She didn't hesitate to turn on the super hearing, regardless of the noise of the whole city pouring into her ears for a moment, and analyzed it, trying to find out the movement of a target. After a while, Carla suddenly opened her eyes again, turned on supervision and looked somewhere. Joker, I found you? Because of Jennifer's injury and being attacked, Carla has actually been suppressing the almost unbearable anger and killing intent. She is just covering it up, but she just doesn't want Jennifer to notice. But when Bruce was gone and Jennifer fell asleep, she had nothing to worry about. Carla flew over Gotham City, looking for Joker with supervision and super hearing. She doesn't actually know who Joker is, nor has she encountered Joker. But this does not prevent Carla from hearing Joker's voice on TV. Joker has been on TV arrogantly. Before attacking Jennifer, he also attacked others and handed over the video to the news agency. Carla identified and found Joker's location through the voice on the TV. But Carla has not completely lost her mind, so Carla took the time to fly to the Batcave before going to Joker, quietly drilled from the other side of the Batcave, under a waterfall, and took away her own equipment. She changed into a silver-gray Oracle Man battlesuit, crossed half of Gotham City, and finally flew to Joker's place. She came to Joker's headquarters, which is an abandoned and dilapidated playground, where the original Joker's headquarters is. In one of the dark facilities, Carla stepped inside. This bit of darkness has no effect on her. 967 is as clear as daylight. She could clearly see dozens of people holding dangerous weapons hidden in the room, and they were aiming at her. Carla can also see that there is a guy in a purple suit with thick Joker makeup on his face. He is Joker. The oil paint was white to flaccid, the dark eye sockets, and there were still 2 horrible scars around the bright red lips. This is Joker. Joker is generally a clown in a circus, and its existence is only to make people laugh or bring happiness to people. But at some point, another side of Joker began to exist. For example, Joker Killer. When Joker became the protagonist of a horror movie, people discovered that Joker can be so frightening. And at the moment, the Joker in front of him has become the haze of Gotham City. In fact, when Jennifer was attacked, Joker also attacked the director of Gotham City, who was Gordon's immediate boss after he became the sheriff, and the highest position in the Gotham City Police Department. His madness and unscrupulousness can be said to scare everyone. Now, however, Carla is coming to end him for no other reason than Joker hurting people he shouldn't hurt. Oh, let's see who this is. Oracle Man. She found us. Ha 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 ha. Joker also noticed Carla's arrival, and laughed wildly. Let's welcome her, Joker yelled, as if he had given some order, and the entire facility suddenly fell into a hail of bullets. Numerous bullets surrounded Carla from all directions, and most people didn't even know the enemy's location, and they couldn't survive such intensive attacks at all. But Carla was not an ordinary person. She just stood there without moving, and let all the bullets vent on her body, but the bullets that couldn't even damage the battlesuit were all turned into powder. After a while, the facility returned to silence and darkness. Carla patted her body, shaking off all traces, and said with a hoarse voice from a voice changer, "Are you finished? Then it's my turn." After speaking, Carla acted quickly. She was different from Bruce. Carla acted with the power of Superman, and she turned into a silver-gray light and shadow, rushing to one of the enemies in an instant. With a slight lift of the hand, Carla grabbed the man, and then pressed the other hand on the other's shoulder, and the other hand grabbed the other's neck and continued to lift. The whole head was pulled off by Carla. It must be dead. Then Carla turned around and charged at the other man, the cloak behind him fluttering like wings. Carla punched him this time, piercing the second man's heart. Immediately after the third person, Carla chose to slap the target from above this time, smashing the target's head with a split palm. Then came the fourth man, the fifth, and the sixth pie. In the dark environment, only screams could be heard continuously in the facility, and the screams were fleeting, making other people who had not been attacked break out in cold sweat. They offended people who could not afford to offend. Even Joker lost the whereabouts of Karla, turned his head and searched around quickly, but often only saw a blur of silver-gray shadows drawing beautiful and deadly tracks in midair, and then one of his men would appear was spiked. In the end, Joker didn't look for it at all, and waved his hands to dig around his ears, as if he was very annoyed by the screams of his opponents. Joker is a genius, a lunatic, and 10 monsters. Joker not only despises the lives of others, but even the lives of his subordinates, as well as his own life. Countless times he even wanted to die, just to drag others, especially Batman, into the water. He is not afraid of death, let alone killing others. Facing such a terrible person, Karla has only one choice. After killing the last of Joker's men, Karla turned into a light and shadow, holding a long silver-gray line behind her, and came straight to Joker. She clenched her fist tightly with her right hand, not giving Joker a chance at all, and she didn't want to capture him alive. That was not Karla's choice at all. She has only one goal, which is to not give Joker a chance to speak, and kill him instantly. Only in this way can the Joker and the chaos he has caused be completely resolved. But just when Karla was about to punch Joker, and was about to pierce his heart, but Joker spoke in time, "I can blow up Jennifer, because of that?" Karla was startled and had to stop in front of Joker. How did he know about himself? And Jennifer, what's going on? Why do you think the judge could find the bomb? Why didn't the bomb just kill her? Even the baby in her stomach was not affected? Can you guess why? Joker suddenly seemed to have grasped the situation. Yes, and his question just caught Karla's heart. She also wanted to know why. Could it be that? Did you lure me here on purpose? Karla gritted her teeth, but couldn't drop her raised right fist. Joker let out a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, you really know, you really guessed, you really can understand my thoughts. That's right, my goal is not only Batman, but also you, Oracle Man, Karla Kent. How do you know who I am? Bruce Wayne told me. Did Bruce tell Joker Oracle was Karla? How is this possible? Such a childish estrangement. Karla sneered. She would not be fooled. Boom. Karla grabbed Joker by the collar, not at all afraid of his horrible makeup, and lifted Joker to her face. Joker is said to be the same height as Batman, while Bruce is 1.88 meters tall and Karla is 1.9 meters tall, which allows her to condescendingly put pressure on Joker. Say, how did you know my identity, and the threat to blow up Jennifer? How did you do it? What did you do? Karla raised the volume, looking even more horrified under the voice changer. But Joker was not threatened by her at all. Instead he smiled. If you want to threaten others, I suggest you add a little torture method. Like taking out your heart. Karla moved her gaze down, aiming at Joker's heart. If Joker hadn't spoken in time just now, she would have pierced through there. As a result, Joker shook his head. No, that's too easy. I mean that you can use some methods to torture your opponent crazy. Kill his most important people in front of him. Or physical torture. It was as if he didn't know that what he said could happen to him at any time, or he just didn't mind or didn't care. Karla only felt that she had nowhere to use her strength. This kind of crazy, nervous, and terrifying opponent was the most difficult to deal with, so she planned to kill Joker directly from the very beginning. But Karla is still a little careless or conceited, and she still gives Joker a chance to speak. And inevitably, Karla fell into Joker's rhythm. She couldn't ignore Jennifer's safety, let alone the danger that her identity might be exposed at any time. You'd better not keep pissing me off. I'm afraid of myself if I get angry. Karla began to gasp, not a sign that she was about to lose control, but another deterrent. She will not let herself be completely led by the Joker. When necessary, she may resort to extraordinary measures, such as killing the Joker instantly, and then fly to Jennifer's hospital with all her strength, only saving Jennifer regardless of other people's lives. Maybe Joker also knew that he couldn't go too far, so he spread his hands and began to explain Karla's doubts. Actually, I guessed it. I attacked Wayne's manor before. Bruce Wayne attacked last night. Now it's the next day dawn, throwing a charity gala, or rather a fundraiser, for Harvey Dent. It turns out that Joker not only attacked Jennifer and the director, he also attacked Harvey Dent. After all, Harvey Dent is now like the Light Knight of Gotham City, guarding Gotham City with Batman, the Dark Knight, as a double knight. In fact, Oracle Man is also known as the female knight, but she only appeared once, and never appeared again. So everyone agrees with the statement of the two knights. As a result, while attacking Harvey, Joker encountered Batman and was ruined. After all, it was at Bruce's house, and he was sure to be there in time. At that time, Joker wasn't sure who Batman was, but it was a coincidence that Joker took Rachel as a hostage at that time, and in the process of threatening Rachel's life, he guessed by observing Bruce's actions and desperate attitude. He is Batman. Now that you know that Bruce Wayne is Batman, it's not difficult to guess the identity of Oracle Man. First of all, although your relationship with Bruce is not close, it is not unfamiliar. It can be said that Bruce can trust, because there are not many women Hill. And I also know that you have traveled all over the world like Bruce. You are such an amazing woman. In this way, only you can be the Oracle Man. Even only you can easily interview Bruce Wayne, and even get photos of Batman and Oracle Man. All the signs make me focus on you. What's more, even if my reasoning is unsuccessful, it doesn't matter even if it fails. But judging from your reaction just now, it's obvious that I bet right? Karla Kent. It has to be said that Joker has meticulous thinking and superb reasoning, and even the criminal psychology and anti-reconnaissance that give Batman a headache. and he has always been recognized as one of Batman's strongest opponents. Joker's strength is not his own strength, but his madness, nervousness, fear of death, and purposeless chaos and evil, coupled with his superb mind, is simply invincible. Don't feel like I'm threatening you. I have set up tons of explosives in Justice Jennifer's hospital, and I can let it go up to the sky at any time. Joker mentioned the threat to Jennifer again. You definitely don't want to. Would you die if you saw your best friend without even seeing your own child? 0 for flowers. 0. Joker has repeatedly threatened Carla, but Carla has nothing to do with him, because Joker has accurately pinpointed her Achilles heel. Tell me, what do you want to do? Carla had no choice but to loosen Joker's collar. She didn't dare to risk Jennifer, and she didn't want to reveal her identity. In the end, she still had to follow Joker's rhythm, or enter out of his rhythm. Joker showed a smug expression, and at the same time said his plan: I just want to play a game with you. I will not reveal the identity of you and Bruce, but I will let you disclose it willingly. If you can bear if I survive the test, I will keep this secret in my heart forever and will not tell anyone. 0. You think I can trust you? Carla sneered. But Joker asked back, can't you kill me at any time? Carla is silent. She can't let Joker go, because he knows his identity. Joker apparently also guessed that Carla would kill him, but he didn't care at all. Sometimes when facing a guy like Joker, there is really nothing he can do. When a person is not afraid of death, but also has a terrifying mind and IQ, it will be an extremely terrifying opponent. Carla clearly knew that Joker's real plan was not what he said, but she was still helpless. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you regardless? Even if you planted a bomb, I guess you need to press the button. Carla finally threatened Joker. Joker opened his hands and reminded Carla, if the controller was on me, I would have taken it out in the first place. As long as I die, the hospital will explode. In fact, Carla has secretly scanned it with perspective, and there is indeed no controller on Joker. What should we do now? Do we really want to accompany him to play around with a lunatic? But she seemed to have no choice. It seems that I have to go back to discuss with Bruce. You'd better not do stupid things. Carla pointed at Joker, warning him not to do stupid things that would get him out of control, such as hurting Jennifer, or revealing her identity. Facing the threat of Joker, Carla had to temporarily choose to compromise. The reason is that Jennifer is under a fatal threat, and she must go back to make sure. So Carla gave up killing Joker on the spot, but turned around and left quickly. Joker looked at the back of Carla leaving. The smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more open, and finally he let out a big laugh. He didn't know what he was laughing at. Carla paused, but finally restrained herself, gritted her teeth, clenched her fists and walked away quickly. If Joker dares to lie to her, if there is no bomb in the hospital where Jennifer is, she will definitely come back as soon as possible. However, before dawn, Carla quickly flew over the hospital under the cover of the last night and turned on supervision to search the entire hospital. Unexpectedly, she actually found the bomb. Joker is not as deceitful as 673, but Carla did not expect that he was really so mad. Carla hastily disposed of the bombs. She has never learned how to dismantle bombs, but Carla also has her own method, using super freezing gas to freeze all the bombs into ice cubes, and then put them in a bag to be taken away, so that professionals can dismantle them. Then, Carla hurried back to Jennifer's room. Jennifer, wake up, it's time to leave, Carla called Jennifer. Jennifer was taken aback, because Carla was still wearing Oracle Man's battlesuit, and when she opened her eyes, she saw one of her idols, the superhero, appearing in front of her eyes. Isn't that too surprising and unexpected? Oracle Man? I'm not dreaming, am I? Jennifer suddenly turned into a little fangirl, looking at Carla in surprise. Carla raised her hand dumbfoundingly and lifted her hood. Okay, it's me, Carla. Jennifer opened her mouth wide and looked at Carla dumbfounded, feeling disillusioned all at once. Why is it you? Jennifer shouted angrily. Wait, why is it you? Carla, the Oracle Man I have always admired and longed for is you? Give me back my previous praise and admiration. This is actually the reaction of anyone who encounters this kind of thing. The superhero I admired turned out to be my usual friend, including myself, who said many shameful things. Jennifer is in this state now. She sat there covering her face. One was that she suddenly couldn't believe that Carla was Oracle Man, and the other was that she remembered the shameful things she said in front of Carla before. It was simply a dark history that could not be recalled. The superhero she admired so much turned out to be her good sister. You have to make it up to me, Carla. Jennifer raised her head and looked at Carla resentfully. You have to hug me well. Is that all? That definitely is fine. But Carla opened a bag she brought back, revealing more than a dozen bombs that should be C4 or the like, but now they are all frozen into ice cubes by her. Now is not the time to say that, Jennifer. That lunatic obviously hasn't given up on attacking you. You have to go with me. Damn, I didn't notice that there were so many bombs in the hospital. Carla cursed. She herself is not afraid of explosives. With Carla's current physical strength, she can withstand even a nuclear bomb. Clark wasn't even close. But what about others? Even if Carla can protect Jennifer in the first place, can the child in her stomach withstand the shock? Even if Carla can separate psychokinesis and her biological stance to protect Jennifer and her unborn child, what about the others? Does anyone else in the hospital care? I have to say that Carla was really careless. She should have scanned the hospital as soon as possible, otherwise Joker could have been killed just now. Carla believes that Joker has not confirmed that she is Carla Kent before meeting her, and if Joker is killed at that time, nothing will happen. But because of her own carelessness, she was not only led by the nose by Joker, but also confirmed by him. Now even if Joker is killed, he may have told others about Carla's identity. Once Joker is dead, his men may reveal Carla's identity to the world. That was a picture Carla never wanted to see, so she could only hold back her temper and go to meet Bruce and discuss it later. As for exposing her identity to Jennifer, one is that she believes in her best friend, and the other is that Jennifer is obviously not out of danger yet, and she will even become one of Joker's breakthroughs. In order to protect Jennifer, Carla must take her to Wayne Manor, which will be the safest safe house. It is absolutely impossible for Bruce to watch his children be in danger, right? Jennifer is the only man. This child is obviously the next generation of the Wayne family. Hearing that Alfred is going crazy, he has been urging Bruce to bring him back Zero. But Afu didn't understand Bruce's difficulties, and now Bruce was chasing Jennifer around. Jennifer, Bruce is Batman, and I'm going to take you to Wayne Manor, which is the safest place, Carla said, helping Jennifer up. Help her change clothes for going out. Jennifer stood there stupidly, I want to die, Carla, let me be blown to death. Jennifer knelt down covering her face. Carla looked at her friend amusedly. Didn't she say it before? She had given up on Bruce, and wanted to have a relationship with Batman, and said that Batman was her idol. Turns out, Batman is Bruce. I'm not going. Jennifer shook her head vigorously, ashamed to go to Wayne Manor to face Bruce again. Carla persuaded, now is not the time to joke. Jane, do you know why I suddenly confessed my identity to you? Because that lunatic, that bastard has already guessed the identity of me and Bruce. Now his goal is just in Gotham City, but what if he sends someone to our hometown? My parents, your parents, even Dan's parents, our family is being implicated by us. Now is not the time to be petty. What's more, whether it's Bruce or Batman, aren't they both your male gods? Your idol and male god has become the father of your child. What else do you have to resist? Carla said intentionally. Jennifer covered her heart with her hands, and stared at Carla resentfully. Are you still stimulating me? Carla shook her head amusedly, picked up the bag of bombs with one hand, and put her other arm around Jennifer's shoulder to make her stand up. I really can't hold you and leave, so stop being coquettish. By the way, help me put on the headgear, Carla said to Jennifer Nunu and put on the headgear she just took off. Jennifer obediently picked up the hood and helped Carla cover her perfect face. Come on, I called Bruce, I guess his car is here. When Carla came downstairs to the hospital with Jennifer in his arms, there was indeed a pure black armored combat vehicle parked there on the street outside. It was a Batmobile, and it had been used last time against the Shadow Warrior Alliance. However, Bruce has recently started to develop a new type of tank. I don't know if this is it. It is said that a locomotive is placed in the tank so that when the tank is seriously damaged, it is easier to change the locomotive. Carla also has her own chariot, but the color is different, it is silver gray. It was because of Jennifer's change that a certain stubborn man unilaterally changed her battlesuit and equipment to silver gray without asking Carla's wishes. Although Carla doesn't mind either. The jerk, meaning Joker, definitely not. The doors opened automatically as Carla and Jennifer approached, one from the co-pilot and one from the rear. As a result, Jennifer unceremoniously grabbed the co-pilot's door and slammed it hard, and followed Carla to the back seat. Carla shrugged, just because she could protect Jennifer more easily. Bruce didn't know that his identity had been exposed, so he asked in the 20 voice of the voice changer, has the bomb been defused? Carla simply threw the package to the co-pilot. Look. Bruce was taken aback. Didn't he know that Carla brought all the bombs out, and even threw them over? But he was relieved after opening the package. Although he didn't know how Carla managed to freeze them, at least now he didn't have to worry about blowing up the 3 of them. Are you sure it's safe to go to Wayne Manor? Bruce was still acting, pretending he wasn't Bruce but someone else. Jennifer behind her looked at Bruce with her arms folded, and said with a sneer, fake it, keep pretending. I already know everything, Bruce. Bruce turns to look at Carla. Carla simply took off the hood, and said without waiting for Bruce to ask, even Rachel knows, and that Joker, that lunatic, also guessed the identity of you and me because of your previous relationship. Damn, what did you do before? What did you do? Invite your Miss Rachel to dance. In fact, Carla also has a lot of grievances. One is to complain about the injustice of her best friend, and the other is really complaining that Bruce has exposed her identity. Bruce had nothing to say, his momentum weakened, and he muttered, he threatened Rachel's life and almost threw her off the building, so I may have exposed some flaws. But how did he guess you? Bruce, he is not an idiot. Although he is a lunatic, his IQ may be higher than that of you and me. He guessed it based on some cobweb clues. Although you acted cynically, after guessing that you are Batman, and I'm sure that Rachel can't be the Oracle Man, so you can trust, there are women with enough strength. You can imagine that I'm the only one? He even investigated the fact that I have traveled all over the world, although it's nothing secret. Carla recounts Joker's reasoning. And Carla is very sure of Joker's IQ, even a little jealous. Carla is not afraid of other things. She is not afraid of being threatened. At least the Earth does not have Krypton now, and there is no way for the sun to directly transition to the Red Giant stage. She is invincible. But what about her family and friends? Except for Clark, they are all ordinary people, and she can't bear any blow. Bruce started to start the chariot, and without talking nonsense, he drove straight to Wayne Manor. During the boarding process, the atmosphere in the car was always a little awkward. Jennifer didn't speak, Carla didn't speak, and Bruce wanted to speak several times but couldn't find a topic. For the first time, he felt that after removing his acting skills and mask, he turned out to be such a clumsy tongue. When the chariot returned to Wayne Manor, the sun was finally about to rise in the sky. Carla asked what to do with the bombs, but Bruce said, "Afu can handle it." Only then did she realize that the housekeeper had never been simple. No wonder he had been dubbed the housekeeper. Because those frozen bombs still need some time to thaw. Afu was not in a hurry to deal with them, but enthusiastically circled around Jennifer, and asked with concern, "May I ask Miss Jennifer if she was scared? Get the family doctor that the Wayne family has been cooperating with? And the fetus is not frightened? Or, wait, Afu, the fetus is not formed yet, it's only a month old, don't be so worried and impatient." Even Bruce couldn't stand it any longer, and started to remove the equipment in the hall, while stopping Afu from letting Jennifer too bothered. Jennifer's pretty face was slightly red, and she still couldn't adapt to being discussed about her child in front of outsiders. Alfred glanced at Bruce. In fact, since he drove the Batmobile through the main entrance, he already knew that Jennifer had obviously guessed his identity. But Afu still wants to warn Bruce, "Master, should you send the Batmobile to the Batcave first? Just park it outside so blatantly, I can't help you cover. Also, Miss Jennifer, excuse me, what would you like to eat?" Why did you turn around and care about Jennifer again? Carla on the side also thought it was funny. In the past, Afu had always wanted to match her and Bruce, but now he gave up completely, and saw hope in Jennifer. The Wayne family has a future. But Afu never knew that Jennifer was ready to get rid of the child at any time, but she didn't know if she would do that when she knew that Bruce was Batman, and the Batman she was thinking of was Bruce, who was also the father of her child. Carla also went to the Batcave with Bruce, and she also had to change her equipment. When they came back, they found that Afu had already prepared breakfast, and there was a rich breakfast on the table. Definitely means that the breakfast in front of Jennifer was rich, and in front of Bruce, there was only one piece of bread, a glass of milk, 3 strips of bacon and a fried egg. Carla wisely pulled the chair and came to Jennifer's side, since she couldn't finish eating anyway. Jennifer sighed with a headache on her face. In fact, she had told Afu not to be so enthusiastic, and she couldn't bear it. She didn't intend to come to this house to be the hostess, and she even let go of her feelings for Bruce. If she didn't suddenly know that Bruce was Batman, she might have taken the child away when she was discharged from the hospital. In other words, she planned to be discharged from the hospital today. When the time comes, the surgery will be completed. But now, Jennifer glanced at Bruce opposite with a complicated face, and then quickly turned her head to look at Carla beside her, not letting Bruce catch her small movements. "So, what do you guys do now? Will that lunatic really keep his word?" Jennifer was also worried about Carla's situation. Carla sighed, "Can only hope he keeps his word." At this time, Bruce on the opposite side finally found an opportunity, and quickly opened his mouth to join the discussion between the two women. "Carla, you don't really think that the game he wants to play is just our identities, do you? I don't think it's that simple. In fact, Bruce's worry is the most correct. Joker has made so many preparations just to reveal the identity of Batman and Oracle Man. How could it be that simple? Even Carla herself understands this truth. But Carla reminds Bruce, but we're being held hostage. How?" Bruce and Jennifer looked at Carla together. Carla took a sip of the milk in front of him, and explained the current situation to the two. "Bruce, even if we know that Joker's real purpose is not this, we can't be careless. Because the reason is very simple, our identities must not be revealed. In fact, it is very simple for Joker to kill us. He doesn't even need to take action. As long as our identities are exposed, countless people naturally want us to die. You'll say we can protect ourselves, and not be afraid of the gangsters you've offended. But what if the enemy is the police department you've been helping? If Gordon brings someone to arrest you, if Harvey and Rachel send a subpoena, what if Jennifer puts you on trial? Even when the time comes, all the citizens of Gotham City will want to arrest you, definitely including me. Killing and punishing one's heart. Sometimes you don't have to kill, the most terrifying thing is to punish one's heart. We have always existed above the law. As you said, we are originally not bound by the law. The only thing that can constrain us is the morality we believe in. So we are all sinners, even if what you do is good, you are still a sinner." Carla's words made Bruce's and Jennifer's expressions serious. Carla described herself as being held hostage. "Now we can only cooperate with that lunatic to continue playing, otherwise you think I will return empty-handed?" No, I was going to kill him this morning, but Jennifer was threatened by him. I had to stop. Speaking of Bruce, do you still want to stop me from killing that lunatic this time?" "Definitely." I didn't expect Bruce to look straight into Carla's eyes without any hesitation, and said, "If we also become like him and wantonly hurt other people's lives, then what is the difference between us and him?" Got it. Carla waved his hand impatiently. "Stop talking about your big truths, I'm tired of hearing them. At worst, I'll kill him behind your back." Bruce wanted to say more. Carla turned her head to Jennifer's stomach and said deliberately, "Smelly boy, I can't do anything with your father, but I won't let you become that kind of rigid and pedantic person. Wait for me to train you to be an executioner." Jennifer quickly covered her stomach with her hand, and glared at Carla. Executioner is not a nice word. Bruce even reminded, that is my child. He is destined to become the heir of the Wayne family and the Wayne group. Don't even think about it. Jennifer looked at the two amusedly. I haven't said I'm going to give birth yet, have I? You're overthinking it. She is the one who has the most decision-making power. Well, sorry. She may still firmly plan that this child should not be born. Bruce's face sank immediately. He knew where the problem was. Just like Joker took the opportunity to see through his identity when he showed his flaws before, he still couldn't let it go. It's okay to save Rachel, but he cares too much about Rachel. You can see the difference in his eyes and attitude towards Rachel. Especially for girls, this feeling is the most uncomfortable and unacceptable. No one would like the person they love to have another person in their heart, especially the one they have loved for 10 years. This child was an accident, and the biggest accident was knowing that Bruce was Batman, which made Jennifer feel headache and tangled. Leave me alone for a while, I want to be quiet. Jennifer said goodbye to Carla and Bruce at the same time, turned and left the restaurant. Carla asked from behind, Jane, who is Jing? Jennifer was not in the mood to pay attention to Carla's joke and left quickly. With Afu taking care of Jennifer, Carla and Bruce don't have to worry about her. Then there were only two people left face to face. Carla looked around, picked up a piece of bread that neither she nor Jennifer had touched, and handed it over. I don't know if Afu is complaining, or Bruce doesn't eat much in the morning. His breakfast is obviously not enough for Bruce to eat. Bruce was not polite, and it was even more impossible to dislike it, so he chewed it in his mouth. Carla laughed and picked up what she hadn't finished eating, and took a big gulp of the milk that Jennifer had only drank. Bruce raised an eyebrow. Hey, she doesn't seem to have anything to do with you right now. Carla glared at Bruce. They have nothing to do with each other yet. On the contrary, she and Jennifer have been close friends for many years, so this little thing is nothing. In the past, the three of them would buy 3 kinds of ice cream and eat each other. Definitely the kind to eat with a spoon. To be honest, Bruce, I want to know what is going on with your current attitude. If all you care about is that child, I hope you will stop pestering Jennifer. She finally let go. I don't want her to continue to be hurt. What's more, you don't suffer from that matter, do you? Carla put on a serious expression, regardless of the huge threat of Joker, but spoke for her friend. What's the matter with you and Rachel? Isn't Rachel Harvey's boyfriend? Or did she promise you something? Carla suddenly spoke to the point, guessing the complicated relationship between Rachel and Bruce. Bruce nodded and admitted, yes, Rachel promised me that as long as I can stop being Batman one day, she will be with me. Peng Shen. Carla hammered the table, and her expression was also ugly. She was so angry that she directly picked up the food on the table in front of her and threw it to the opposite side. Still not relieved, she poured half of Jennifer's glass of milk over it. Bulletin Ruth did not hide, but endured silently. Disgusting, Carla stood up angrily, pointing at Bruce. While you're thinking about other people's women in your heart, you're still pestering another woman? You're a scum, pervert. This time Carla is not just angry because she is Jennifer's best friend, as she said. Rachel is now Harvey's girlfriend, and it is immoral for you to think about other people's girlfriends. Besides, Bruce is still pestering Jennifer. It's not fair to anyone, it's immoral, it's simply scum, and it's disgusting. Carla sneered. So, the purpose of holding a charity party for Harvey before was to raise enough funds for him, so that Harvey can govern Gotham City for you without any worries, and also so that you can get rid of this problem as soon as possible. Wearing a battle suit, so that you can sleep together with your Miss Rachel? I really want to slap your size 36 shoes on your face. It's hard to say whether Bruce is affectionate or thin or promiscuous. He has a deep love for Rachel, just like Jennifer has been secretly in love with him for 10 years. Bruce's feelings for Rachel may have been there since he understood the concept of love. This is nothing, and Carla will not accuse Bruce of loving Rachel instead of Jennifer. As for Jennifer's choice, it is her freedom, and she cannot force Bruce to take responsibility. Jennifer even planned to take this opportunity to let go, but the child came unexpectedly and suddenly. But what Bruce did later made Carla unacceptable. Even Bruce's support for Harvey is probably for his conspiracy. Bruce said that Rachel promised him that as long as he wasn't Batman, they would be together. But you can't ignore that Rachel is Harvey's girlfriend now. You've been thinking about the girlfriend of someone you keep saying you want to support. Is that okay? Co-author, are you the big brother who you made friends with because your sister-in-law is pretty? What about basic moral values? And he was pestering Rachel. What did Carla think he cared about? It turned out it was just a child? Then why didn't you let Rachel give birth to you? Damn, I'm still talking so much for you. I'm really blind. Carla waved her hand, turned around and left. Bye. Please don't bother us. Bruce, who was reprimanded angrily, looked at the back of Carla leaving angrily, wanted to say something but couldn't say anything. After a while, Afu came in and glanced at Bruce who was in a mess. If Miss Jennifer was my child, I might be worse than Miss Carla. But he ended up delivering a towel. Bruce shrugged, took a towel to wipe off his things, and asked, did they leave in a fit of anger? Bruce is worried that Carla and Jennifer will drive his sports car back to Jennifer's house like the previous time. Afu shook his head. They are upstairs. But they don't want you to go there, otherwise they will leave. And Miss Carla also warned you, if you want her to help, at least for the time being, she has the right to control the room in this house. Carla thought about it. This is Bruce's home, yes, but Bruce needs her help now. That's good, she doesn't have to feel indebted, she just uses the temporary room usage right as the price and bargaining chip for helping, she won't take advantage of it. Bruce can only let her go. Upstairs, Carla finds Jennifer, who she's calling. Jennifer made a wait gesture and said to the phone, Harvey, my side is ready, and the court can be reopened at any time. Those bastards must be brought to justice. What? You said my injury? It's okay, it's just a few scratches. Xiaolu is fine, right? As long as he is willing to continue testifying in court, none of those people can escape. Okay, then you can come to pick me up anytime. My location? I'm at Mr. Wayne's manor now, and I have some things to discuss. Okay, I'll wait for your notice. After Jennifer finished speaking the last sentence, she hung up the phone and turned around, motioning to the phone in her hand, talk about work a little bit. And I have to tell Harvey that I'm safe, but the people he sent didn't protect me, as if I feel a little guilty. Carla looked at Jennifer like this, stepped forward and embraced her in her arms. Jennifer felt strange. What's wrong? Carla shook her head and muttered, now I support you to remove the child. Just before the child is formed, it is not considered to have murdered a life. It is only a month, and the damage to you is not too great. Then get a boyfriend, or I'll introduce Clark to you. She would rather cheat her younger brother. Jennifer couldn't laugh or cry. Dan and I both regard Clark as our younger brother. We used to play with him around when we were young. You let me and Clark be together? Don't be kidding. What's wrong with you? Don't you still want to be the child's godmother? Carla raised her head and looked at Jennifer, feeling worthless for her. That bastard is still obsessed with Rachel, and even made promises or something, whether he is evil or not. Cassie. Jennifer thought what was wrong with her, but it turned out to be this. She couldn't help but smiled and reached out to help Carla fix a strand of messy hair, and said in a mature tone, Carla, I'm the latecomer, even if you want to despise me, I'm also a third party. At the restaurant, I had already seen that Miss Rachel was the only one he had in his eyes, so I planned to withdraw and let it go completely. So it doesn't matter. Jennifer didn't evade, let alone quibble, but clearly stated that she knew it. She knew that Bruce only had Miss Rachel in her heart, but she did it in the end. Because she's not reconciled, she needs to do that to let go. So I have been telling Mr. Wayne that I hope he will not have any psychological burden, and there is no need to be responsible to me. That is my choice, and don't you also say that I voted for him for nothing? So you are still thinking about it. What? Jennifer smiled at Carla. It was a relieved, relaxed, and calm smile, without any resentment or resentment. It turned out that she had thought everything through from the very beginning, and it was Carla who had been worrying that she hadn't let go. So, it seems that the Wayne family is going to lose this descendant. Afu's voice sounded behind the two of them. He didn't know how many times he heard it, and how long he came, carrying a tray with black tea and pastries in it. Afu's eyes were a little red. He had been at Wayne's house for a long time, and he also regarded Bruce as his own. Just imagine the disappointment of Grandpa who is about to hold his grandson but hope for nothing, and you can know how disappointed he is. But it is definitely impossible for Jennifer to compromise, at least not for him. Afu also knows it well, and he heard the conversation between the two women just now. There is no right or wrong in this matter. In fact, Bruce is right, and Jennifer is also right. There is nothing wrong with one wishing to fight and the other wishing to suffer. Everyone is an adult. The only thing to criticize is the shitty things Bruce did. Miss Jennifer, I'm sorry. Afu still apologized to Jennifer for Bruce, and said, I used to think that Miss Carla is very suitable for Synthesis as the mistress of the Wayne family, but now it seems that maybe Jennifer Miss is more suitable. Jennifer smiled and lifted Afu's shoulders. I don't have that kind of luck. She was not at all reluctant, and the smile on her face made Carla understand that she had completely returned to the state Carla had always been familiar with. The two of them raised their cups and touched each other tacitly. Carla said, congratulations on being single again. Haven't I always been single? Jennifer muttered dissatisfied. Seeing the two of them like this, Afu could only sigh in his heart. Young master, both of them are rare women in the world. Why didn't you get either? Carla and Jennifer stayed at Wayne Manor until around noon when they got a call from Harvey, who was on his way. The general court time is mostly in the morning, which is to allow Jennifer to prepare in advance for the court session tomorrow or next week. More information about crimes is still stored in the serious crime team, and they will go there for investigation. When Carla was preparing to leave with Jennifer, Bruce followed them to the door, watching them, wanting to keep them but not knowing what to say. Because Harvey was still on his way, Bruce tentatively asked, why don't you stay and finish your lunch before leaving? I'll let Afu prepare. Afu also quickly said, I'm going to prepare now. Jennifer shook her head and declined his kindness with a smile. Mr. Wayne, we are already very disturbed, and you have a lot of things to do. Gotham City needs you now, so don't waste time on me. Go help more people. There was a certain light in Jennifer's eyes. She already knew that Bruce was the Batman, and she couldn't help saying, maybe it's a little different from that Miss Rachel. I prefer the Dark Knight to this dude's mask. Brewston nodded, and when he wanted to say something again, Harvey's car had already entered from the outside. Jennifer, are you okay? Harvey was still concerned about Jennifer's physical condition when he came over. Jennifer was amused that everyone was starting to care about her, but she also understands that the only one who really cares about her is Carla, including Bruce for the unexpected new life in her belly. As for Harvey, he was even more innocent. He was worried about whether she would be competent for the next trial. Only Carla is the purest, just pure concern and care about her health. Jennifer took a deep breath, and her expression gradually became serious. She glanced at Harvey and nodded, "It's okay. Let's go." Just like that, Jennifer followed Harvey into his car without looking back. Master Green. Carla looked back at Bruce, snorted softly, and naturally followed Jennifer's footsteps quickly. Harvey, on the other hand, inevitably had to say a few words to Bruce, but Bruce's eyes kept following Jennifer's figure, and he obviously didn't hear what Harvey said. In the car, Carla and Jennifer sat in the back seat together. "Aren't you bringing your battlesuit?" Jennifer glanced at Carla and asked. Carla was a little speechless. "You don't have to be so excited to ask about this kind of thing." Jennifer stuck out her tongue and made a face. Although both of them are 30 years old, their cuteness skills have not regressed at all, and they are also damn cute. In fact, Jennifer is a little excited. She has been excited since the morning. After all, she was originally a fan of Batman and Oracle Man, and she didn't even know where to buy the merchandise. "By the way, don't you need to pay copyright fees for this peripheral?" Carla complained secretly in her heart. Should she collect money? So Jennifer has been chatting around the topic of Batman, as she said just now, if what Rachel promised was that Bruce would accept him after giving up his Batman identity, then Jennifer now prefers the superhero who is Batman Bruce. It's not the Bruce after putting on the mask. On the contrary, Jennifer thinks that the Bruce in the eyes of others is his mask. Should it be a woman's intuition? Or is it true love? Jennifer pointed directly to Bruce's heart. His unrestrained playboy appearance is indeed just an illusion, just to cover his figure under the night. No one doubts that the swinger dude will be the hero of justice fighting criminals at night. To say that she prefers Jennifer, what Rachel likes is Bruce's appearance, but what Jennifer loves is Bruce's heart and true face. Ever since Bruce put on the Batman battlesuit, he is no longer that idle and ignorant nobleman. After traveling all over the world and returning to Gotham City, he just wants to save this already decayed city. But Rachel wanted him to let go of Batman, but how could she know that Batman was Bruce's true face, that was his true self? There was once a comic in which Wonder Woman Diana tied herself, Superman and Batman with a lasso of truth, in this way to let each of them tell their true identities. Wonder Woman said her name was Diana. Superman is also not immune to the effect of the mantra lasso, so he has to reveal his true identity. His name is Clark, and the Kryptonian's name is Kal-El. Zero looking for flowers. But when it came to Batman, he said he was Batman. You asked him to give up his identity as Batman? Isn't it equivalent to asking Bruce to give up all of himself? Justice, the goals, ideals, and future he pursued. What was he working so hard for all these years? Just to torture himself and come back and be a swinger? Only Jennifer notices that Batman is Bruce's real body, but damn, she's in love with Batman again. He just got out of Bruce's pit, turned around and fell into it again. Jennifer turned and lay in Carla's arms as she left Wayne Manor. Carla sighed. There are only a few people in the world who can blatantly take advantage of her. Going to the hospital? Carla asked. Jennifer knew what she was talking about and just shook her head silently. Harvey thought that Jennifer's injury was still not healed, so he persuaded worriedly, there is no rush for work. If there is anything that has not been dealt with, it is best to go to the hospital. Carla patted Jennifer on the head. The hospital can't cure it, Harvey. If the heart is hurt, no one can heal it. It was only then that Harvey realized what was going on. He looked at the two women through the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but feel admiration and disdain for Mr. Wayne. What he admired was that there seemed to be no shortage of women around him, even such a good woman. The disdain is that he can't keep any woman, including such a good woman. Harvey secretly alerted himself in his heart, he would never be like Bruce, he would definitely cherish his girlfriend, that is, Rachel. Because Carla and Jennifer both had concerns and didn't want to talk, they were silent all the way. The car stopped in front of the serious crime unit of the police station. As a judge, Jennifer didn't need to check the case in person. If she met an ordinary judge, she would leave it to the prosecutor to do it herself. But Jennifer was different. After getting off the car, she adjusted her breathing and state, and immediately returned to the unselfish justice. Come on Harvey, let's find enough evidence to put those bastards in jail forever. Jennifer began to re-enter the busy work, and Carla was always by her side, worrying about her relationship status and worrying that she was too tired. Even Carla was surprised that there were too many criminal records and materials, but before that, Gotham City had nothing to do with those gangsters. This is why Gotham City has always been called rotten to the root. If Carmine Falcone hadn't been attacked and arrested before, the previous Gotham City could be said to be dominated by gangsters. That Carmine was even arrogant and blatantly entertaining politicians in his restaurant. So, in fact, it's just after the autumn to settle accounts now, and none of the fish that slipped through the net before can't escape. That's why there is a lot of information. If the prosecution is successful, the longest person may be sentenced to hundreds of years in prison. Don't tell me, he still owes hundreds of years of punishment. After all, a person's 890 life is limited after all. Carla is also very worried about Jennifer's state. Don't forget, you haven't removed the child yet. If you don't want to remove it, you should pay attention to rest. Jennifer froze all over, and then pretended she didn't hear Carla's words, but when she was thirsty, she silently replaced the coffee with water. As mentioned earlier, on the night Jennifer was attacked, the director of Gotham City was also attacked. That director was not as lucky and intuitive as Jennifer, and Joker succeeded in killing the director of Gotham City. Not to mention that his death gave Gordon a place. The chief was originally an upright and righteous man. His death is a loss for Gotham City. And the director has always been very popular. So the chief planned to make an obituary and hold a parade ceremony for the chief this week. Therefore, the trial originally scheduled for this week may have to be postponed to next week. This is the conspiracy and plan of that lunatic, Karla guessed. It must be Joker's careful plan. He calculated that the chief would arrange a grand funeral for the chief, so he attacked the chief. As for the reason, it is also very simple. Joker is not alone, and he cannot complete his crazy plan alone. Don't forget that when Karla went to kill Joker before, he met dozens of his men. Not all of those people were recruited by Joker, almost all of them were people he borrowed from other mob bosses. In other words, Joker is now cooperating with those gang leaders, and he must protect those bosses, at least for the time being, so that he has enough manpower and financial resources to play games with Batman and Oracle. Joker is a lunatic, but he is by no means a fool. Even Karla has to follow his rhythm with his mind and IQ, and even Bruce has nothing to do with him. Karla has to admit, Joker is more difficult to deal with than the Shadow Warrior Alliance. The plan of the Shadow Warrior Alliance is not difficult to stop, but Joker is good at playing with people's hearts. He even wants to drive everyone crazy. He wants to bring everyone into the abyss. For this reason, at the expense of his own life, he does not think it is evil, but he is righteous. Karla also has a degree in psychology, criminal psychology, at least her knowledge can get a degree. So it's not hard to guess what Joker is thinking. Actually, Joker's goal is very simple. He wants to turn Bruce, he wants to turn Batman into the next Joker, and even me. Karla narrowed his eyes slightly. Joker's purpose is very dangerous and crazy. He is creating a laughter world. Manta is even laughing Superman. Joker definitely doesn't know Karla's real identity, but Joker doesn't care. He just drags Bruce and Karla into the abyss, trades 1 for 2, sacrifices 1 Joker, but creates 2 new Jokers, and he wins. And his bargaining chip, or his reliance, is the real identity of everyone in Gotham City whom he kidnapped, as well as Karla and Bruce. After hearing Karla's analysis, Jennifer gritted her teeth tightly, saying that it was impossible not to worry about Karla, and it would be false to say that she didn't care about Bruce. So, as long as Harvey and I can send all those gangsters to prison in the shortest possible time, Joker will lose his helper, and you and Bruce can only target him alone. Jennifer reinvested in the adult among the piles of data. Although Jennifer already wanted to do her best to help Karla and Bruce, but Joker's plan was superior. On the same night, he caused another murder. 2 police officers were killed, one surnamed Harvey and the other surnamed Dante. Harvey Dent, he's the Joker's target again. Not only that, but a newspaper was found next to the bodies of the 2 police officers, with a picture of the mayor giving a speech. At that time, the police found that the newspaper had been graffitied by Joker. The picture of Chief Shi was graffitied to look like a Joker, and it was written in large black letters, "If Chief Shi was killed in front of the citizens, what would happen?" Ha 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 ha. That series of ha has the crazy style of Joker, and also makes people shudder. This bastard not only wants to attack other people, but now he even has his eyes on Chief Shi. What made the atmosphere even more tense was that tomorrow would be a parade for the sacrificed chief, and it was impossible to change what had been decided. Even if the chief now knew that he was the next target, he had to announce the obituary as scheduled. If he was afraid of death, wouldn't it seem that the director's sacrifice was not worth it? And the more it is at this time, the more necessary it is for the people to see their courage and determination to fight Joker. If you back down at this time, you will lose everything. There is no need for Joker to do anything, and Gotham City is over. Therefore, the most terrifying thing about Joker is not his madness, but his mind and IQ. He is definitely one of the smartest people in the DC world. That night, Bruce called Karla and Jennifer separately. He called Karla first, and Karla didn't know how many times she was awakened from sleep by this bastard, and she could guess what he wanted to say, so she directly pulled out the battery and threw the phone away, almost losing her strength throwing it out the window. In that case, she would definitely ask Bruce to buy herself a new mobile phone. Why? Later, Bruce had no choice but to call Jennifer. 4.4 In fact, the 2 of them haven't slept yet. Why are they so worried? How can they still fall asleep after receiving such news just now? Jennifer looked at Karla helplessly, knowing that she definitely did it on purpose. But Jennifer didn't make up her mind to hang up, but picked it up. "Hi, Mr. Bruce, what's the matter?" Bruce on the other side felt sad at first. From the time when he was secretly loved by a girl who took the initiative to court him, to now he was called a distant address in a lukewarm way, and he always felt uncomfortable. But he did not forget the purpose of his call. "Jennifer, tomorrow's parade is very dangerous. I hope you don't go." Jennifer sighed. "Mr. Bruce, if I don't go tomorrow, I can resign." "That's the director?" Bruce was on the verge of telling her to just quit. Joker has attacked many people, the most shocking of which is the police chief. The power of the entire Gotham City consists of several parts: the chief, the director, the chief judge, Jennifer, the chief prosecutor, Harvey, and some counselors. But the real power of those counselors is not great, and they are still subject to the restraint of the chief judge, Jennifer. In other words, the director can be regarded as the power giant in Gotham City, and now he is dead, and died in the attack of Joker. For this reason, the chief Shi decided to hold a parade for the sacrifice of the chief, and personally issued an obituary. This is also to motivate the citizens and let the people see the determination of the government. They will never bow to the Joker and those gangsters, and they will definitely defeat the enemy. But there are huge hidden dangers hidden in this activity. Both Bruce and Gordon know that not only Harvey has become the Joker's target again, Joker even wants to attack the mayor, and his plan must be related to this parade. Even Jennifer. Harvey had already been attacked once, and so had Jennifer, and both 20s were much luckier than the chief. Now that Harvey is being targeted again, maybe Jennifer will be attacked again. Bruce had called Jennifer overnight last night to persuade her not to participate in the parade. But Jennifer, as the chief judge, if she is absent for no reason, then don't do it next time, just resign. Even if the Chief Justice doesn't blame her, people in Gotham City will no longer trust the new female Chief Justice. So Jennifer declined Bruce's kindness and decided to participate in tomorrow's event. Bruce hung up the phone. Alfred came to Bruce's side mysteriously, and handed him a wet towel and a glass of water. Bruce just came back from the outside. He just went to check the newly discovered murder scene and then called Jennifer immediately. Master, I'm not talking about you, I think you're a bit too much. Even Afu couldn't stand it anymore. If you really like Miss Jennifer, then go for it bravely, but you have to let go of Rachel first. It's about Miss Rachel. If you still miss Miss Rachel, then don't hesitate to pursue Miss Rachel. It's not fair to the two girls you are doing now. Bruce glanced at Alfred. He definitely wanted to pursue Rachel. But Afu, Rachel said that he would not be with me until I decided not to be Batman anymore. Bruce reminded Afu that Rachel had promised him that. Afu wanted to complain, and then she switched to someone else's arms? This stupid young master, you are the only one who is in place, and he is already 800 meters away. But Afu couldn't say anything, let alone say that. He just pretended to mutter, and muttered in a voice that Bruce deliberately heard. Are you really planning to give up Batman? Then the days you worked hard for it, what is the purpose of the year? Just to attract Miss Rachel's attention as Batman, and then give up Batman's career for her. Bruce just pretended not to hear, but even his eyes showed a trace of blankness. The next morning, Jennifer's home. Carla, don't you plan to wear that outfit to accompany me to the parade? Please, Jennifer's voice was a little crazy. She looked at Carla innocently wearing her usual, full of informal style clothes, inevitably a black line. To say she's informal would be a compliment, just her jeans, sneakers and casual shirt. Wait, is that my shirt? Jennifer shook her head with her hands on her forehead. Even if you go to an ordinary Western restaurant, you will be kicked out. Carla didn't care. I'm not the protagonist, I just need to find a place to stay, and it's enough to ensure that you don't get attacked. I'm not the target, at least I haven't found any clues that I'm Joker's next target, right? Also, put me in this suit. Jennifer had to open her closet to find a white dress skirt, a matching pair of exquisite high heels, a pure white pearl necklace, and a designer bag. Carla glanced at Jennifer. The latter shrugged. Don't think I received money, but some people did give it to me. Don't use that kind of look. Do you think politicians are not stars? We will also attend various parties, so those merchants will also give us something to show us wearing their products as an advertisement. Is it okay? But think about the party Bruce held for Harvey, and the politicians of a certain country will cooperate with various consortiums, especially the president. There will be many large corporate activities behind each president. There is no need to say more about this kind of thing. In short, Jennifer's famous brands and luxury goods are obviously not paid by her, let alone wasted her own money, but are similar to celebrity endorsements, and are given by various businessmen on their own initiative. In this case, Carla is relieved. As for wearing this kind of dress, she actually doesn't resist it. The reason why she always dresses like that on weekdays is entirely because of convenience, simplicity, and comfort. How dare you sit on the grass in this dress? How dare you lie in the back of your adoptive father's pickup truck? How dare you let the family dog pounce on you? No kidding, she's not willing to spend thousands of dollars maintaining a dress. With Jennifer's help, Carla finally changed into the white dress. It was a gown with an open back, and Carla glared at Jennifer, who was holding her corset, and neither of them would back down. Damn, the most prominent part of this dress is your white and beautiful back. Okay, do you still want to wear this thing? Jennifer almost jumped up, only thinking that Carla was unreasonable. Carla also thinks she is unreasonable. Then you want me to vacuum up? Even if you are a friend, I will fight hard with you. Hurry up and give me 633. My hair is so long and my back will not be seen by others. Besides, you didn't pay attention, my back is kind of scary. It's not that Carla is boasting. She has experienced years of exercise, and her back is more terrifying than that of ordinary men, but it doesn't look very conspicuous on weekdays. But now when I put on this dress, it immediately shows up. Jennifer was also stunned, and reached out to touch Carla's back. The murderer was full of muscles as hard as steel. You are already a man of steel? Jennifer was dumbfounded. She didn't expect what she said. Carla is really a man of steel. Carla shrugged, took back the dress that Jennifer had snatched just now, and put it on inside, and covered the back with her long golden hair, so that this dress turned into a very ordinary looking and very conservative dress up. Carla put on those high heels again. She has the same feet and figure as Jennifer and Danny, but she is a little taller, so it's no problem for them to change clothes. However, Carla looked down at the heels, which were definitely not short even if they could not be called heavenly tall, and looked helplessly at Jennifer, who was suddenly half head short again. Jennifer curled her lips. It's nothing, why are you so tall? Carla was originally 1.9 meters, but now it seems that she is already 1.95 meters. No wonder she likes to wear flat shoes on weekdays. This comes from her own self-confidence. No one came to pick up the two beautiful ladies today because they have their own cars. Although Carla's car was blown up when Jennifer was attacked, don't forget that Carla drove Jennifer's car over. You absolutely have to compensate me, Carla complained as she started the car. I haven't paid off my car loan yet. Damn, no one said they want to reimburse me? The insurance company won't come out and take care of it? Jennifer looked sideways at Carla helplessly. Her life was in danger at the time. Sister, can you stop caring about your car? Carla started the car and rushed towards the venue. The parade started at 8 o'clock in the morning, on a section of a main street, from one end to the other, and there were 10 pre-arranged podiums at the end. Those who participated in the parade were all police officers from the police station, and some citizens also came to participate in the parade spontaneously. When Carla and Jennifer arrived at the venue, many people on the podium had already arrived. Harvey brought Rachel over to greet the two of them, and took them to the podium to find a place to sit down. The person who made the obituary must be Mr. Shi Chang, and the others are just here to show their faces. Even if it's just a formality, it must be done again, otherwise the sacrifice of the director is too pitiful. Have you made any arrangements? Jennifer approached Harvey and asked with concern. Now that it is known in advance that Chief Shi will become Joker's next target, some arrangements must be made, and it is impossible to do nothing. Harvey nodded. There are snipers in the nearby upstairs and in the box. If Joker dares to show up, or if there is any accident, he can be killed immediately. When Harvey spoke, he gritted his teeth, obviously hating the Joker who suddenly jumped out to make trouble. That's right, with the cooperation of the Chief Prosecutor, Jennifer, the Chief Justice, and the Chief, Sheriff, and Chief Shi, they are about to bring order to Gotham City with the dawn of justice. As a result, it was delayed to convict those gangsters because of Joker's disruption. In addition, many people have died since Joker appeared, so as a man of justice, he naturally cannot remain indifferent. After Carla heard the conversation between the two, she turned her head and inspected the surroundings with supervision, and sure enough, she saw snipers in some hidden places. At the same time, she also discovered an unexpected person, Bruce, who was also acting. At this moment, on the street in the distance, all the police officers who participated in the parade had come close. Gordon also participated in the parade as the sheriff. He is the sheriff, not the director. The director is the chief boss, and the sheriff is also responsible to the director. After Gordon walked around, he looked at the surrounding windows, worried that Joker might be hidden there. Unfortunately, he found nothing. In fact, Joker is actually hiding in the crowd, even in a location that people can't guess. Even Carla didn't find Joker. The reason is that Joker is no longer that crazy look, but has wiped off the mask on his face, and sprinkled it in the distance with the appearance of an ordinary person, even a little master. This keeps Carla from noticing him. When the parade was over, the head of the department also stepped onto the podium and began to publish his obituary to the head of the bureau. He is a man of integrity. When I invited him to be the director, the only request he said to me was that he should not be involved in political matters. He only wanted to do his job well, which was to protect the citizens and the city. The Chief Shi began to make a speech, but the few people behind him did not dare to relax, and Harvey also asked Gordon, is there anything missing? Gordon said, I looked at almost every window during the parade, but there are too many windows here. In fact, Carla also scanned all the windows and rooms around her. She will not let the mistakes she made in the hospital happen again. Carla can guarantee that there is nothing suspicious about the nearby windows. Joker has not arranged for a killer, and she has not even found Joker's figure. Carla has also turned on super hearing. She has memorized Joker's voice, and once Joker utters even half a syllable, she can immediately lock on it. But no, it can be said that there is no shadow of Joker within 100 meters. Could it be that he is afraid? He also dare not act recklessly in such an environment? Or did he have some last move? Instead of doing it here at the meeting place, he planned to plant a killer move in the chief's office? Thinking about it, Carla subconsciously used supervision to observe the chief's office. At the moment, as the chief finished his obituary speech, a police officer in charge of the gunfiring honor guard shouted, shoot, let go. The first batch of the first rounds were fired. Carla subconsciously turned her gaze back, and set her eyes on the guards of honor, with a surprised expression on her face. She heard slight differences. Normally, this way of shooting off, especially in this environment, uses blank ammunition. Blank bullets refer to bullets with only shell casings, a small amount of gunpowder, and a primer. They are usually used for training and exercises. Although they have certain lethality at close range, but they are not fatal. But blank bullets and solid bullets are different. Carla once had the opportunity to play with guns. Don't look at her like this. She has traveled all over the world. It is inevitable that she will encounter various things, such as entering areas where war is still taking place. Just then, the second batch of second shots fired. In a series of gunshots, Carla noticed that there was one gun, and only one of them was live ammunition. Carla subconsciously looked at the man. Damn it, Joker? Carla finally found out that Joker has been here since the beginning. He wiped off all the colorful things on his face, and he revealed his true colors. He was even earlier than Carla and Jennifer. Has been lurking here. The most dangerous place is precisely the safest place, and the safest place is also precisely the deadliest place. This is not a nesting doll, this is the most dangerous place for Joker, but, Qian Wang's, is also the safest place because no one would guess that he will be here. And for the chief, this is the safest place, and almost all the police officers in the city are here. But it is precisely because of this that once Joker breaks in and launches an attack, it will be the deadliest. Carla had no time to act. She noticed that Joker was smiling smugly at herself. Before the third shot was about to start, without waiting for the leader to give orders, all of a sudden, the whole firing team turned their guns and aimed at the podium the Shilong. Damn Joker, the whole firing squad is actually his men? Carla could only turn around and hug Jennifer subconsciously, blocking the direction of those gunpoints with her back. P.S. I am used to posting explosive updates, but now it seems that there can only be one chapter per hour, those things that are updated. I am so annoying. If you have the strength, save the manuscript, tomorrow, continue exploding the 24th chapter, okay. It is by no means that Carla is played around by Joker again and again. Although Joker is indeed a criminal with a high IQ, Carla is by no means stupid, and even guesses a little bit about what Joker really wants to do. However, Joker's madness is something Carla never expected. Who would have thought Joker would show his true colors on such an occasion? He actually risked himself in order to complete the plan to assassinate the chief. He was really crazy to the point that even Carla didn't expect it. It's not that Carla couldn't rush in front of Joker immediately, but she couldn't expose herself any further. Clark wasn't ready yet. Both she and her adoptive father Jonathan knew that Clark was far from ready to appear in front of the world. Carla had to be selfish, so she only had time to hug Jennifer and use her back as her shield. But if this is the case, what will Chief she do? A person rushed out. It was Gordon. It turned out that he also noticed the abnormality of a gun during the second shot, so he threw down the chief who hadn't reacted at all. But Gordon was shot in the back. This sudden change suddenly made the scene chaotic. There were many people around who spontaneously came to see the director off, including those police officers who participated in the parade because they were not equipped with guns, so they were all in chaos. Among them, the capable police officer 023 began to hunt down those members of the firing squad. The entire firing squad was Joker's people. No wonder no one discovered the existence of Joker. Moreover, when attacking the chief, the firing team all turned their guns and pointed them in the direction of the chief and the podium. Now everyone knows that the shooting team is Joker's people. God knows how he got in there, etc. Carla turned her head, looking in a certain direction. In one of the rooms over there, Bruce has now arrived, and in his place are bound together a number of men who were the original firing squad. Damn, she was still careless after all. Carla was only focused on looking for Joker, but ignored the scene here. Carla gritted her teeth. She was played by Joker again. Carla, suddenly, Jennifer in her arms pushed Carla away, raised her head, and looked at Carla seriously. Go and catch him. Carla looks worried. But Jennifer continued firmly, this is the best chance, don't let him go. Sergeant Gordon is still alive and dead, and he must pay the price. Even Jane, Cabby, Nifer was pissed off. Carla saw her like this for the first time. Nodding, Carla told Jennifer to be careful, then turned around and jumped off the podium resolutely. Note that Carla from at the moment is still wearing high heels, but she just ran without caring. It's not that Carla can't wear it, nor is it that she's not used to it, but she's just too lazy to wear it. Even though the heel may be as high as 50 centimeters, she can quickly run in the direction Joker left. Carla has locked Joker. This time, she will not let him go. It has to be said that Joker's escape method is very clever, and many people around him didn't notice him, and they saw that Joker was about to flee into an alley and disappear. But Carla followed up in time. The footsteps of Clack came from far to near. Before Joker could look back, he felt an irresistible force of gravity coming to his back, and then he was stepped on the ground up. You can't kill me, Oda suddenly said. Carla sneered. Why can't I kill you? Is there anything else you can threaten me this time? No, not at all. Revealing my identity? I will gag everyone's mouths. Don't you care about that, Lady Judge? But Joker said something that surprised Carla. Carla subconsciously turned her head and looked back, but she couldn't find Jennifer. It wasn't until she turned on supervision that she realized that Jennifer was leaving here under the escort of a police officer. Carla was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But Joker said again, how do you think I know the identity of the firing team members? How do you think I got in? Do you feel at ease? No, that's my man. Carla stepped a little harder, and the high heel pierced Joker's back instantly like a sharp bayonet. But Joker didn't take it seriously at all, and laughed wildly. She is your weakness. Once the masked hero's identity is exposed, she will be controlled by others everywhere. You can only blame yourself for being too careless. And it's broad daylight. You are not wearing a battle suit. How are you going to save people? Do you even dare to kill me in front of so many people? Don't be kidding. Your threats are not scary at all. Carla hated her teeth, but she had to admit that Joker touched her sore spot. Can she fly in front of so many people? Can she show the power of Superman? Or even kill Joker with her own hands? This bastard is completely reckless. Are you trying to drive me crazy? If you really intend to do it, I will show you the real horror. Carla lowered her head and did not use a voice changer, but her voice was full of the direct and most undisguised killing intent. But Joker continued to laugh. Driving you crazy? Ha ha ha, I'm not that boring. In fact, you have never been my target. No, after meeting you, I realized that I don't need to do anything to you at all. Carla frowned. What do you mean? I always thought you and Batman were on the same side, but you should be on my side. Justice? Order? Do you really think those boring things make sense? You want to kill me so much, and you know how to kill me. It is the most correct choice to kill me, but you have not done it for a long time. But what restricts you is not something like morality or law, just because you can't do it. Carla can't. If instead of the boring bat mask you wore, you were wearing a Joker mask, how would you be any different from me? Joker's words were like a heavy hammer, smashing deeply into Carla's heart. Even Carla took a step back unconsciously, allowing Joker to get up from the ground. He touched his back indifferently, and shrugged his shoulders as if it didn't hurt at all even though he got a bloodstain. As for Carla, her expression was in a trance for a while, because what Joker said was right. She doesn't actually belong to order, she should belong to chaos, if there are really two camps. Isn't this also the reason for the conflict between Carla and Bruce's ideas? She believes that Lars has endangered the lives of tens of millions of people in Gotham City. Killing Lars can save those people and eliminate the troubles forever. And Bruce believes that after he and Lars's conspiracy are stopped, Lars should be arrested and brought to trial by Gotham City. One is the idea of order following morality and law, and the other is the idea of complete chaos. Joker escaped from Carla's hands again, and even Carla didn't know when he left, until a ringtone brought Carla back from the trance to reality. Carla? Did you catch him? It was Jennifer. The reason why Carla let Joker go is because of her. Joker will let Jennifer go only if Joker is let go. Jane, where are you? Carla asked. Jennifer replied, I'm in my office. What's wrong with you? As expected of being a good friend for many years, Jennifer immediately heard that there was something wrong with Carla's tone. Carla didn't say that Jennifer almost fell into Joker's trap just now. In fact, before the person who escorted Jennifer did it, Carla was actually not sure if that person was Joker's person. But Carla didn't dare to bet, and Joker was sure she didn't dare to bet. Carla is not Joker after all. She is not as crazy as Joker. Carla has someone she cares about. She dare not gamble with Jennifer's safety. Carla didn't say much, and just told Jennifer to stay there and wait for her to pass. When Carla turned around and returned to the previous street, there was only a mess around, but the chaotic crowd had dispersed. After finding Jennifer's car, Carla drove to Jennifer's office and hugged Jennifer as soon as she entered. Jennifer was a little dazed, but also felt that Carla seemed to have been hit. What's the matter? Why did you suddenly act like you were scolded by Jonathan Uncle when you were a child? Jennifer asked in as relaxed a tone as possible. She had rarely seen Carla like this, all her life. What happened? If it's just that you didn't catch Joker, it doesn't have to be that way. After all, you didn't even catch Batman, right? Jennifer already knew that Bruce was Batman, so when she mentioned the idol again, she felt a little uncomfortable. Be polite. Faced with Jennifer's efforts to appease, Carla shook her head. It had nothing to do with whether or not Joker could be caught, but his words had a great impact on Carla. Jen, do you think I look like Joker? Carla asked Jennifer. Jennifer was startled. How could she have such an idea? What did he say? Jennifer's expression gradually became serious. She was worried about Carla's mental state. Could it be that she was infected by that lunatic? I've only heard that idiots can be contagious, but I haven't heard that gangsters can. Infectious. Carla repeated what Joker said just now, and smiled wryly again. I even began to feel that he seemed to be right. I did rely on a little power to start naturally, self-righteously feel that I can transcend all laws on. But it's not normal, and we all know it's twisted. Jennifer is a justice herself, and she was the Attorney General of the Metropolis before. Faced with Carla's self-doubt, she actually recognized it in her heart. You still know, Dolly girl. But at this time, she definitely didn't dare to hit Carla again, but stretched out her hand to hold Carla's cheek, and said seriously, who doesn't want to be righteous when it is not a last resort? Carla was startled. How dare he call us Carla as crazy as he is? I really want to smack him. You didn't kill people for no reason, did you? You didn't want to destroy a city just because it was so peaceful and beautiful. Carla, don't get distracted by what he says. He's a murderer. He's killing people for no reason. You see what he's been doing lately. He doesn't even have a purpose. He's like a guy who doesn't want money, power, women, fame, and fortune. Not for anything. Just want to see the world into flames. Just want to see the abyss and hell. What about you? You are here to protect innocent people. You are here to protect those who will not harm others. Although your methods are sometimes a bit excessive, one is for justice, and the other is to create chaos and cultivate evil. How dare you call you a lunatic like him? Do you remember that drunk man? I was afraid for a while back then, and even felt unnatural in the first few days, and didn't even know how to face you, because I knew that you killed that drunk man. Know somebody with a bat mask. Bruce has absolutely no idea you got him blamed years ago. That was several years ago. See chapter 11 for details. Jennifer looked into Carla's eyes seriously, and said sincerely, but when I think about it later, I was afraid for a while, if the man's gun hadn't missed. Later it was reported that the drunk man had missed the shot. After all, he didn't find the bullet, or he didn't dare to miss it, believe it, but hit you or me, and I dare not think about what will happen in the future. We are not pure perpetrators, Carla. We did not hurt others without reason or with malice, we are just doing everything possible to protect others. So you don't have to have any psychological burden. If you still can't let go, then in my capacity as Chief Justice, I acquit you. Zero looking for flowers. Carla looked at Jennifer, her mind gradually calmed down. She smiled and stretched her arms around Jennifer's waist, buried her head on her shoulder, and muttered, it's a pity that I'm not a man. If I don't let you, I will never give you up to others. Jennifer just smiled and pushed her away. Okay, stop making trouble. If someone sees it, bad rumors will spread. They are just friends, not the kind of relationship that crosses the line, including Carla, who is also a normal girl and will never come out of the closet. The reason why Carla has never wanted to fall in love or find a boyfriend is also very simple. She is at ease by herself, not to mention that she has secrets of one kind or another, and it would be too troublesome if there are more people by her side. What's more, even Bruce can't catch her eyes, and Superman is her younger brother. How many people in the world can Carla favor? Zero. After Jennifer tried to persuade her with good words, Carla finally stopped digging into the dead end. In fact, many people can't think about it for a while. Simply put, the authorities are confused and the bystanders are clear. Joker's words have dealt a blow to Carla, but Joker is suspected of confusing the public and changing concepts, or the facts. Joker deliberately ignores the difference between him and Carla. Although Carla kills, she kills all bad people. What Carla pursues is to kill a bad person and save more good people. And what about Joker? He kills all good people. Can it be the same? Even if Carla puts on the mask of Joker, her actions are still different from Joker. After all, Carla aims to become a superhero. Even if she is above the law, she will restrain herself with morality. Carla has not completely lost her morality. She is fundamentally different from Oda. Damn Joker, almost got fooled by him. Carla clenched her fist. Never let him run away next time. Jennifer poured cold water. You have already said it, but you still let him run away. Carla is discouraged. Who is it because of? The next time you dare to ride in someone else's car, I will file a complaint with Bruce, and Carla will fight back. Jennifer couldn't laugh or cry. Why did you sue him? Also, I just sat in the car of Gordon's police officers. Carla stopped joking and warned Jennifer, the situation is getting more and more unclear now. How do you think Joker got into the shooting team? I suspect that someone under Gordon and Harvey was bribed, or from the beginning there are gang undercover workers. Although Carla managed to escape Joker from her own hands again that day, she was even almost shattered by Joker. She can go head-to-head with Bruce, and the reason why she lost to Joker's mouthpiece is that her code of conduct can be counted in the chaotic camp in a certain way. But Carla has Jennifer, and the Chief Justice of Gotham City has acquitted Carla, so definitely not guilty. Is she covered by someone? However, in the evening of the same day, there was a piece of good news. It turned out that in the chaos of the day, in addition to Carla chasing Joker himself, Harvey also captured one of Joker's men. The reason why the news did not come out until the evening was because Harvey desperately wanted to find out about the Joker, even at the expense of lynching. It was only when Bruce arrived that he stopped. Bruce definitely showed up as Batman 213 and brought bad news. Joker is not only going against Harvey now, but also his other target is Rachel. Now that Bruce is Batman, and Rachel is Harvey's girlfriend on the surface, Joker will not let her go in any way. It also hit Bruce. That's right, after Carla, Bruce was hit by Joker as well. He planned to surrender himself, and he wanted to admit to everyone that he was Batman. Since he insists on making me turn myself in, then I will admit defeat, and no one will die because of this boring game, Bruce said to Carla on the phone. This time, because it was still early, Carla saved face and didn't hang up Bruce's call again. Carla glanced at Jennifer, who was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, turned around and walked to the balcony, and asked Bruce, "Are you sure you didn't make this choice because you want to sleep with that woman?" Bruce on the opposite side was silent. Carla sneered, "Okay, I get it. Since this is your choice, then do whatever you want, but don't reveal my identity. Joker doesn't dare to reveal it yet. If he doesn't have this trump card, next time he will be killed by me. So don't expose it." The reason why Carla cooperates with Joker's game is because Joker has this handle. Carla had already thought of a solution during the day, but she was threatened again at that time, and her spirit was hit, so she didn't have time to make a move. But Carla has already thought of how to deal with this threat, and Joker wants to threaten her with this matter for the rest of her life? How could she always submit, and she has already thought of a solution? It's just that since Bruce already had his own idea, Carla didn't say anything more. "Carla, you can come over for dinner?" Jennifer's voice came from the kitchen at this moment. Carla agreed, and said to the phone, "Goodbye Bruce, and I wish you happiness. I hope." Then she hung up the phone. And that goodbye has both a superficial meaning and a meaning of seeing you again. If Bruce exposes his identity, then in order for Carla to continue to protect his identity information, the two are doomed not to act together again. Maybe she can't even be a friend on the surface, and she won't take the risk of contacting Bruce, let alone meeting him. Maybe they will completely become people from two worlds. And Jennifer, Carla will persuade her to return to the metropolis after this matter is over, no matter whether Jennifer wants this child or not, since Bruce chose Rachel, it will be over completely. That's all for now. After solving the Joker, they will say goodbye to Gotham City. Whose call? Jennifer couldn't help asking when she saw that Carla hung up the phone and stayed there for a while. Carla responded casually, a sales call, I sold some interesting things, I wonder if I want to buy something. What? Well, it's not easy to say. Jennifer almost spit out a mouthful of water. Carla didn't care about Bruce's affairs anymore, no matter whether Rachel hid at his house, no matter what happened to Joker's men later, and no matter what Bruce planned to do tomorrow. She began to decide to ignore Bruce completely, but to concentrate on accompanying Jennifer, as long as her personal safety was well protected. When going to rest at night, Carla naturally wore Jennifer's pajamas. She came in a hurry this time, so she originally didn't bring anything, and she was even worried about whether all the windows at home were closed when she left. Fortunately, the weather in the metropolis was fine during this time, without rain, so as long as it was not patronized by thieves, it would be fine. Definitely in the end, she asked Danny to take care of herself, and help clean the room by the way. Danny has nothing to do with her. If Carla and Jennifer hadn't tried their best to stop her, Danny would even have planned to chase Gotham City to live for a few days. It's messy enough here. Carla doesn't want to give Joker another hostage who can threaten her at any time. The next day, Harvey called Jennifer, and it was said that he would hold a press conference on Gordon's murder and Joker disrupting the parade. It is also necessary to give an explanation to the outside world. At the same time, Harvey also revealed in advance that Batman would surrender at the reception. This immediately caused a sensation. Some people said that Batman still succumbed to the threat of Joker, and some people said that Batman was compromising in order to protect more people from being harmed. In short, not only Joker, not only the people of Gotham City, but people all over the world are now focusing on today's press conference. The reason why Harvey told Jennifer was actually just to say hello, and did not invite her to attend, and even warned Jennifer not to show up. Jennifer accepted Harvey's kindness and planned to stay at home honestly on this day. Even Carla didn't plan to go out. After washing up, they didn't even bother to change their pajamas. They sat on the sofa leaning on their shoulders, turned on the TV, and planned to spend the day leisurely like this. Speaking of which, there are spare toiletries at Jennifer's house, which are specially prepared for Carla and Danny, so as not to have to mix them up when they come to visit unexpectedly. They themselves don't mind abandoning each other in 4.1, but the toiletries don't cost much, so it's okay to have an extra set. Only clothes. Carla has been wearing Jennifer's clothes for the last 2 days. Carla's car has been backed by Jennifer, so it's not too much to wear a few clothes. Later, at the point when Harvey had a mouthful, Jennifer switched the TV show to his press conference. Carla glanced at Jennifer and didn't speak, but groaned coldly in her heart, still can't let go? Was it a concern about what would happen if Bruce revealed that he was Batman in front of so many people? But her worries were obviously unnecessary, because Harvey suddenly said that he was Batman, which stunned everyone. Even Jennifer turned and threw her hands at Carla. Carla glanced at Jennifer, can I still lie to you? Bruce is indeed Batman, maybe they have some plan. Carla guessed right, Bruce and Harvey did have their plans, because then Bruce called Carla. Harvey was trying to use him to lure Joker, Bruce said of their plan, and let me catch Joker. Joker knows your identity, Bruce, even if Harvey can really draw out Joker, it's because he was originally Joker's target, and he's in danger, Carla reminded Bruce. Don't forget that it's because of Bruce that Carla's identity was captured by Joker. Guess what? Bruce obviously knows this too, so he turns to Carla for help, so I need your help. Impossible, Bruce, you know it's impossible, Carla ruthlessly refused, because you can't let me kill Joker, so I won't go. He needs to be punished, Bruce yelled. But his so-called punishment is not what Carla wants to see. Carla obviously won't let Joker live, but Bruce's so-called trial is nothing more than putting Joker in prison. That 20 is too simple, too easy, and endless troubles. So they can't negotiate. I hung up on Bruce. Carla was about to put the phone away. Bruce couldn't help but said, Carla, you can't give up Harvey for personal reasons. Carla paused, and then said, Bruce, Harvey's life is fate, and so is Jane's life. Joker has targeted her more than once, Bruce, including yesterday I caught Joker, but he once again threatened her through Jane. Me, I can't let her be in danger anymore. At least Harvey has you to protect. If I leave, what will Jane do? Selfish? Well enough. If you have to talk about selfishness, who is it that is selfish? Bruce, Carla sneered, and snapped the flip phone closed to give Bruce another chance to speak. Turning her head, Carla saw Jennifer behind her, holding 2 boxes of ice cream in her hand, and asked, do you want to eat? Carla walked over quickly and snatched both boxes. It's not suitable for you to eat 2 cold things now. When did you become a doctor? Jennifer felt amused, and said again, so you let Joker go because of me. I'm so sorry. Carla shrugged, reassuring her not to think too much. Bruce will take care of it. What if not? Then let him die. Carla, I'm just kidding. Don't worry, Batman will take care of it. Carla fooled, and walked aside with 2 boxes of ice cream to enjoy alone. Jennifer had no choice but to sit aside and look at Carla helplessly. She was obviously not asking for a box of ice cream that should have been her own, but that Carla would come out. Soon, Carla sighed and handed the half-eaten ice cream to Jennifer, and while sending another unopened box of ice cream back to the refrigerator, she took out her phone. Afu, bring me the equipment. It turned out that she was calling Afu. Afu was also unambiguous. Miss Carla, I'm already downstairs. I'll go up now. Carla raised her eyebrows. It seems that Bruce is determined and she won't refuse, will she? It's really annoying. Not for anything else, Carla is angry for Jennifer. Turning around and seeing Jennifer happily eating the remaining half box of ice cream, Carla became angry and warned, don't eat too much, my son hasn't formed yet. Anyway, she is a godmother. Jennifer reached out and rubbed her belly. How are you sure it's your son? Carla shrugged, instinctively. She wouldn't say that one night she dreamed that there was a brat and his bastard dad who had been arguing with her, and that kid's name was Damian Wayne. Carla's dream is obviously a precognitive dream, not an ordinary fantasy. And that brat called her mommy one by one. It must be Jennifer's son who didn't run away. That's why Carla has been trying to appease Jennifer not to really kill the child before, and at the beginning she wanted to help Bruce match the two. But now, let that scumbag die for me. Because of dissatisfaction with Bruce, Carla was still not in a good mood when Afu sent the equipment up. Hiding in the bedroom, Carla put on the silver grey oracle battlesuit again. Miss Carla, your chariot is ready downstairs, said Afu, who had come driving Carla's silver grey chariot, so she could set off directly. Carla snorted softly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. She wanted to take that chariot for a long time. Afu, Jane will leave it to you, Carla told Afu before leaving, and now only Afu can believe it. That being said, before leaving, Carla seemed to have thought of something and asked again, I heard that Miss Rachel went to hide in the manor, right? What will she do when you come out? As a result, Afu said, Miss Rachel has already left, so please rest assured, I will definitely do my best to give up this old life, and I will also protect Miss Jennifer and the little Master Wayne in her belly. Jennifer muttered, just saying that I don't know if it's a man or a woman, right? Wait, why Wayne? It's her kid. But neither Carla nor Afu asked her what she meant. Carla flicked the silver grey robe and cloak, turned around and left in a smart way. As I said before, don't underestimate Afu, at least in this world. Afu seems to have a background in special forces, and has even participated in many battles. Not only does he know a lot about various weapons and equipment, he even has good fighting skills, it's just that it doesn't show mountains or leak water on weekdays. Even when Bruce was acting as Batman, most of the injuries he suffered were Afu's help to deal with 787. Looking at Carla again, she quickly came downstairs, and she saw an exaggerated and cool chariot on the street. She is dressed in silver grey, not arrogant at all, but low-key and introverted, just like the moon in the dark night, not dazzling, but not to be ignored. Many people gathered around because of this, and some took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Carla walked over, stepped on the front of the car, and turned to look at those people. Haven't you seen it? As a result, everyone shook their heads. Carla laughed, then take a picture for my mother. The car is low-key and restrained, but it can't stand the owner's arrogance and domineering. And when he came up, he stepped on the front of the car. If the car could talk, it would probably cry. If he had encountered an Autobot like Bumblebee, he would have thrown her aside long ago. After showing off for a while, Carla opened the car door and sat in. She glanced at the complicated console. She had seen the Batmobile before and knew the general operating system, so she confidently raised her hand to operate it. Suddenly, a warning sound sounded from the car, and only a female voice said, "Goodbye." An intact car exploded in the street with a bang. Carla was dumbfounded, and rushed out of the ruins on a motorcycle. What happened? Why did the four wheels become two wheels? Those onlookers were also dumbfounded, and Spider-Woman was too irritable. Such a good car, said it was blown up. Carla operated like a tiger, but somehow activated the self-destruct system of the tank, then abandoned a better tank and replaced it with a locomotive and set off. Afu and Jennifer upstairs obviously also heard the movement downstairs. Jennifer stood in front of the windowsill, holding the ice cream in her hand that she was not willing to finish in one breath, looking at the silver grey Kinley disappearing in the distance. The figure turned to look at Afu. Afu muttered, "Did I forget to tell her that this is the latest tank?" It turns out that the latest device has been activated on the current battlefield, which is to install a spare locomotive in the chariot system. Once the chariot is seriously damaged, it can be replaced with a locomotive to continue operations to maintain mobility. But in order to prevent the chariot from being recycled by others, once the locomotive is started, it will self-destruct. Carla did know the mode of operation of the tank, but she knew the old model, and accidentally started the locomotive, and the tank was destroyed. When she found Bruce's whereabouts and joined him, Bruce looked at Carla in surprise. "Have you been attacked?" Carla was embarrassed to say that it was caused by her own operation error, and nodded vaguely. What about that? Where is Harvey?" Bruce didn't ask any more questions, and said, "It's inconvenient to come out now. Harvey will draw Joker out first, and then we will go out. That is to say, it is not yet time for the protagonist to appear on the stage." Carla stood up straight from the locomotive, and expressed her opinion on the locomotive again. This kind of locomotive is not an ordinary motorcycle. In order to maintain the highest speed and for safety reasons, in short, the tripod of the body is set at the back, and even Carla has to lie on the body. This is very tiring. In fact, it is not as comfortable as ordinary locomotives. and this will make your hands unable to exert strength, as if you have been doing push-ups, holding the handlebars with both hands to support your upper body, and you will be very tired after a long time. But there is no way. After all, this locomotive was originally hidden in the chariot system. It is not easy to hide a locomotive in the car. It is impossible to prepare a pair of tripods under the chariot, right? According to Carla, it's better to prepare a cooler locomotive and a separate sports car for me. Bruce thought it would be much cheaper. If he had known it would be so easy to dismiss Carla, he might as well have fooled her with old tanks and old locomotives. Why on earth did he prepare the latest chariot for her? He was still so picky. Just when Carla was complaining, Bruce finally received the news that the convoy escorting Harvey had already set off. Harvey voluntarily admitted that he was Batman at the daytime reception, so he was temporarily detained, but after all, he was in order to lure Joker to bring him to justice, so Harvey intends to have him escorted to another prison. And during this journey, Joker will definitely appear. Once Joker appears, Bruce and Carla can arrest Joker and bring him to justice. To put it bluntly, this is all a conspiracy, and it will be revealed at all. But they just bet that with Joker's crazy style, he will definitely show up. Sure enough, not long after the convoy escorting Harvey left, they encountered a pre-prepared roadblock on the highway, and several ignited trucks blocked the planned way, forcing the helpless army to enter the underground tunnel. But immediately afterwards, several trucks suddenly appeared in the underground tunnel and began to attack the convoy. Because the enemy's firepower was too fierce, even the escort convoy could not fight back. Bruce and Carla know it's their turn. Bruce also asked Carla if she wanted to ride in his car. Carla shook her head. Forget it, working with you will only make me feel more tied up. Bruce understood what Carla meant. She was probably going to kill. Before Bruce opened his mouth to stop him, Carla reminded, Bruce, do you know how many people died in just this moment? Bruce fell silent. Carla started the locomotive first, and then disappeared into a silver-gray light and shadow with a whoosh sound. Bruce didn't neglect either, and followed Carla closely to the direction where the incident happened. When Carla and Bruce arrived one after the other, the battle in the underground tunnel had already entered the most intense stage, and even the Joker side arrogantly pulled out rockets. Bruce, are you sure you want to keep such arrogant and crazy guys? Carla glanced sideways at Bruce, and asked in a sarcastic tone through the headset. Bruce didn't make any waves, at least keep Joker. Shouting, Carla smacked her lips, added a bit of accelerator in her hands, and the speed of the locomotive began to shake off Bruce's chariot, and went straight to the oncoming convoy. It turned out that Carla and Bruce came in from the other end of the tunnel. They didn't chase the two convoys, but came face to face. Carla dodged the police convoy before heading straight for one of the gangsters' trucks on the other side. The driver and the co-driver in that car looked at each other, then shrugged and spread their hands. They were driving a truck, so would they be afraid of a locomotive? Who is afraid of the other? At the moment, the two sides refused to give in to each other and collided head-on. Carla. W. Seeing this scene, Bruce exclaimed, even if it is a Batmobile, it is still a motorcycle. How could it be possible to hit a big truck? He thought Carla would escape in time. Unexpectedly, Carla bumped into it. At this time, Carla's voice sounded on the channel of the two. It's so noisy, don't shout so loudly, my sister is not dead yet. Only then did Bruce see clearly that Carla lifted the front of the car at the last moment as if she jumped up. She didn't collide with the truck in the ordinary sense, but smashed the windshield and crashed into the driver's cab with the car up. Just like the locomotive is not worth mentioning in front of the truck just now, how can two human bodies be compared with the locomotive under the huge amounts of impact and inertia? Very good, and Carla secretly arranged with his own biological standpoint. He smashed the two into flesh on the spot. Carla started the locomotive again in the cab, knocked open the door of the cab and jumped out. And the truck that lost the driver immediately lost control, turned around and hit the load-bearing wall of the tunnel on the side. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. If something happened to Carla, not only would he be sad as a friend, but he also didn't know how to explain to Jennifer. Now that she's all right, Bruce gets into action too. Stepping on the gas pedal of the tank, Bruce rushed to another gangster's truck just like Carla just now. The body of the chariot was not high, and it was extremely strong, which allowed Bruce to drive the chariot into the chassis of a truck, overturning a heavy truck. In the blink of an eye, Carla and Bruce each took out an enemy truck. And then they almost locked the truck that Joker is in together. The arrival of Carla and Bruce immediately reversed the unfavorable situation of the police force. They violently eliminated the two trucks in their own ways, leaving only the last Joker's truck in front of them. But Joker is not easy to mess with. He noticed two Batmans, one left and one right, one silver gray and one pure black, one male and one female, coming straight towards him. Joker, however, was unhurried and let out a strange laugh. He raised the RPG launcher in his hand and aimed a rocket at the truck that was actually escorting Harvey. In a hurry, Bruce had to choose an angle and flew up through a police car, blocking Joker's rockets with his tank. Carla scans and sees that Bruce himself is fine, but his tank is clearly out of action. But don't forget that Carla turned the chariot into a locomotive, and apparently Bruce also has a locomotive hidden in his army. With Bruce also changed to a pure black motorcycle and walked side by side with Carla, the two men's styles matched even more. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other, even if there was not enough tacit understanding. Don't forget that they still have special channels and radios. Carla, don't kill him. We can pull him out of the truck with steel wire with a load-bearing capacity of more than 30 tons. Bruce is the real owner of these equipment, so he knows what weapons he has. It turns out that the locomotive is also equipped with a terrible steel wire, which is not originally heavy, but the load-bearing capacity can reach a terrible 30 tons. 090 Carla turned her head and glanced at Bruce again, feeling bored in her heart. But she didn't say much, but agreed, I see, don't forget to fix my chariot. It was the first time she got her own chariot, and she was destroyed by herself before she had time to show off, and it would be embarrassing to say it. Fortunately, Bruce didn't know why the chariot was destroyed. Bruce naturally agreed, this is just a small problem, and the problem that money can solve has never been a problem for him. Then you see, Carla and Bruce start to move separately. They rush from the left and right and behind Joker's truck from behind. Joker couldn't see clearly what was going on in the car, and seemed to be jumping up and down there a little impatiently, and for a while, he really had a sense of Joker's déjà vu. But he was a manifestation of madness, hiding a terrible disregard for the rules, and even a madness that disregarded morality and law. Anyone who dares to underestimate Joker will suffer a lot, even Carla and Bruce are no exception. When they came to the back of the truck, Carla and Bruce started to act. They first got in from the last wheel behind the truck, and then drove the powerful steel wire into the cargo compartment of the truck with the weapons on the locomotive. Then, the two quickly continued to move under the truck site, laying down several sections on the left and right sides, because there is no cure. Finally, they left in the left and right directions respectively, and then circled around the nearby load-bearing wall column several times, and then drove the steel wire at the last end into the ground. Stopping the locomotive, Carla turned to look at the truck behind her. This is an underground tunnel, and the quality of those load-bearing wall columns is unquestionable. Even if the entire truck hits it, the car will only be destroyed. What's more, the two stone pillars bear the gravity together. When the steel wire was stretched to the limit, there was a terrible sound, and the truck compartment was pulled down. That's right, the front of the truck continued to move forward at a fast speed, but the rear compartment was torn apart abruptly. Because this kind of carriage can be disassembled, so the carriage was not torn apart, and the Joker and others inside just lost their balance and rolled together, falling into a coma. The police force who saw this scene also stopped in the distance ahead, and subdued the people in the front of the truck by the way. Carla noticed that Bruce was driving towards the direction of the truck compartment, and noticed some people jumping out of the darkness nearby, and the leader was Gordon. It turned out that Gordon was not dead. He was wearing body armor at the time, and after blocking a shot for the commander, he escaped by feigning death. Then he and Bruce planned the entire operation plan together. Even the steps of arresting people here are all exactly the same. Seeing this scene, Carla simply didn't bother to pass by, without saying hello, and left far away with a kind of hidden merit and fame. Gordon glanced at Carla's leaving back, didn't say much, and continued to lead the prepared team to capture Joker. Joker was not thrown to death in the carriage, but jumped out with a CABG gun. Facing the fast-moving Bruce, he stood in the middle of the road without avoiding it, and opened his hands as a gesture of greeting. Come on, kill me if you have the ability. Carla resisted the urge to turn around. If Joker dared to yell at her like that, she would definitely hit him head-on, and she wouldn't be able to kill you. But now he is facing Bruce, and Bruce is actually struggling. He really wants to run into it desperately, but Bruce understands that once he hits it, it will be over. The beliefs he insisted on, the morality he last insisted on and maintained, will fall apart in an instant. In the end, Bruce avoided the Joker, not because the Joker avoided him, but because he avoided the Joker. If it's a mind game, the Joker is clearly winning. Bruce also caused the locomotive to lose control and fell behind Joker, and Joker's men who came down from the car were about to control Bruce. Carla sighed and shook her head, not only didn't care about Bruce's safety, but instead accelerated the speed of the locomotive, turning into a silver-gray phantom and disappearing in the selected place in an instant. This is because Carla knows that a well-prepared Gordon will bring Joker to justice and Bruce will be fine. Sure enough, as Carla thought, everything seemed to be developing in a happy direction. Gordon appeared in time to arrest Joker and his party, and Harvey, who had been in danger along the way, was also released. But when he saw Gordon, Harvey was also surprised. It turned out that Gordon had only discussed the plan with Bruce, and even Harvey didn't know that Gordon had escaped and moved behind the scenes by feigning death. Normally, the villain, the biggest enemy, has also been captured, so this should be the end of the finale, right? Shouldn't the subtitle group also take a turn? However, is this really the case? Speaking of which, Carla had doubts on the way back. It stands to reason that Joker shouldn't be so stupid, right? He played around with himself, Bruce, and even everyone in Gotham City. Would he really be so easily fooled? Not to mention anything else, Joker should not be lying when he said that he was an undercover agent in the police station. So in other words, Joker may have heard some news, right? For example, this is Harvey and Bruce's plan or something. Speaking of which, Joker didn't use rockets from the very beginning and insisted on waiting for them to appear. Why is that? Carla had a bad premonition. I always feel that my mother is being fooled again. Asshole, just say that you can't let this dangerous guy speak, otherwise all 10 mouths will be full. Carla even felt a sense of frustration that all these years of knowledge had been learned in vain. There is no way, after all, she is not a lunatic and does not understand the way of thinking of neuropathy. But she still thinks, Bruce, be careful, maybe this is a trap of Joker, always feel that Joker deliberately let himself be caught. Bruce. The radio channel was still there, but Carla would never have guessed that Bruce had knocked one of his own people out. Carla was running fast on the street, and went straight home, definitely to Jennifer's house. As for the arrest of Joker on the other side, it has nothing to do with her. If Joker cannot be caught in this way, those people will all die. It's rubbish. Fortunately, there was no situation where Carla scolded others. I heard that Joker has been indeed captured. And Bruce, he still didn't make up his mind to run into Joker at the time, although he wanted to do it so much, but Bruce knew, and Carla also knew, once he ran into Joker and killed him, Bruce's faith would collapse. In that way, the Joker's conspiracy has succeeded. Although there is no so-called Joker toxin here, once Bruce's beliefs collapse and the constraints on justice, morality, and law are all released, he will be terrible at that time. The Laughing Bat once completely destroyed his own universe, and everyone in the entire Justice League was killed by him, transformed. Once he kills Crazy Eye, maybe even Carla will find it tricky. So when Carla quarreled with him, she also said that she recognized his beliefs, but she didn't agree with them. Approval means that I think your idea is very good, and disagreement means that I will not do that. In fact, Carla has always been afraid of driving him crazy. Batman is either this extreme or the other extreme, which is very troublesome. But if he really kills the Joker, once he sets the precedent, once he tastes the sweetness, once he becomes an unrighteous Batman, there will be no unrighteous Superman. Fortunately, he is Batman after all, and still retains his bottom line. Carla also breathed a sigh of relief, standing on the windowsill, looking out at the night sky that was still in the middle of the night. She said that Batman is the benchmark of justice. This sentence is not a compliment. At least she couldn't, and if Bruce hadn't told her a few times not to kill the Joker, she would have done it. At this moment, Jennifer came over from behind and handed Carla a glass of water. Carla turned around and glanced in the direction of the door. Alfred had already gone back, and he left after Carla returned safely, and he was also worried about whether Bruce was injured again. Why say again? Because every time Bruce acted as Batman, he often wounded himself. After all, the main targets he faced and attacked were gangsters who almost ruled the underground of Gotham City. Afu didn't say anything, did he? Carla suddenly felt guilty. Jennifer showed a dumbfounded expression when she heard this, remembering that she and Afu saw Carla blowing up the chariot for some reason upstairs, and finally disappeared into the distance on a motorcycle. Mr. Alfred and I, don't forget Afu's real name, were stunned. Okay, what did you do? Jennifer still doesn't know why Carla chose to give up chariot. Even if it is for the pursuit of speed, the chariot will not be much slower than the locomotive, and the chariot has better defense, more stable, and even equipped with many powerful weapons. No matter how bad it is, you can wait for the tank to be damaged before changing to a locomotive. Carla said in her heart that I pressed the wrong button. But it's definitely embarrassing to say it at this time. Okay, it's getting late, it's time to get ready for bed. Let's go, girl. My sister will accompany you. It's dead. People think it's going on when they hear it. The two best friends and sisters are talking and laughing and are planning to take a rest. But suddenly, Carla's eyes were in a trance, and the super predictive ability broke out involuntarily. In fact, even Carla herself can't fully control the super precognition, and she doesn't even know whether this ability is because she learned magic, or the super ability that suddenly awakened when she woke up one morning. The reason is that she has guided Clark to practice magic, but Clark has never had a super precognitive ability, and she is the only one who sees some future pictures from time to time. But this time, what Carla saw was a terrifying scene. The sudden fire engulfed two people, Rachel and Harvey. As expected, Joker kept his back hand. He actually pretended to be tricked on purpose, but in fact he knew that this was a trap. He knew a long time ago that he was playing tricks. Just like what Carla worried about before, Joker was arrested on purpose, and the reason why he wanted to do this was because he had nothing to fear. In fact, Joker never gave up his threat to Harvey and Rachel. Even Rachel had already been arrested, and ha to mention. Moreover, Joker was arrested for another purpose. As mentioned earlier, the reason why those gangsters can be prosecuted is because of a witness named Xiao Lu, who is the target of Joker. Once Xiao Lu was taken away by him, none of those prosecutions would be effective. None of this matters. Carla raised her hand and slapped her forehead, and even made a loud noise, which startled Jennifer. Jennifer turned her head to look at Carla in confusion, and was startled again, only to see that Carla's face was suddenly covered with cold sweat. Carla doesn't care about Joker anymore, because there is a scarier guy. Zero looking for flowers. If there is no accident, she will rest with her arms around Jennifer next, but in order not to be disturbed, they will turn off their mobile phones, and they have been disturbed several times by Bruce. But the most important thing this time is that Harvey and Rachel will die, and Bruce will blame Carla for not helping him, and even go crazy because of it. He won't turn into the Laughing Bat, but it will be more terrifying. The future Bruce will be completely out of control, and finally Carla even sees a yellow ring on his finger. At that time, the entire Gotham City will be plunged into fear. Bane? League of Shadow Warriors? They'll never know that when Batman stands in their way, any of their plots will be thwarted by Batman. But once Batman becomes a terror that threatens the city, it can be destroyed more easily than anyone. Zero. Carla? What's wrong, Carla? Jennifer reached out and shook Carla's shoulder, thinking she was injured, picked up the phone and was about to call an ambulance. It turned out that Carla's phone rang first. Carla, Brutso's voice came from the opposite side. But before Bruce could finish speaking, Carla interrupted, "Is Rachel and Harvey missing?" "How do you know?" Brewston paused, but now it's no longer the question of Carla's knowledge. He hurriedly said, "Carla, I need your help, please. No, I beg you to help me again. Help, I saved Rachel." Bruce even used the word beg. Carla took a deep breath. In fact, she didn't need Bruce to call. She was already planning to rush there. The reason was that she must not just watch Batman fall, otherwise, the entire universe might be threatened. Time to kill Bruce, or Bruce will find a way to deal with the Kryptonians sooner or later. Bruce on the opposite side was silent for a while, thinking that Carla was silent because of Rachel, and suddenly said, "Carla, Rachel has already rejected me, just today during the day, because Harvey said he was related to Batman. She said she was more like Harvey, and decided to accept Harvey's marriage proposal. So it's no longer because of personal feelings, and I'm going to give Rachel to you, and I'll save Harvey." Carla subconsciously looked at Jennifer. Jennifer spread her hands. "Why are you looking at me? What does it have to do with me?" Carla rolled her eyes and flattened the corners of her mouth before saying this. "Okay, I will immediately go to the loss." In the police station, Bruce was interrogating Joker when Carla had to put on the battle suit again and come back. It is said to be an interrogation, but in fact it has already started. Gordon at the moment was anxiously trying to open the door of the interrogation room, but Bruce blocked the door with a chair in the room. It is estimated that Gordon regrets it now, and Bruce should not be allowed to interrogate Joker alone. Seeing Carla coming, Gordon seemed to see a savior. "You stop him, he is about to kill Joker." Carla glanced at Gordon with a smile on her lips. Gordon still doesn't know that he actually chose the wrong person. The one inside will not kill the Joker, and the one outside is the most dangerous person. Carla took a look at the situation inside the interrogation room. The interrogation room usually uses one-way glass, which means that the outside can see the inside, but the 853 cannot be seen from the inside. Including the sound, only the sound from inside came out, but the movement outside could not be heard. Carla glanced at the chair in front of the door, didn't bother to let Bruce open the door, and walked straight towards the glass. Before Gordon and the other police officers knew what she was going to do, they saw Carla raise her right hand and punch it hard when she came to the thick glass wall. Her movements were too crisp and neat, and she smashed a big hole in the thick glass wall with one punch. That's bulletproof glass that can't be broken by a pistol. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Carla just jumped in. Bruce at the moment is holding Joker against the wall. "Say, where are Rachel and Harvey?" Joker ignored him, but turned to look at Carla with a smile. Ordinary people have long been terrified of Bruce's threat, not to mention that Bruce is going crazy now. He said that he has no attachment to Rachel, but after all, he is still his crush and childhood sweetheart for many years. Don't care anymore. So he also tyrannized the Joker. I didn't see Gordon going crazy, so he went to the doctor in a hurry. How did Gordon know that Carla was the most dangerous one? Carla waved her hand. "Go away. She's talking to Bruce." Bruce wanted to let go subconsciously, but he reacted immediately, and he did not hesitate to block Carla with his body. "What are you going to do?" Carla looked at Bruce helplessly. "Don't worry, I won't kill Sheriff Gordon in front of him. I don't want to turn from a hero into a criminal." Well, she'll still do Gordon a favor. Only then did Bruce feel a little more relieved, and gave Carla the position to face Oda directly. Carla looked at Joker and said, "Let's not go around in circles, and I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Tell me their whereabouts. Everyone knows that your purpose is not to really kill them, otherwise you don't have to play this game, just kill them directly." Carla knew that since Joker didn't kill Harvey and Rachel in the first place, he was playing a game that would probably drag Batman or the Knight of Light into the abyss. But Carla will never let him succeed. Joker looked at Carla, and finally said 2 addresses, "But you have to be quick, otherwise I can't guarantee that you will have enough time to rescue them." "You don't have to worry about that," Carla said, turning to Bruce and asking, "Who are you going to save?" Without thinking about it, Bruce said, "Harvey." He had said on the phone before that he had been dumped by Rachel, and he and Rachel were no longer in that relationship. Definitely no one knows what he thinks in his heart. Carla shrugged, and was about to turn to act. Bruce followed closely behind. Did the two intend to go out through the window that was broken by Carla's punch before, and didn't intend to help Gordon open the door? But at this moment, Joker's voice came from behind. "Speaking of which, I didn't seem to say that there were only 2 people, did I? Sergeant Gordon." "No, it was Commissioner Gordon who just came home and just gave me a few." This subordinate led the way. "I didn't know that Director Gordon had a son and a daughter." Everyone was startled and subconsciously looked at Gordon over there. Gordon was originally only the sheriff, but after the death of the chief, plus this meritorious service, he will definitely become the new chief. But now Gordon can't care about this. He rushed to this side from the door a few steps, stared at Joker, and shouted angrily, "What did you do? Damn it, you are against Jim, actually Gordon's son, James Gordon Jr. Gordon is James Gordon, but as a father, you shouldn't call it that, so it's a nickname." "And what did Barbara do?" Joker shrugged. "Why so serious? This is just a game. Zero, now that I know there are 2 Batmans, it's time for you to make a choice. Who are you going to save? Rachel? Harvey? Little James Gordon? Or Chief Gordon's wife?" You madman, Gordon said, slamming his fist against the side glass wall, but he didn't have Karla's strength, so he had to rip his own fists apart. Bruce also felt chills in his heart, because he knew that Joker was testing humanity, Bruce and Karla, Gordon, and everyone present. According to selfishness and personal feelings, they must save Harvey and Rachel, but how should they face Gordon? How will they face him in the future? And just because it is a superhero, at the moment should give up the small self and complete the big self at this moment. But being emotional and reasonable Harvey and Rachel is more important. But life is not such a simple arithmetic problem. Joker, he really deserves to be Batman's biggest enemy. He is a terrifying existence that can make Batman, a master tactician, frequently hard-pressed. If he is not a lunatic, but a person full of justice, he will definitely team up with Batman to become a bat fighter. Unfortunately, that is not possible. Give it to me. Just when everyone felt that there was nothing to worry about, Karla suddenly stepped forward. Harvey didn't ask you the question 3.6, did you? Leave the others to me. But. No but. Karla snorted lightly, continuing to delay will only waste time, and since I dare to make a promise, no matter what happens, I will bear it. Joker reminded Karla, you haven't asked Director Gordon's family address yet, and I didn't intend to tell you so easily. Karla responded with a sneer, it's no longer needed. With that said, Karla walked outside. Bruce could only choose to keep up, but on the way out he still couldn't help but asked worriedly, are you sure? Definitely no problem. After this, though, you're going to leave Joker alone with me. Don't worry, I won't kill him, and it'll only take 10 minutes. 10 minutes of total solitude. Joker is very cunning, he seems to cooperate, he seems to be very happy to explain the location of Harvey and Rachel, but he didn't say until the end that he also hijacked Gordon's family. He was disturbing other people's nerves, forcing everyone to be anxious, and even wanted everyone to become crazy like him. He was not afraid of being hurt, he wished Bruce would kill him, in that case, his goal would be achieved, and he would drag Bruce into the abyss. But Karla's existence is an accident, he thinks he knows Karla very well, but, is that really the case? Karla didn't ask about the whereabouts of Gordon's family at all. It seemed ruthless, as if she had abandoned Gordon's family, but it was not like that. At the gate of the police station, Karla and Bruce separated. Bruce will be responsible for rescuing Harvey, while Karla will be responsible for everyone else, including Rachel. The positions of the two people are almost completely opposite. Joker did this on purpose, his arrangement is to cause trouble for people, this guy. Karla and Bruce started to move separately, not to mention Bruce rushed to Harvey's whereabouts, and then looked at Karla. She drove into an alley nearby, and then she stopped. It's still going to be like this, Karla sighed softly. Joker, including Bruce, and even Karla's best friends Jennifer and Danny, they all don't know that Karla is not from Earth. Her biggest secret is known only to her family, she is a Kryptonian. Joker made a mistake, and it was impossible for him to think that Karla would be an alien. Getting off the motorcycle, Karla flexed her shoulders, and then she kicked off the ground and jumped up into the sky. Karla flew into the sky like this. She didn't want to do this at first, but now that the situation was urgent, she couldn't care less. Flying into the air, Karla glanced at Rachel's position first, to confirm what was going on with her. As a result, Karla was taken aback, and found that it wasn't Rachel at all, but Harvey. It turns out that Joker also deliberately reversed the positions of Harvey and Rachel. That jerk. Karla gritted her teeth with anger. Although it was fine, it definitely didn't feel good to be played by someone. Karla saw that Harvey was tied to a chair, surrounded by countless gasoline barrels, and there was even a countdown bomb in front of him. The countdown time is only 5 minutes. Once it explodes, plus the gasoline on the scene, Harvey has absolutely no chance of survival. But Karla was not in a hurry, but turned her head to look in another direction. At the moment, she turned on supervision to the limit. At this moment, Karla can see almost everything in Gotham City. She is investigating. Although she has never seen Gordon's family, as long as there is something similar to kidnapping the event, it should be. Soon, Karla locked onto the target. In the 3 corners of the city, there are 3 huts. The layout inside is almost exactly the same as Harvey, except that a middle-aged father and daughter, a 13-year-old girl, and an 11-year-old boy are imprisoned inside. Karla is convinced that they should be Gordon's family. The process was cumbersome, but Karla completed it in less than a minute. At this time, Bruce was still rushing to the location of Harvey. Karla glanced over there and found Rachel's whereabouts. There is nothing to say next, and there are 4 minutes left in the countdown, and Karla starts to act. She first flew to where Gordon's wife was, because Joker didn't even arrange a guardsman, so the rescue process went very smoothly. Or maybe Joker originally arranged for his subordinates, but who dares to guard this place? Probably already ran away. Mrs. Gordon wanted to ask the children as soon as she was rescued, but before she could open her mouth, Karla took her across half of Gotham City to another room. That's where Barbara Gordon was, and Karla and Mrs. Gordon rescued her too. Then came James Gordon Jr. at the end. Before the Gordon family could react, they were rescued by Karla. This is the power of Superman. Many times not only the enemy can't keep up with Superman's speed, even the rescued people don't know what happened. If I have to say it, Karla's current speed can circle the world at the shortest distance from the Earth within 1 minute. Not to mention it's just a little Gotham City, the whole journey takes less than a minute. In the end, the Gordon family stood at the door of their house, looking at each other stupidly, and they haven't recovered until now. But they remembered one thing: Carla told them to call Gordon in another 5 minutes to report that he was safe. Carla is worried that Joker will make trouble after hearing the news. Carla was also a little psychologically shadowed by Joker. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with being careful. Finally, Carla came to Harvey's place. Harvey was on the phone with Rachel when Carla came in. Unexpectedly, Joker took good care of them and left walkie-talkies for them so that they could talk when they were bored. By the way, should I thank Joker? When he saw Carla, Harvey was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed, and he shouted, "Why are you here? Damn it, go and save Rachel." "Don't worry, the other one has already gone," Carla said as she walked over, untied Harvey, and led him outside. Rachel, Harvey was still calling into the walkie-talkie, worried about what was going on with Rachel until he was sure Rachel was okay. As a result, a deep and hoarse voice came from over there, "I'm already here." After Carla had already saved the Gordons, Bruce was late. In fact, Bruce is already very fast, but no matter how fast 207 is, it must not be as fast as Carla. After all, she can fly. In this way, Harvey and Rachel were finally rescued by Carla and Bruce without any risk. When they met back in front of the police station, they still hugged each other tightly. "Harvey, I am willing to marry you." Rachel, who survived the catastrophe, was very excited, and even confessed on the spot, agreeing to marry Harvey. Harvey can't help being with Rachel Chin too. Carla turned her head to look at Bruce, shaking her head. "Tisk tisk, Mr. Green. Be strong," she said, going over to pat Bruce on the shoulder, as if it wasn't a big deal. After all, Bruce is Bruce. Although he was deeply hit, he didn't show it, or he didn't actually get hit, because he said before that he was dumped by Rachel during the day, right? Carla came to Gordon again and said, "How is it? Have you received a call from home?" Gordon nodded and thanked Carla gratefully. "Thank you. If something happened to them, I really don't know how to live in the future." "But, how did you do it? You spent almost a minute around Brother Tan. She flied around, right?" After all, Carla can't hide it from the Gordon family. He seems to know something. Just when Carla was thinking of an excuse to fool, an unexpected incident gave her a break. Boom. There was a sudden roar from the police station behind everyone, and the police station exploded. This sudden explosion caught everyone by surprise. Moreover, the explosion was so powerful that all the glass on the first floor of the police station was blown away. Everyone outside the door squatted down subconsciously, and some even got down on the ground. Only Carla stood there with her back to the police station motionless, her cloak shaken by the explosive shockwave, making her look even more dashing and handsome. Carla turned her head thoughtfully and smiled. Joker's plan, in fact, she saw in the future picture seen by the super foreseeing. That's the end of everything. It's impossible for you to act recklessly, and it's impossible for you to mess up the world again, Carla said as she walked into the police building. At the moment the aftermath of the explosion is not over, it is actually dangerous to do so. But Carla didn't care, and went straight to the place where the criminals were held downstairs. It was a temporary cell, where those who had just been captured but had not yet been tried and convicted would be held. Carla came all the way here, but when she came to the ground, she saw that Joker had escaped, and he really rescued Xiaolu. It can't be said to be rescued. His purpose is just to take Xiaolu out. As to whether to save or take out to help those big bosses kill, it is not certain. Seeing that someone even wanted to provide Joker with a police car to escape, Carla said, "Hey, that's our important witness. Where are you going to take him?" Joker shrugged, turned his back to Carla, took a pistol from the police undercover, turned around and shot Carla 3 times. However, 3 bullets stopped in front of Carla. Even Joker showed a surprised expression at this scene. Carla smiled, and with a thought, controlled the 3 bullets with psychokinesis, aiming at the undercover agent behind Joker. In fact, she can completely ignore the attack of bullets. Now Carla can resist even nuclear bombs, but she didn't do that, but took the initiative to expose her psychokinesis. The reason is actually very simple. There needs to be an explanation for her ability to fly before. At least she doesn't want to expose her identity as an alien, and would rather expose her super ability. The undercover fell without saying a word, and he didn't have the defenses of Superman. Carla turned her gaze back on Joker again. "I won't let you escape, this game is over." Saying that, Carla controlled Joker with psychokinesis, forming a transparent shield similar to a protective shield, trapping Joker firmly in it and unable to get out. As for Xiaolu, he was pulled over by Carla with psychokinesis so as not to be taken hostage by Joker. "Are you a fool?" Carla knocked Xiaolu on the head with his hand, almost making him faint. "If you are taken away by him, the next step is to kill you in front of those big guys. Don't forget that you have already betrayed those big guys. Your only way to survive now is to send those big guys to prison. Otherwise, you will die." Carla also helped Jennifer and the others to warn and deter Xiaolu. Xiaolu may not be ignorant of this, he has offended all the gangsters in Gotham City to death, so he explained aggrievedly, "I was held hostage by him." Carla just let him go with a soft snort. After a while, the others arrived late. When I saw the situation here, I couldn't help being surprised. It turned out that there were undercover agents in the police station, and Joker was almost let go. Fortunately, Carla arrived in time and thwarted Oda's plan. But when he saw her protective cover, He couldn't help being surprised and amazed. Even Bruce asked, "What is this? I never knew you had this ability." "It's just a super ability." Carla obviously didn't want to say more, let go of Joker and asked him to take him away and lock him up again. "But," Bruce grinned, "super ability can't be described as but, right?" Carla ignored him and turned to warn Gordon, "Go and inform your people. If there are still people who are undercover, let them think carefully. Those bosses will definitely be tried. If they are willing to wait for this to end, that's all. Otherwise, they will have to pay a heavy price. In fact, these undercover agents are not Joker's subordinates. Joker has only recently become active, and he doesn't have enough time to train undercover agents. These undercover agents are subordinates of the gangsters, and some are leftovers from the time of Carmine Falcone. Carla is too lazy to take care of these things, because it is likely to be thankless, and she only wants to solve the Joker matter now. Joker is the most dangerous, his madness is illogical, and he is likely to threaten the people Carla cares about again. Too bad Bruce wouldn't let her kill Joker." There was a thoughtful look in Carla's eyes. She didn't really have no choice. So far, Carla has been tossing around with her busy work for most of the night, and the matter has finally come to an end. Even Joker sat there obediently, looking extremely well behaved, because even he himself knew that he had lost. Carla cheated by predicting the future, taking Joker's next move ahead of time, and if one move is wrong, the whole game may be lost. He gave up and sat there silently. If he hadn't just experienced the chaos and panic he brought to the city, he might have thought that he was not the kind of murderous person, right? Even Carla couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that it was finally over. Turning around and walking outside the police station, she sat down on the steps regardless of her image. Carla was actually a little frustrated. After all, Joker is just an ordinary person, but it forces Carla to use her super strength. What if she is also an ordinary person? What if she doesn't have those super strengths? Woolen cloth? In fact, Carla and Bruce have already lost, and the two of them together were played around by Joker, and they didn't win. What would happen to Gordon if his family was killed by the Joker and Bruce and Carla gave up? What would he think? Blacken because of it? What about Harvey if Rachel is given up? Will he become double-faced? What if Harvey dies? Will Rachel be the next Joker? The scariest and frightening thing about Joker is that besides his madness and disregard for rules, morals, laws, and human rights chaos, there is also his Niu Zhao Zhao, shocking and unbelievable mind and his psychology, criminal psychology, and the mastery of human nature. Carla suddenly recalled a sentence Jennifer said. She said, "When it is not a last resort, who doesn't want justice? But what about when it really comes down to it? What the Joker has to do is to force people into that last resort, and then hide from the side with a smile and watch the dark side of human nature being infinitely magnified." Even for Carla, the Joker is the greatest crisis and the most terrifying enemy she has ever encountered, because even she was almost limped by the Joker. "Give me a cigarette," Carla said suddenly. "I don't smoke," Bruce said. It was Harvey who came over and offered Carla a cigarette. Carla snapped his fingers, a cluster of flames emerged from his fingertips, lit a cigarette and took a long puff of smoke. In a cloud of smoke, Carla said, "I'm not doing Bat-Girl anymore." Carla finally decided to let go of Batman's identity completely. She's not Batman after all, and she doesn't have synthesis for Batman either. Joker is her last confession to Bruce. "Don't look for me again, because even if you look for me, I won't help you as Batman anymore, that's all," Carla said while standing up. After taking the last puff of cigarette, she slowly floated up. Now that it has been exposed, Carla simply stopped hiding it. Carla flew up in front of Bruce, Harvey, and the others. After taking a final look at Bruce and the others, Carla turned and flew away. From now on, she will bid farewell for a period of time, and will no longer act as a superhero, but return to her original daily life. And there should be a period of peace after Joker too. In the alley before, Carla found her own motorcycle, changed into the motorcycle and went straight to Wayne Manor. Afu came back a long time ago. He didn't know what happened afterwards, and asked Carla, "Didn't you already catch Joker?" While putting all the equipment back into the Batcave, Carla said casually, "Something happened later, let me explain it to you when Bruce comes back. I'm leaving at 277. By the way, give me Bruce's car." Tower. Afu was also unambiguous, opened Bruce's garage, and there were all kinds of luxury cars inside, such as Maserati, Porsche, everything, all kinds of super sports cars, and some locomotives were all high-level goods that far surpassed ordinary sports cars. Carla chose a car at random and jumped in. Obviously, the door could be opened, but she saw that it was a convertible, so she jumped in directly. With Bruce's inhumanity, all the cars are equipped with keys, which means that they can be started by sitting on them. Carla greeted Afu and drove away in a supercar. After that, there was nothing to talk about. After driving all the way back to Jennifer's house, Carla didn't expect that Jennifer was waiting for her all the time, never resting. When Carla came in, he looked at her with a complicated face. "Do you have super abilities?" Carla was stunned for a moment, and instantly understood who said it. "I didn't expect that the Wayne family is still an eighth wife. Bruce must have called her. By the way, didn't you let go? Why are you still in touch?" Carla asked without answering. Jennifer has been with her for so many years, so she won't be fooled. Don't change the subject. What's going on? Let me see. Carla knew that once she exposed her super ability, it would definitely become like this. At least when facing the people around her, she couldn't help but respond. That's why Carla said that the bastard Joker still won and she lost. No way. Facing Jennifer's shining expectant eyes, Carla had no choice but to show her super ability. Actually, it's just psychokinesis. Carla said vaguely. She didn't intend to reveal everything. Even with Jennifer, she had to hold back, because she didn't know when this little bitch would betray herself. She looks so strong, but who knows if Bruce will tell it all when he asks. And that guy Bruce, in case he prepares kryptonite to target his teammates, Carla is also worried about being backstabbed by him. Next, Carla showed Jennifer some things she learned in the magic book, such as psychokinesis. Psychokinesis is a very complex power, if it literally means the power of mind creation, or command, control. Therefore, the development space of psychokinesis is very large, and it includes many ways of expression. The most basic ones are teleportation, lifting things up, or twisting spoons. That is not a trick of magic. Magic will find the force point of the spoon, or simply prepare the props in advance, and then cause the super ability of psychokinesis to bend the spoon. But Carla's psychokinesis is real. She doesn't need to pick up the spoon herself, but uses psychokinesis to float all of Jennifer's spoons out of thin air and twist them together. It's not just a bend, it's all twisted into a twist. Jennifer was stunned by this scene, and asked, "What else?" Carla was helpless, and showed her the flame again. Carla opened her hands, and 2 half-meter-high raging flames shot out from her palms. In fact, this is not a super ability, more precisely, it is magic, so Carla is not the kind of controlling flames, but can create flames with magic. This point needs to be clarified. Some super abilities can control flames, but they do not have the ability to create flames originally. For example, the pyroman next door, he himself said that he can control fire but cannot create fire. Definitely the Human Torch is different. The Fantastic Four's Human Torch can control and create fire. Then there is wind, water, and air. Carla was once selected by Necromancer Shazam when she was 15, and almost became Thunder Shazam. Definitely she doesn't like the power of Thunder Shazam. She knows that Thunder Shazam's power is borrowed from those so-called gods, but she also knows that the new Protoss of Apocalypse are also gods. However, in the future, she may fight Darkseid, the God King of Apocalypse, and she must also defeat and surpass Darkseid. A person who is inspired to defeat God, will she borrow strength from someone who is weaker than herself? What is the point of borrowing strength from someone weaker than herself? For example, would Bruce borrow money from a beggar? No matter how rich a beggar is, it is impossible for him to be richer than him, right? Far away. Although Carla did not become Thunder Shazam, Necromancer Shazam still helped her by giving her an entry-level magic book and 5 high-level magic books. In addition to psychokinesis, Carla also mastered the magic of the 4 major elements. The so-called 4 elements are wind, air, fire, water, and earth. Definitely no thunder, those are the 5 basic attributes of Hokage. In Carla's hands, flames, a ball of water, a whirlwind, and a rock appeared respectively. Even Carla showed a more advanced version, such as the flame turned blue and the temperature was higher. There is also a water polo that can transform into an ice hockey, and change shape-shifting states as you like, such as turning into a high-speed vibrating water blade, or a long, sharp ice spear. Not to mention the whirlwind. If the water is kaleidoscopic shapeshift, then the wind is invisible. Who can see the wind with the naked eye? It's like asking who can see the air. Air is both omnipresent and impenetrable because it is transparent, colorless, and odorless. So what if the air is used as an attack? Especially the earth element. Jennifer watched Carla conjure a piece of dirt out of thin air, then transformed into a rock, and finally turned into a gold brick. To tell you the truth, I told others before that I found a gold mine. Although it is not a lie, it is actually easier to create gold with magic than to mine gold mines hard. A few days later, the first trial against the Joker began. Almost without any personal or physical evidence, the crimes he committed are obvious to all. Almost all TV stations in the United States were broadcasting live that day, and there were even news reports from all over the world. As the current Chief Justice of Gotham City, Jennifer also took this opportunity to show her face in front of the whole world, but she would rather not have this opportunity. Because the larger the scale of this trial, the more people have been harmed and even lost their lives. Before the court session, Jennifer also led all the people in the court to observe a 3-minute silence for the dead, and held Yuan Shen for the director. Joker was the only one who was indifferent, and his appearance and performance angered everyone, and someone shouted to kill him in court. As a result, she was unceremoniously expelled by Jennifer. There was an uproar on the spot. Dang dang dang. Jennifer knocked on the table with a wooden hammer to signal silence, and explained, "First of all, I must remind everyone present that Gotham City is an enlightened and developed city, so there is no death penalty in our laws in Gotham City. Remember, hanging people on the gallows doesn't happen in modern times." Also, Jennifer pointed at Joker again with the wooden hammer in her hand. "I think you have seen this guy's madness and ferocity, including me, who was also attacked by him, and Mr. Director died because of this, including Chief Prosecutor Mr. Harvey, Prosecutor Miss Rachel, and even Sheriff Gordon. All have been attacked and threatened by him. However, we are not intimidated by him, and justice will never lose to evil," Jennifer finally shouted loudly, receiving applause in an instant. Look at Joker again, he is picking out his ears with handcuffed hands, and waving around his ears, as if something like a fly or a mosquito is bothering him. Anyone who sees him like this will be angry. But Jennifer didn't care. After finishing her opening remarks, she nodded to Harvey who was seated on the other side. It's time to start. This time it is Harvey himself who is the prosecutor, and he will never let Joker go. Because everyone has seen what Joker has done during this period of time, and because he himself is outspoken, the entire trial process went extremely smoothly. Joker was sentenced to life in prison and barred from leaving prison on bail for 50 years. The so-called bail is also called bail pending trial. It is not an exchange of money for freedom and evasion of criminal responsibility. Even only suspects can leave prison this way. However, in a certain country, even the sentenced person still has a way to see the light of day. But now, for at least 50 years, no matter how rich Joker is, he cannot be released on bail. And a life sentence is scarier than a life sentence. Because the life sentence will be reduced according to good behavior. And life imprisonment means that there is no chance of commutation, which means being detained for a lifetime. Definitely, no matter how serious the crime Joker commits, in fact, there is no hope of cutting him off forever, because there are two types of life imprisonment. One is no parole, that is, the so-called bail, and the other is that you can be released on bail. The trial Jennifer gave him was that he would not be released on bail within 50 years, but after 50 years, maybe he could be released on bail with money. Although he was also imprisoned for life, he could be placed under house arrest at home. Anyone who has watched Ant-Man 2 knows that Scott was actually imprisoned on parole at home at that time, which was equivalent to house arrest. Don't mention these, because I don't understand it very well, just make a few sentences just to have fun. That afternoon, Joker was sent to the strictest prison in Gotham City. In fact, some people suggested sending him to the Arkham Asylum. Today, Nahi Island has almost recovered, and the last crisis did not destroy Nahi Island. But before that, there was a person who wanted to meet him, and it was a private meeting with absolute confidentiality and no interference. Carla. She came to the solitary closed cell where Joker was held, and not as Oracle Man, but as herself. You are here, my beautiful girl. Joker seemed to have guessed that she would come, and was not surprised at all. There is only one welded bed in Joker's room, and even the chair Carla is sitting on is brought in from outside. 0 for flowers 0. Prisoners who can enjoy this kind of room treatment are all vicious and dangerous, and this is a necessary guarantee. Carla crossed her arms, raised one leg, and just looked at Joker. As for his address, she didn't have any fluctuations. Joker was also looking at Carla, and the two of them just looked into each other's eyes. Strangely, they were very peaceful. Aren't you afraid that I'm here to kill you? You know, I have countless ways to kill you without being discovered by me. Even if someone knows, they will applaud. Carla asked. Is the Joker afraid? Carla is not Bruce after all, so she won't lose her faith just because she killed Joker. On the contrary, it is not her character not to kill Joker. 0. But Joker said without thinking, you won't kill me. Oh. Carla narrowed her eyes non-committally, so confident. Because you and I are freaks, Joker grinned in a crazy grin. The corner of Carla's mouth moved slightly, but she forcibly endured it, put her feet down and leaned on the back of the chair, and denied, I'm not a freak. Joker is still laughing crazily. Do you really think so? Well, even if you think so, then you won't kill me, because you know that if I die, the next one will be you and him. Superhero? Is it different from me? Perhaps the biggest difference is that you are willing to be used by them, but once all the criminals and evil ones are caught by you, who will be next? Justice? You are not justice. Just like me, why are you thorns in their eyes? If I and all the evil are extinct, what will you superhero do? Even if you want to retire by then, it will be a luxury, and countless people will clamor for liquidation. Yes, anyone can settle accounts after autumn. Facing Joker's crazy clamor, Carla remained silent. She told Bruce earlier that once her and Bruce's identities are exposed, there is no need for Joker to take action against them. Countless people will jump out, including Gordon, who is unwilling to bring someone to arrest her and Bruce. So, Joker is right about power. Even Carla has to say that there are indeed many fallacies in Joker's words, but you can't say that what he said is wrong. For example, Batman. Batman appeared because Gotham City was rotten to the bone at that time, and there was no way to cure it without extreme measures. But the existence of Batman originally is outlawed. If there were no gangsters, Batman would be hunted down by the police first, and he would not even bother to fight criminals. Did evil breed justice, or did justice inspire evil? Did criminals make heroes, or did heroes make us criminals? Joker asked Carla. Carla stood up with a sigh. Okay, I'm not here to discuss this with you, and I'm not crazy. I really can't understand the thoughts and thinking of you psychopaths. She doesn't want to be Harley Quinn. May 17th. So Carla decisively terminated the topic and interrupted Joker's speech. I have only one purpose for coming here this time, and that is to make you completely forget about me and Oracle Man, Carla said of her ultimate purpose for coming today. She can't forget that the Joker is holding a vital secret of his own, and she actually already has a solution. She thought of a solution on the last parade day, but she was still fooled by Joker at that time. But this time, she is bound to get rid of this point that is not good for her. Then you have to open my head and take it out, Joker said wildly. Carla shrugged. Don't bother, look into my eyes. Carla took off the glasses that she usually used to cover up, but her beautiful blue eyes exuded a mysterious brilliance. She is turning on the super hypnotic ability. She can use psychological suggestion and hypnotism to make Oda forget her identity. Even Carla can ask Joker, besides you, who else in your subordinates knows my identity? Do you still have a backhand? At the moment's Joker suddenly became sluggish, his voice seemed hollow, and he only knew how to answer Carla's inquiry. Only I know that you and Bruce are Batman and Oracle Man, and I asked for those people from the gang boss. Yes, not trustworthy at all. I see. Carla nodded, she also felt the same, otherwise those gang bosses should have acted long ago. As for the backup preparations, my plans are all impromptu. I never have a careful plan, so there is no Joker to continue to ask and answer Carla's questions. Carla was surprised and terrified at the same time. The impromptu plan can turn people around. Joker is really scary. But it makes people feel that definitely, Joker is crazy after all, even if he has a meticulous plan. He will often be destroyed by himself in the middle of the execution. Definitely does not mean that Joker has no plan. He definitely has a plan, but it is not meticulous. Not every step is planned in detail, but there is a general framework. But what is the content of the framework? Even he himself does not know. Have no idea. Often he takes one step at a time, which is scary, because you don't know what he wants to do next. For example, he wanted to assassinate the chief, but what happened after the assassination? It seemed that that action had nothing to do with the subsequent actions. He just threatened the chief, that's all. Or is he just trying to draw people's attention to himself? In that case, there is no need, because Joker has already killed the director, which is not easy. Even Carla began to feel a headache, unwilling to continue talking nonsense with him, and directly implanted a psychological suggestion. Forget it. Forget all the memories related to Carla Kent, Oracle Man, etc., and forget Batman's identity. But that's all. Carla didn't make him forget anything else. Carla doesn't care why Joker became so crazy, no matter whether he became like this because he had a miserable childhood or experienced a miserable life. There are too many people in this world who are more miserable than him, but how many of them have become Jokers? It is not easy for most people in the world, but this is not a reason or an excuse to degenerate and hurt others, and Carla will not forgive his actions for any reason. At the same time, Carla will not let Joker forget what he did. Carla only wants one result, that is, Joker forgets his and Bruce's identity, and that's enough. Finally, when Joker came back to himself in a trance, he looked around stupidly. He showed a dazed and troubled expression. He always felt that many memories were lost in his mind, which were still precious, and his heart became empty, a little sour, with a sour smell of love, but unfortunately, he didn't like it at all. I remember who I had a crush on. Zero. Who is it? It seems that there is a beautiful girl that makes him fall in love with, but is there really a woman that he, a lunatic, can fall in love with? The other side. Carla walked out of Joker's ward with the chair, returned the chair to the guard at the exit, and was about to leave. She didn't come as Oracle Man, but Bruce managed to help her win this opportunity, so the process was smooth and secretive. Take the stairs leading to the upper floor. The prison is deep underground to prevent prisoners from escaping. There is only Carla in the whole elevator, and there are no cameras or anything. Carla raised her hand to cover her mouth, and covered half of her face. Suddenly, her shoulders trembled slightly, and finally she couldn't bear it anymore, and let out a clear and sweet laugh. Ha 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 ha. What is she laughing at? No one knows. If the Joker is there, maybe they will guess something. It was a ridicule full of irony, self-deprecation, and contempt, and it was out of control. The more I laughed, the more I couldn't stop it, until I laughed until my stomach hurt, and I laughed until tears flowed out. She was almost persuaded by a lunatic before, even twice, and even worse, she didn't think there was anything wrong with the 3.2 that lunatic said. It's ironic, but so true. Carla's tears didn't really come from laughter, but she still felt sad. What the hell is a superhero? Carla shook her head. Joker also said those words. Who made who? And who gave birth to whom? No. In fact, even without Batman, Joker originally existed. He has always existed, but he was attracted after learning about Batman's deeds. So it cannot be said that Batman created Joker. But there is one thing Carla knows, at least for now, the existence of Joker is a kind of protection for Batman. Once Joker is eliminated, Batman will cease to exist. At least people don't want him to exist. Shaking her head, Carla slowly put away her laughter, raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said to herself, sorrow. It's finally a happy ending, Carla said as she walked out of the prison gate, standing on the side of the street under the sun, raising her hands and stretching her waist well. This period of time is not too long, and there is almost no physical work, which is completely incomparable with the Shadow Warrior Alliance headed by Lars in the last battle. To be honest, the last time was an intense and exciting battle, but this time there was no battle at all, it was more like a brainstorming IQ contest. This is a contest of super high IQ that tests psychology, anti-tracking, criminal psychology, human psychology, etc. If the power is suppressed in the category of ordinary people, it will undoubtedly be Joker's victory, and Carla will lose. During this period, she used Superman's power more than once, however, she was still led by the nose several times. If Carla wasn't Superman, it's likely that Oda would still be out there doing it. But in any case, Carla is from Kryptonian, so she uses her own strength, and it's not cheating, probably. It's finally over. After 20, as long as Xiaolu handed over his confession, and then identify those gang bosses in the trial seat, Gotham City may really usher in its own dawn and justice. But that has nothing to do with her. Carla walked to a Lamborghini on the side of the road, without opening the door, and jumped in neatly after pressing the door. Unexpectedly, without taking out the key on the car, he stretched out his hand and pressed the start button. The sports car roared and rushed out with a whoosh. Carla came to Wayne's estate. She came to return the car. Afu, who has never changed for thousands of years, received Carla. "Where's Bruce?" Carla asked casually, really just casually, and turned around and she was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Afu said, "The young master successfully invited Miss Jennifer, and they went to have lunch." Carla paused. "Take me there." She turned around and went back to the car, letting Afu take her there. Afu looked at Carla, regretting in his heart, he shouldn't have told her. "This is Miss Jennifer's own promise," Afu muttered, wanting to make up for his mistake just now. Carla rolled her eyes and snorted softly, "I just went over to grab a sip of lunch. You kidnapped Jennifer. Where should I go for lunch?" Afu wanted to refute that it was not kidnapping, but Carla kept urging him to join the army quickly. Helpless, Afu could only apologize to Bruce in his heart. In the end, Afu took Carla to the restaurant that Bruce took her and Jennifer to before, which was the restaurant where Harvey met for the first time. Carla is still dressed in casual clothes today, but the doorman already knows her, and Afu is behind him, so he let her in without daring to stop her. After entering, Carla immediately saw Bruce and Jennifer in it. Jennifer still made a lot of well-dressed clothes today, which was the outfit that was lent to Carla that day, and she was wearing a white pearl necklace around her neck, which made Bruce couldn't help but frown frequently. Stare at Jennifer. Jennifer didn't know that Bruce's mother also had the same pearl necklace, and she was wearing the pearl necklace that day. The shadow of the broken pearls and falling pearls remained in his heart that night, but it was different today. Anson. Carla also saw that the table of Bruce and Jennifer had a total of 4 people, and the other 2 were Harvey and Rachel. At the dinner table, Harvey formally took out the ring and proposed. It turned out that Bruce and Jennifer were their witnesses. It's just that Bruce is for Rachel as a witness, and Jennifer is for Harvey. Because it happens that Bruce and Rachel are childhood sweethearts, and Jennifer and Harvey have a working cooperation. 4 people are chatting happily. Carla didn't go over to obstruct it, but leaned against the bar with her arms folded. Until the manager, who had been silently by the side for a long time, asked in a low voice, "Miss Carla, do you want to take you there? Or arrange a seat alone?" Unexpectedly, he even remembered Carla's name. It is indeed extraordinary to be the manager of a hotel of this level. Carla shook her head, then turned to Afu and said, "Old man, it seems that I'm going to invite you to treat me." Old man? Afu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't say much. It should. Carla has indeed helped Bruce a lot reasonably. The Wayne family owes a lot to Carla. Although Carla doesn't think so, everyone is doing justice with the goal of superhero. How can she feel that she is helping Bruce? Woolen cloth. But Afu is very stubborn, so he always wants to make up for Carla as much as possible in some things. At that moment, 2 people, one old and one young, walked around to the other side, found an empty seat and sat down, and ordered some food and drink respectively. This is the restaurant of Bruce's family. Others may need to make an appointment in advance, but the people of Bruce's family naturally don't need it. Although Afu seems to be just the housekeeper of the Wayne family, in fact, during the years when Bruce left home, almost all the property of the Wayne family was concentrated in Afu's hands. Bruce had collected enough money to acquire the Wayne group before his sudden return, all of which was brought back from Afu. If Afu had a darker heart, he could have swept away the entire estate of Wayne's family, but the old man didn't do that. Therefore, he is also one of Bruce's most trusted people, so Afu can directly intervene in Bruce's industry, even Bruce's Batman equipment and so on. It's not a problem to have a meal in your own restaurant. After a while, the food started to be served, and Carla was not ambiguous. She ordered several good steaks from 777, and opened a bottle of the most expensive red wine. It's definitely not bad. While eating and drinking, just as she was eating and drinking happily, Carla noticed that Harvey and Rachel had left early at some point. Then there were only Jennifer and Bruce left there. Before they left, a few more desserts were brought in front of Jennifer. Jennifer ate one bite at a time, while Bruce was talking softly. Carla frowned. She picked up a piece of steak with a fork in her right hand and a wine glass in her left hand. There was still food in her mouth, so she just passed by. Afu didn't even react. When he looked up, he saw why the person had disappeared. After searching for 2 times, he realized that Carla had already reached the side of the 2 people over there. Standing quietly beside the 2, Carla just looked at Bruce and Jennifer. "Hey, what are you doing?" Carla said suddenly, which startled the 2 of them. Jennifer didn't notice her existence until she turned her head, especially when she saw her current image. She pressed Carla down dumbfounded and asked her to watch the table to eat, so as not to look too impolite. Bruce was also a little uncomfortable, and asked, "I told Afu that the car you drove away will be given to you. Aren't you going back to the metropolis?" Carla sneered. "So Yen drove her away?" There was no way. Carla sat down and didn't leave. Afu had no choice but to have the things delivered here. I've entertained her on the other side, master. She came here by herself. Afu began to shrug off responsibility as soon as he came over, as if it wasn't because of him that Carla knew Bruce had dated Jennifer in the first place. Carla didn't expose him either, just looked at Jennifer. Jennifer, who looked uncomfortable, explained, "It was Harvey and Rachel who asked me and Bruce, Mr. Wayne to be their witnesses. To explain is to cover up, and you just changed your address, right?" Carla rolled her eyes, then turned to Bruce and said, "I don't want your broken car. It's really cool to drive out, but I'm worried that it will be scratched in the parking lot if you throw it outside, and the maintenance cost is also an expense. The most important thing is what's more, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you if I lose it. So forget it." Bruce wanted to say that you didn't give up when you destroyed the Batmobile that was probably worth more than $1 billion. The problem with the car was a trivial matter after all, so Carla naturally didn't take it to heart. After returning home, she would pay off the remaining car loan, and then buy another car with a loan. In fact, she could have paid off the car loan a long time ago, and it was very simple. Carla had shown Jennifer before that she, who has mastered the magic of the 4 elements, can even change 1,000 elements into gold. This is a bit similar to alchemy, but it is more high level than that. In fact, Carla does not use alchemy to make gold into gold. She is similar to creating, or analyzing, and reconstructing the elements in it. It is very troublesome to explain in detail, because the author does not understand. But Carla is different. She has a lot of useful or useless knowledge. She can even be an archaeologist, geologist, and so on. If she wanted to, almost one person could trigger a global inflation. It's just that Carla doesn't want to live that kind of meaningless life. The ensuing atmosphere was a bit awkward. Only Carla was still eating food with a big heart. Jennifer's eyes kept averting, and Bruce smiled wryly and didn't know how to speak. Again, when Bruce puts on a mask of camouflage to cover up Batman, he can almost be mistaken for the real one, making people think he's really a playboy. But in fact he is not. So when he faced Jennifer and Carla with their true colors, he didn't know what to do, and he was much more clumsy than usual. As for Afu, he doesn't go into troubled waters, but he will also show concern for Jennifer. Don't forget that Jennifer still has a little Master Wayne in her stomach. Others may never know the gender of the child, but Carla already knew in advance that she would have a godson. Hope not to be like his father. In this way, the meal was finished silently in an embarrassing atmosphere. In fact, Jennifer and Verus had finished eating long ago. The reason why they didn't leave was to talk about something, but Carla interrupted them halfway. Carla didn't feel sorry at all. She should eat and drink, and took an extra bottle of wine before leaving. Anyway, Bruce paid for it. When we parted, Bruce originally wanted to send them back, but later he asked Afu to drive them, and Bruce drove home by himself. It seems that Bruce has a psychological shadow on Carla. The main reason is that Carla's scrutinizing gaze is so sharp that Bruce dare not face it, who made him feel guilty. In this way, the two sisters returned to Jennifer's house in Afu's car. After returning, Carla opened a valuable red wine, sat there holding a glass, and once again showed her scrutinizing eyes to Jennifer, who was going to change clothes by herself. "Look into my eyes." Carla found that Jennifer had been facing away from her, so she couldn't help making a sound, and specially replaced it with Oracle Man's voice, which was hoarse, deep, and full of fear. But Jennifer was not afraid of her, and muttered, "Wait until I finish changing." Carla felt dissatisfied and asked, "Didn't you say you have let go?" Jennifer said without looking back, "I let it go, but he asked me out. I mean let it go, but I didn't say that I would ignore him for the rest of my life." Carla sneered, mouthing the bitch silently. "Don't scold me." It turned out that Jennifer seemed to have eyes behind her, because she was so familiar, she could guess how Carla would react, and said angrily, "What can I do? I just put down Bruce Wayne. I just said I liked Batman, but you turned around and told me that Batman and Bruce are the same person. What can I do?" As she said that, Jennifer turned her head and looked at Carla resentfully. "I wanted to get rid of this child before, but now I have changed my mind. I really let go of Bruce, but picked up another Bruce. What can I do? I can't get rid of him for the rest of my life, and I can't help it. And Carla, if you had told me earlier, maybe I would have been mentally prepared earlier, so what do you think I should do?" Carla was also very helpless. She wanted to tell Jennifer at the beginning, and thought that Jennifer might not be able to get rid of Bruce. She had a crush on Bruce at first, and she has been in love for 10 years. Later, due to various reasons, the feelings were transferred from Bruce to Batman. With this girl's persistence and dedication to feelings, it may take another 10 years. But I never expected that Batman turned out to be Bruce, and just as soon as he put it down, he picked it up again. In fact, Jennifer was also very speechless. At the beginning, she wanted to abolish the child Mingzi, but after finding out that Bruce was Batman, she began to fall into a daze. In fact, Carla has seen this kind of person before. Otherwise, this kind of person would not love, give you heart, or give you anything. But once in love, you can sacrifice everything for love, and Jennifer was completely freed after that night. However, Bruce's pit is too deep. He thought he had climbed out, but he didn't expect to be at the bottom of the pit. Unless he comes back for another night, maybe he will be relieved to see Wong? But this time it was different. After changing into her pajamas at home, Jennifer came over and threw herself on Carla's lap, knelt on the ground, wrapped her hands around Carla's slender waist, looked up at Carla pitifully. Rachel agreed to Harvey's marriage proposal. She and Bruce also explained it clearly. Before you came here just now, Bruce kept talking about this matter. He had already talked with Rachel. And then, Carla sneered. Jennifer shook Carla's waist, and continued to say pitifully, he said he would give me an explanation, such as starting from the beginning, and he came to pursue me. And you also know that I have liked him since I was a student, 10 year, Carla. Carla hated iron and steel to push her, and started calling Bruce. If you give some sunshine, you will start to rot, right? In fact, Jennifer is already a very strong and self-reliant woman in the new era. Before realizing that Bruce only had Rachel in his heart, she decisively chose to let go, although the way she chose was a bit that way, which made Carla criticize her more than once. But it is undeniable that Jennifer is different from someone who can fall into the arms of others in a blink of an eye. Jennifer's single-mindedness can even last 10 years because of a crush on someone. She is too infatuated. I also have to say that Bruce does have a fascinating personality. On the one hand, he is a suave and uninhibited son, and on the other hand, he is a superhero Batman who insists on faith and fights evil. Bewitched Jennifer. Now Bruce is completely dumped by Rachel again. The reason is said to be because Harvey replaced Bruce at the press conference before, saying that he is Batman. This makes Rachel disappointed with Bruce. Although Carla thinks it's funny, you're disappointed. Could it be that she and Bruce didn't protect Harvey? Didn't Joker know it was a fake? The police station was undercover, and Harvey and Rachel seemed to be brazenly keeping this secret. The plan was told directly. Doesn't Joker know that Harvey is not Batman 293? He definitely knew Harvey wasn't. I really don't know why that woman's brain circuit is so fresh. And this also made Bruce completely give up on Rachel. Carla had ridiculed Bruce for staring at other people's girlfriends before, and now it is impossible for him to pester other people's fiancés anymore. And Bruce was already confessing before Carla came to bother him. He told Jennifer at the time that he sensed that Jennifer was the one for him because Rachel resisted Bruce's identity as Batman and Jennifer supported Batman. Rachel didn't know, maybe the real Bruce had died in that back alley, or died with his parents, or went to meet Carmine alone after seeing the decay and darkness of Gotham City. Falcone has since died. After that, he was reborn as Batman. Batman is everything to Bruce now, and it is also the most important existence for him to stick to his beliefs and uphold justice. But Rachel wants Bruce to give up Batman before being with him. And while making this promise, she also fell in love with someone else. Bruce finally sees who he really needs. It's definitely not Rachel. Even if Rachel may really have feelings for him in a certain period of time, it's definitely not her. It's Jennifer, a person who can guard him for 10 years, but will never completely rely on or hinder him. She is also the person who still supports him without hesitation after knowing his double body identity, and recognizes his beliefs. It's just that now, it's no longer Jennifer who revolves around him, but it's Bruce's turn to find a way to pursue Jennifer. The relationship between the two of them, at least in Carla's view, is a pair of happy enemies, and she can't control it anyway. No wonder Carla will see the presence of the eldest son Damian Wayne. That's the only way to go. Then Carla stayed in Gotham City for nearly a month, because those gangsters hadn't completed their trials yet, and during this period, maybe something else would happen. During the period, there were indeed some bosses who were unwilling to fight back, and some even wanted to continue to attack Jennifer. Then those few people and even all their subordinates were uprooted by the mysterious man overnight, and everyone was hanged by hanging, and the whole Gotham City was shocked overnight. Jennifer just said not long ago that hangings are gone, but this happened within a few days. Some people thought it was a provocation to Jennifer, but only Jennifer didn't think so. She knew that Carla was protecting herself, and Carla had already declared to Bruce that she would not be Oracle Man, so she was the mysterious person that no one knew about identity. So Jennifer took the opportunity to warn those gangsters, don't, be stubborn again, let's be honest and wait for the trial, at least you can survive this way, otherwise they are likely to die. Those people finally calmed down. With the full cooperation of Xiaolu and the efforts of the prosecutors headed by Harvey, they finally collected enough evidence to bring everyone to justice. Among them, many undercover agents were also uprooted, including Gordon, who has been promoted to the director, has one of his most trusted female police detectives. Because her mother was threatened during the hospitalization, she also cooperated with Joker to do some wrong things. Therefore, she was dismissed and investigated, and she was imprisoned for half a year. And the female police detective was the one who arranged to escort Harvey, and she was with Harvey and Rachel at that time, that is to say, she heard the two people talking, and knew that Harvey and Batman had a plan. So, Rachel and Harvey are actually quite suitable. They are both so stupid, knowing that there are undercover agents around them, they dare to say anything. Finally, the gangsters in Gotham City were completely destroyed, and most of the money of the gangsters was confiscated. For a while, the citizens of Gotham City clapped their hands and cheered. And during this period, people have been ignoring one thing, that is, Batman and Oracle Man began to slowly sink down. As Joker said, if there were no super criminals, then the superhero would stand on the opposite side and become everyone's thorn in the side. Bruce has chosen to let Batman's identity go away for a while when he doesn't need it, and he's too busy right now to be courting Jennifer every spare moment. He is now like the former Jennifer, and the identities of the two have been reversed. Carla didn't like the two of them, just doing it. If they were together well from the beginning, where did so many things come from? But who can say for sure about the relationship? If they didn't do like this, they might not be able to get together. A month later, after the last gangster was tried and imprisoned, Carla was finally going back to the metropolis. This incident here seems to have not experienced much fighting, but the degree of trouble and danger is far greater than the last time against the Shadow Warrior Alliance. After such a comparison, Lars is a fool. As long as he is defeated, it will be solved. Joker is different here, one link within another, all calculations. Sometimes killing him is the trick. Joker is horrible, just a scheming boy. When sending Carla away, Jennifer also wanted to give Carla the white bat she had left behind, but Carla refused. There are two people, Jennifer and Bruce, a black bat and a white bat, and she follows along to join in the fun. Remember the promise you made to transfer back to Metropolis, Carla said to Jennifer intentionally before leaving, not forgetting to make Bruce unhappy. Jennifer suppressed a smile and nodded, I will think about it. Bruce is anxious, he is anxious.